Well, good evening, good morning, good afternoon. Happy freaking Friday. As you guys notice, I'm on Rob time because that's what happens on Fridays. I'm on Rob time, which means that 5 minutes late is on time. On time is, oh my gosh, I can't believe he's on time. And then 15 minutes late is, well, that's expected. So happy Friday. Hopefully you guys had a wonderful week. I had a good week after a week of recovery / misery. And then the week went completely crazy, absolutely crazy. So we've got a lot to cover tonight. Ooh, lit. Cool. We have a lot to cover tonight. So what are you guys doing this evening? How was your week? How are things going? What are you drinking? What are you doing this evening? You know how it goes. We have I was not too ambitious with what I wanted to cover tonight. Two stories. Now, I preface that because we know that we're going to go sideways at least once or twice here. I just know it's going to happen. So, you know what? Let's do this. We're going to roll the intro. We're going to rock into this thing. We're going to talk Depp v. Heard. We're going to talk FTX and Sam Bankman-Fried. We're going to talk lawsuits. We're going to talk court filings. We're going to talk spicy. This thing's probably going to get demonetized in about 2.2 seconds because, well, I have thoughts. I have so many thoughts. Oh, this is going to be fun. Okay, so let's roll the intro. Let's get rocking. Might need a hat at some point in time because I need a haircut. But yeah, I saw Coffeezilla to the chat, and I did. We're going to talk about that too. We'll get to that in a minute. But let's roll the intro, and then let's get rocking. So see you guys in a second. Alrighty, look at that. I like that intro. I like that music. It's kind of chill. It's like, hey, it's Friday, but we can chill about this and we can have fun. So, what are you guys doing? How's your week? What was going on? Let's go ahead and see if we can pull up some of these things. What are you guys drinking? We got some tea coming and about to take an. Ooh, okay. Cosmic Slice is going to be cosmic in 2.2 minutes. Let's see. Ottawa, we've got here. It's Rob time. It's always Rob time. Sanguine de Guida, Blood of Judas, only wine I actually like here in Rocket Town, Florida. Well, as long as you're not putting Coca-Cola in that wine, I'm happy with it. Dun, dun, dun. Relaxing after taking care of my mother with dementia, sipping a cider rum punch. Good for you. Let's take care of those folks. Always take care of those folks because they took care of you. They raised you. They put up with a lot of stuff. It's a tough life, but you know what? We got to do it. Let's see here. Oh my gosh, chat's flying already. Topo Chico in Dallas, Texas. Coffee, the guy from Twitter. Yeah, the guy from Twitter. Coffeezilla. Cold brew coffee in Arizona. We've got an old-fashioned peanut butter whiskey. Oh, I love it. Tea in Germany. DMV and some water. Yeah, Loudoun County has been in the shenanigans all week long, and I have thoughts on that too, but that might be a different stream. Cream soda Dr. Pepper in Kansas. Happy Friday from Chile, Alaska. Oh, that sounds so cold. Northern British Columbia. Cream soda zero here in Virginia. Hello, Virginia. London, UK. Tampa just made 4 buttercreams. I don't know what those are, but they sound delicious. Alexandria, Virginia. We've got some more Virginia in the house. Missed you last week. I was out. It was an experience. It was something crazy. Coca-Cola and crochet. Wonderful. Yeah, I saw this too, real Laura B. Laura B is the champ of all champs in getting documents and being super informative on the Twitter sphere and on YouTube. If you don't follow her, please do. She has been a great asset to have, a great person and a wonderful friend. Met her during the Depp v. Heard trial, and I will say that she's fantastic. So we've got a bunch of stuff going on. Water till work is done, then switching to wine. Wine is always good as long as there's no Coca-Cola in it. Water in Toronto, Canada, Southern California, and La Croix. Hey from Virginia, listening while I bake. Oh my gosh, there's so much of this going on. You know what? I need help. I really do. I need so much help dealing with all of these crazy chats. Wine from Norfolk, Virginia. I guess I should bring in some help. Oh, it's 2 for the price of 1.
Hello, hello.
Oh, hello,
I didn't know that we were going to have 2 for, but that's excellent.
I didn't
What's up,
either.
Ian?
This is fantastic.
Oh, not too much. Oh, how you been?
I'm all good.
How was your week, Mike? What have you been covering?
Whatever.
Just been like that, has it?
I did just do a stream.
Oh yeah? Did you?
Yeah.
Was it?
I did a happy hour.
Case? So it wasn't a throuple.
It wasn't a throuple, and what did it? You know, here's my new gag. Somebody sent me the screaming goat, and I just abused the screaming goat.
No, don't do
it's
that.
It's fun. I don't have all the fancy stuff you've got going on. I just got one screaming goat gig. That's it.
Oh my god, that's so fantastic. I don't know if I hate that or I love it. I don't know. It's terrible. It's so terrible.
You know, it's both.
It is. So I actually kind of wanted to start the stream tonight with something kind of fun. Let's see if I can actually do the things I needed to do tech-wise, because God knows I love technology so much. Why is it always loving to do the things? Let's do this. So I don't know if you guys saw this on Twitter. I posted a little while ago. I thought it was freaking cool. We are professionals. Oh, this is so ridiculous when we can't do this crap.
Hey,
it's
Becky.
like people are looking at us going like, you guys know how to do this stuff. No, we don't. We do a very good job.
We vaguely heard of this stuff, and then we decided to try it, and it's not necessarily going so well.
Yeah. So I wanted to start this with something positive tonight. This is from the LA County Animal Care Division. And someone shared this with me on Twitter, and I thought it was freaking fantastic. So this little girl writes in to LA County Animal Control and says, I want a permit for a unicorn.
Okay, I know why that got sent to you.
And yep, she goes, and this is the sweetest thing in the whole wide world. Dear LA County, I would like your approval if I can to have a unicorn in my backyard if I can find one. Please send me a letter in response. Madeline.
Okay.
By the way, yeah, like this girl needs to run for politics. I will vote for you, young lady. And then, so LA County.
Now check her other policies.
Oh, LA County did the even better thing. LA
Did they
County
send her the permit?
They issues her a permit. They issue her a license.
That's impressive.
Isn't this awesome? County of Los Angeles Department of Animal Care and Control has issued a unicorn license to Miss Madeline. Has been issued.
That's nice.
Pre-approved unicorn license on the 30th day of November 2022. So she has a special permit and license that she can put around her unicorn when she does obtain said unicorn. Isn't that fantastic?
Oh,
that's
actually is cool.
I mean, that like of all the junk that we end up like covering throughout the week.
Seriously.
Isn't it a little too early to be getting on to Sam Bankman-Fried?
No, we're not there yet.
And also the various amicus details. All of that is junk.
The amici.
Yeah.
It's a little early for that junk. Yeah. So that just brightened up my day. And actually right now, because I've got Mike here, because Mike was a surprise. I was like, you know what? I haven't talked to Mike in a while. I need to talk to Mike.
Yeah.
Also, do we have Uncivil in the chat? Is he hiding in here?
I think he's hanging out. We'll see. I don't know.
Just gotta check before I mess with something on my camera.
Oh no.
Can't have any Uncivil. I'm not seeing him piping up, so I'm going to assume we've got no Uncivil.
Oh, so you got to show a surprise. You haven't seen this yet, Mike.
Still working on it, but this is sort of working on trying to get my setup a little better. So
Mike hasn't seen this yet.
Oh, that's really cool.
Yeah, these two are not yet done.
Is this in leather? I only assume that because you do leather.
Yeah, this is in leather. So
that's very cool.
And then after these are all stamped like this, this one is sort of finished the stamping. I'm going to go back and dye and paint and seal, and it's going to be a good time.
Yeah, tell me that is awesome.
Wow.
But yeah, I just that's sort of a. This is kind of going to be my leatherworking setup, although I need better lighting in here, because quite literally, this is I've got a halogen work lamp in here. That's what my lighting is. So
it seems to be working.
I've got a better camera at least where you can actually see some of the details now. Because before I was in here and it was like a fuzzy circle and people are like, what? Is that done? Like, did you do work on that? And so, yeah.
That is
Happy
impressive.
I love it.
You got a shop. You do the leather. I don't do these things.
You should.
You've
practice
got,
law, so do you.
You've got sovereign citizens. Yeah, we all practice.
You
Actually,
too.
that's actually kind of funny. Like of the people that are on YouTube right now, the three of us that are on stream are like actual practicing. Like we're still in practice.
Yeah.
Yep.
So we just
I put myself into an actual suit today and physically walked into the Daily Center in downtown Chicago.
I'm sorry. Suits are the worst.
Yeah.
How did that feel? Was that terrible?
Yeah, it was. Because what you guys can relate to this, okay? You can relate to this. When you roll into a courthouse, especially like me for the Daily Center, but not the only courthouse, other courthouses that I'm familiar with, you go and hit the button to get the elevator, and it brings back 20 years of
misery,
bad memories, and like stomach drop, and you're like, oh, here I go again.
Can we talk about like courthouse elevators and how they never work ever, or they're the slowest elevator in the world.
Mm-hmm.
And you're in there and you just want to, you're already stressed because you're in court, you're prepping for your hearing or you're thinking about your hearing. And then all of a sudden the elevator like ding, and then you're waiting for the door to close. Oh.
And everybody's stressed because everyone's set at the same time.
Yeah. So because I had the two of you here and because I had to start with something that was fun, I have to torture you.
Okay.
Wait, have you got Malort?
No.
I don't have Malort. I could go for some Malort.
I've got something better.
I've got again.
I don't know if I can hear anything at this point.
You have to. Well, we're going to find out. What are those, Ian? Are you piloting a spacecraft? Yeah. What is going on?
There we go. Now I can hear you. Somebody was saying that there was echo, so I threw on my.
Probably me.
No, these are my. These are the headphones I have out here. They're ear defenders.
Do you operate heavy equipment in those?
I operate power tools in them.
Let's see if you can hear.
I definitely can.
I can't unhear.
That's really cute. I think it's from Mikey the Goat.
We go. Oh no, you're not gonna do it. You're not gonna do it on a live stream. You're not gonna do that on a live stream.
Oh, are we really seriously doing this?
No, have you heard about his new concoction?
It's not a new concoction. It's like way ages.
I think there are Geneva conventions against this.
I doubt it because this is Spanish, and I feel like Spain probably has the.
I don't agree.
I feel like Spain probably has the ability to prevent such a convention from going through.
There's Coca-Cola. What you are watching him drink, folks, is Coca-Cola mixed with red wine.
Yep, and it's fantastic.
All right.
If you are in the seventh circle of a place that we don't talk about. Yeah. But let's see.
I do need to step away for a second because I just realized I haven't turned on the furnace in here. Or at least I haven't turned it up to... It's just above freezing, so I'm going to go fix that.
You do that, and I'm going to pull up this torture device. Let's see. Tell me if you can hear this. Because I can't.
I can't.
Why can't I hear you? Why can't I hear the things? That's really annoying. We're going to do this. I'm going to actually upload this stupid thing. Remove. stop that share. Upload the video.
But it's short.
It is. It is. You know it is.
I know,
It's
brother.
Frustrating.
I know the behind the scenes.
The buttons, they don't work. And you yell at the buttons. And yelling at the buttons doesn't help.
Times for strumming.
Oh, there we go. All right, here we go. Let's torture the crowd. So, folks, get ready for
I didn't miss torture, did I?
No.
You did not. No, you didn't miss torture.
You're right on
Ready?
time.
Here we go. Here's the
I
torture.
read that wrong, but I don't even give a fuck.
Yep.
Yeah, I got your. Got it. In fact, it's been on my back. I'm just gonna come out right with the truth. I'm gonna rat myself out. I've had that in my backseat for like 3 weeks now. Stressing the fuck out my pick up a cigarette habit. I got like 7 gray hairs in the back of my head.
That's a bad idea because it still ferments in the can.
But yeah,
Let's open
let's get into this.
Let's do
All
that.
fucking weird.
Oh, dude. Why does it always spray? Because it's fermenting.
It's pressurized in there. This is one of the few bulging cans that you actually will still eat, even though it's a bulging can.
No, you will not. You will not eat this. We will not be eating this at all.
Come visit. I have a can. We'll break it out.
Yeah.
You'll try new things.
The creepy classical music is going to get a content ID, but I mean, ask me how many Fs I give at this point. I mean,
well, just so long as they don't take us down midstream.
Yeah.
You'll get a content ID over the music.
Oh yeah, classical stuff is terrible because everybody plays it because it's public domain, and then some jackhole will go and put content ID on their rendition of a public domain song, and it's jerk ass behavior, but it happens all the time.
Yep. So this is just to avoid what we're about to watch. We're just delaying the inevitable. So here comes the inevitable.
Dude.
It's I can like smell it through the screen.
You guys know those fart bombs that you play with as a little kid?
It's worse.
That's what this smells like. Let me get this shit open.
Oh,
got it open. Not that bad. It actually smells delicious. If you can imagine what fermented fish smells like. And it was all videos.
Oh,
I don't know about you guys, but that.
Oh, this is so bad.
Oh, fucking hell. Mighty refreshing. There's like fucking skunk spray. Oh. Wow, that looks so good. It smells even better. That's no big deal, dude. This is like fine dining, you know?
Oh, look at his hands shaking. Mind you, this is what Ian wants me to eat. Ian has a can of this.
You know? Oh, what? Swedish people.
Oh, Swedish, you're built different. Swedish, you're built different. No, nope.
Can't do it. I can't.
You guys know that he's eating it wrong, right?
I'm trying to be so calm, cool, and
I
collected
don't
right now.
care. Is there a right?
No.
Yes, there's a right way to do it.
Cigarette butts back to back to back. I don't care if they were scraped off the San Francisco sidewalk. That was... No. It tastes like someone took sea lion shit, stuffed it into a dirty gin salt, and set it in the sunlight for like, I don't know, maybe a week to dry out and then made tea out of it. And that's the juice that whatever that mystery meat is floating in. Never again. Anyways, for those of you who are interested, there might be a spicy link in the Instagram bio.
Yeah. No spicy links. No, that was
I now I'm curious, what's the right way?
So first of all, you open it underwater. And so all of the like liquid that the guy's got in there is at this point will get rinsed away. And you don't get the smell when you open it underwater because...
What do you mean by underwater? Like under a running tap or like literally underwater?
Like a running tap or a bucket of water. Like literally, you dunk the can in a bucket of water and you open it under there.
Gotcha.
So, I mean, a lot of this is just. And I gotta switch cameras because we got somebody.
Oh yeah, you can't have that scene.
So, what do you call it? Yeah, no, you open it underwater. You serve it with, potatoes and flatbread and various other things. And like, there's a video out there of a Swede who brought people from like the U.S. and was like, let's try surströmming, and is serving it to them the right way. And nobody's puking, nobody's anything. They're just sort of sitting there and going, yeah, this is pretty good. And, it's like, I did it wrong and then it sucked. It's that's, it's like, hey, I tried driving and I sat in the passenger seat and just threw it in gear and it ended terribly.
Right,
well, no kidding.
Right.
So, yeah.
Well, you know what? I like fish. I like sardines. I like canned stuff. I like nasty stuff. I like sushi. I do not have a weak stomach whatsoever. And that looks disgusting to me.
It's terrible. It's horrible. There's no redeeming factor to that. But
now when I hear Ian say that, I think, okay, well, if you do it upright and don't spray the nasty fermented juice on yourself and everything else, then, I don't know, maybe it would taste okay.
And keep in mind, we're looking at Rob, who is too afraid to even try red wine and Coke.
I wouldn't say afraid. I just don't think that things are meant for human consumption.
It's good. All you've seen in the chat is people who either say I've tried it and it's excellent, or people who said, you know what, I've never tried it and I won't. But there's not a whole long list of people going, I tried it and it was awful.
Yeah, no, there's a list. I'm not trying it. Nope. Hard pass. We can do a hard pass. We're adults.
How about Malort with Malort and that? That would be nice.
No, you made me.
Yeah, see, you did Malort. Red wine and Coke is nothing like Malort.
I will not be bullied into this nonsense.
I will say this. Rob was in my tiny little office.
Ian.
And I served him a warm Malort. And he had two of them.
It was terrible.
I'm not saying he liked it, but he drank it.
It's horrible.
Like a man.
So bad.
Like a man, damn it.
I will do those things. All right, let's talk about Amber Heard. Because,
I know nothing about this, by the way. I'm just warning you.
You don't?
I don't.
Seriously. You've managed to avoid that.
Well, so Ian,
I have quit the trial. I did it. I thought it was interesting. Like all post-trial stuff, I'm like, no. You know why? Post-trial stuff reminds me of my life. I'm like, I don't like this. Cases kick around forever. You get post-trial motions and an appeal. I'm like, ugh, this reminds me of work. I don't want to do it.
Oh, God. All right. So in case you're Mike. So for Mike, we're going to give Mike a little update. So there were 2 amicus briefs filed on behalf of Amber Heard. The amicus briefs were legal garbage. They basically said, don't worry about this case.
That's really unfair to garbage.
To garbage? I knew it. I knew you were going there. Yeah, it basically said, ignore these 2 parties and let's talk about the grand message this case sends to the world at large. And we all know I have opinions on that. IPV itself is remarkably unique and special to each individual case. And you can't just make some grand message and say, hi, this is the metric by which you must measure every relationship and every dynamic. Doesn't work that way. So these 2 amicus briefs were filed. And in filing those briefs, it just wasn't really pretty. A lot of messages were sent out. Everyone was saying, okay, they filed the amicus briefs. Well, leave it to Ben Chu, because you got to love this guy. We read this and it was junk. And we were saying it was junk. And I was just waiting for Ben Chu to drop the other foot.
Oh, yeah, because he's going to write something just super spicy.
He did. So that's where we're going to start our evening. Starting our evening with the appellee's omnibus opposition to the amicis motion for leave to file briefs amicus curiae. That's a lot of Latin in one caption. Let me translate for you. Appellee, Johnny Depp, omnibus opposition. Omnibus meaning for all or all of our opposition to multiple things. To the amici being friend of the court, their motions for leave to file briefs amicus curiae. Amicus curiae is a brief that is in support of a particular party by third parties who are friends of the court. Does that make sense? Following?
I'm with you.
We're following. All right.
I'm with you, but I went to law school, dude.
I know. So let's get rocking.
I mean, sort of. You know.
Yeah, it does. So appellee John C. Depp, Mr. Depp, by and through his undersigned counsel, respectfully submits this omnibus opposition to the motion for leave to file brief for amicus curiae, amici curiae, sanctuary for families. Yada. I'm not going to read all the names. We're going to call that one the Simpson motion, and the motion for. Go ahead.
I just want to note that there's already a little bit of shade here in just filing an omnibus response, because it's not even like you guys raised enough criticism that we have to address you each individually. It's just like, we're going to lump all the garbage into a pile and then set fire to it at once.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh, dumpster fire. Perfect. Love the euphemism. And the motion for leave to amend filed by blah, blah, blah. These other people, the Fletcher motion. So these two motions are being read simultaneously. Introduction. First, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 words. This is a kitchen sink appeal. Ooh, shade already. I mean, we've said it. We knew it. But Ben Chu coming out and saying it with the very first sentence of your opposition. With appellant Amber Heard purporting to assert no fewer than 16 assignments of error. Ms. Heard, who is represented by two large and well-regarded law firms, is seeking to relitigate virtually every major ruling made by two distinguished and highly respected chief judges of the Fairfax County Circuit Court, the Honorable Bruce D. White, retired, and the Honorable Penny Ascarati, over the course of a three-year litigation and 6-week jury trial. So basically, we're trying to argue all over again every single element. In addition to the oversized brief of 55 pages that Ms. Heard has filed in support of her appeal, the amici seek to present a collective 93 pages of additional argument in support of Ms. Heard's positions.
Now,
emphasis added.
Isn't he being a little generous when he calls it argument?
I think he's saying messaging. I think that was the political PR.
Also, I might lose some things in just a second. I'm just turning on a heater, so the heater plus the halogen lamp may blow my circuit. We'll have to see.
Oh, God. You guys, Ian has this screen behind him in the background before the show went live. I saw what was behind the screen, and it's his workshop. And I am concerned for anyone who tries to do work in that shop.
It's a mess. You don't want to see what's over this way. It's a mess.
No, what just happened? Okay. If the motions were granted, Mr. Depp would be required to respond to a total of 148 pages with his own brief, which presently is set at 55 pages. That's kind of a hint. I need more pages. Though there are doubtless cases in which briefing by amici curiae may assist the court in resolving the issues before it, this is, emphasis added, not one of them. Mr. Depp respectfully submits that the filing of such extensive additional briefing by amici curiae is neither necessary nor appropriate and should not be allowed. As a threshold matter, the court should deny the motions because the amici failed to comply with the applicable rules by I'd never really read that word out loud. Inter alia? I do.
Inter alia. Yeah.
Inter alia.
Yep, that's what I said.
To properly assign error. Have either of you guys filed appellate briefs?
Yes.
Yeah, I actually thought that this was an unusual area because where I sort of deal with this, typically the threshold, like where you have to get it in, is at the filing stage. Because where I am, like the clerks are super finicky and they will reject, something that you file that is sketchy. If it doesn't comply including like they'll break out like little things to be like, let's see if this is actually, the right spacing, or if you've put like 0.1 or 1.9 spacing. Yeah, they've got like little.
It has to be this. You need a blue cover page. You need 3 empty pages at the end for some unknown whatever. It's like a whole list of stuff.
Yeah, and it gets bounced for stuff that you think is like super trivial. I had one where they're like, "This isn't a buff cover. This is a tan cover," and I'm like, "What is the difference?" But typically once it's been filed, at that point you're usually good. Like at that point, it's basically that the court's not going to give you grief. So here we're seeing something else.
I mean, generally speaking, that's true. The problem that you run into is that the rules are really strict here. And they're there for a reason. They are very strict for a reason. Court of Appeals are there. They're not the trial court. And honestly, it's not there to relitigate the whole case. So they have to have very strict rules. Otherwise, parties will do this. They'll try to relitigate the damn case. And that's just, yeah, it happens that way. Looking at things that I need. I wanted to find the actual rule. Hang on. Ooh, why did that turn? I'm sorry, I'm looking at a different screen at the moment because
also to give you an idea of just how finicky this is, I've mentioned before I went to the Supreme Court of Canada. They are the finickiest at formatting. I hired a special law firm, like a law firm, who all they do basically is assist other law firms with helping filing. And it cost like $5,000 for them to go through and fix my formatting because it wasn't perfect, and then
it's a racket.
File it. I mean, it's a racket, but at the same time, if I was trying to do that myself,
they do know how to make it conform. But then, even if you make it conform, but don't have one of the magic people hand it to them that they're used to, it still won't work. It's all bullshit. I'm sorry, but that's how it works. Yes.
Oh, I mean, up until recently, it was required that you have a filing agent. They've varied that now, but it's still like, I still hired one because you don't want to miss your Supreme Court deadline just because of that. So, and I'm seeing people saying I'm coming in loud, so I'm turning my mic down a little.
Okay, that's fine. That's the 20 pages. I'm trying to find the specific language. All right, I'll find it when we actually cover this part. Okay, so they neglected to properly assign error. We're going to get to that in a second. Which violation constitutes sufficient grounds for denial? Moreover, Ms. Hurd is very competently represented and is not in need of assistance or additional briefing in support of her position, nor should Mr. Depp be burdened with having to respond to such voluminous additional briefing. Finally, the amicus arguments add, this is right here. Ooh, spicy.
I think he's being generous when they say they add nothing.
You think they take away?
I do. Yeah.
The amicus arguments add nothing to the legal analysis provided by Appellant Hurd's counsel and appear focused instead on arguing with the jury's clear findings in favor of Mr. Depp in the underlying factual issues. You add nothing. Nothing. You add nothing.
But not only do they add nothing, they seek to introduce irrelevant details. Like they seek to make this case about things it should not be about.
When you lose, you want to switch the switch the game, of course.
Appeals are for losers. Jane Brown, thank you for reminding me. I am notorious for forgetting to do this. You guys are 2,300 of you here. Please, if you wouldn't mind, do the YouTube things, like and subscribe. I know it seems kind of weird. The liking the video, the commenting in the chat, the engaging behind, and actually helps other people see it. And I always forget to ask people to do that. And I know it's kind of funny because I do it too. Like I'll jump on to like Mike's stream, and until he tells me, don't forget to like, I'm like, oh crap, I forgot to do that. And I go and like.
I do the same.
Yeah. So if you don't you get the goat.
No goat.
That's the way it is.
No goat. It's a no go on the goat. Okay. The amici proceeds from the essential premise that Ms. Heard is a representative of domestic abuse victims, a premise that I fundamentally reject. That was my addition. A premise that was emphatically and soundly rejected by the jury, who paid careful attention to the evidence presented during the 6-week trial. Both amicus briefs cherry pick evidence that they believe should have swayed the jury to a different finding, but offer the court no insight on the legal issues actually at issue in Ms. Heard's appeal. Yes, yes, all the yes. This is the most accurate assessment of these freaking briefs.
And it's such clear writing. I really like this writing.
Yes, it really is. The finder of facts should have found different facts. Well, sorry, that's not a basis for appeal.
Yeah.
I mean, need to say the judge
made
an error as a matter of law. You're in the weeds arguing about facts.
Yeah, you don't get to just go back and relitigate the damn case. Goat Daddy Stack. Yes, Mike is now Goat Daddy Stack. That is now Mike. That is the chat has dubbed the.
I do like a good.
Chat has dubbed the Goat Daddy Stack. Oh God. Allowing this additional briefing would merely serve to complicate what is already a sprawling misplaced appeal. Oh, please throw more sass in here. A sprawling misplaced
He's a sassy guy.
Do you think he has a thesaurus on his desk?
I think this is just how he rolls.
Because this is savage.
Yeah.
Yes, but in that nice, understated, professional tone sort of way.
Yep. Accordingly, Mr. Depp most respectfully requests that the court deny the Fletcher and Simpson motions. I love, by the way, when attorneys throw this in, so it's expected that we throw it in kind of in the beginning and the end. Our respectful request to the court. Throwing this in the middle of the argument is kind of like, hey, BT Dub, this is junk.
Yeah.
And then there's a lovely footnote. And when an attorney says it bears noting, that's again more sass. It bears noting that the trial court rejected a motion to file an amicus brief at the pleading stage of this case for many of the same reasons that the motion should be denied here. Fair. Yep. With then Chief Judge White noting on the record that, quote, Ms. Heard's counsel in this case are highly experienced and, quote, would present the law quite adequately to the court, while rejecting the suggestion that the trial court, in ruling on this specific case, should take the amici's policy goals into effect. The footnote continues. Let's zoom to get to the footnote.
Now, did they present it quite, adequately might be the best we could describe, the best description for Elaine.
Well, and this is kind of an unfortunate thing with this footnote, because I think it would have read so much better if it was actually connected. So you have the top here. So you basically say, while rejecting the suggestion, the trial court in ruling on the specific case should take the amici's policy goals into effect, as opposed to really, in this case, on what the law already is in the Commonwealth and the evidence and the facts that I hear. It would have been stronger had it been linked together. Now, I understand the footnotes, you can't really control that. But the message is basically, this is not a policy thing. This is not some big overarching, let's set the standard and create the standard bearer for all victims. This is the case before me.
This is about two people, Johnny Depp and Amber Heard, and everyone else doesn't matter for this case.
Correct.
And when they're saying that this has got to be done for everyone else, it's like, everyone else can go hang at this point.
Yep.
That's not what this case is about.
Yep. It is pretty.
Oh, we've got a spicy chat comment from Tia Nina.
Where? I didn't even see it. The chat's flying. I'm trying to maintain my focus so that I don't
have to wait. I can't bring it up, sadly.
I know. Oh, sorry, Tia. Auntie Nina, I'm sorry. I'll pull it up at some point if I can find it. The court should deny leave because the amici failed to comply with applicable rules. This I like. And I honestly think this is kind of, hey, Court of Appeals, if you want an easy way out of this, here you go. The amici failed to comply with the applicable rules, to wit, a brief amicus curiae must comply with the rules applicable to the brief of the party supported. Basically, you are stepping in the shoes of Amber Heard. you need to comply with everything that she has asked for, but she's restricted to. Give me 1 second here.
When was this filed?
This was filed.
I mean, I don't need the specific date. Like in the last week, or like six months ago, or when?
Kurt, I see it. I'm on it.
Yep. And I'm sorry, I'm just distracted, guys. So I see the chat. Guys. I really do see the chat. I'm just distracted. The amicus briefs were filed 2 weeks ago, right? Yes.
Okay.
Amicus briefs were filed 2 weeks ago along with her brief. And then Ben Chu, while not required to respond within this period of time, did. And I love it. I think it's fantastic. Yeah. And not responding directly to the briefs, but responding to the motion and filing it as an opposition to the motion. I love it. So, yeah, because the amici are seeking to support Ms. Heard's opening brief on her appeal, they are required to comply with all of the requirements set forth in Rule 5A20, including the requirement under 5A20C that the brief must contain a separate heading for assignments of error with a list of specific errors claimed to have been made by the trial court and an exact reference to the page of the record where the error has been preserved. People are harping on this being over technical.
Nope. This is fan-freaking-tastic. And I say this as a guy who's got some appeals under his belt.
And that's why I want to talk about it.
Oh, my! I think that this is fantastic.
Why is it justified? Tell me why it's justified.
So there's two reasons why I really like this. The first is the one you just mentioned already, which is the appeals court they're going to look at that and they're going to have the same conclusion we did about the quality of this work, right? Which is that it is hot garbage and deserves fire. But they're not going to want to kick out the amicus briefs just because they're garbage. They're going to want to find something that avoids the firestorm. And this is basically gift wrapping the Court of Appeal a reason to kick them out that is not politically difficult. It's just, you guys didn't comply with the rules. You could have. You should have. You didn't. It's out. There is very little that can be criticized on that, because the rejoinder, if they say, oh, well, we were just being kicked out because we didn't do the technical stuff, it's like, you're lawyers, right? Like, people filed this, they're lawyers. They've got to... So I think it gives them a better reason, or a more likely reason to punt it than to say the merits questions. I think that they'll look at the merits questions and that'll be the reason for it. But the reason that they actually put down might be this. But it goes further. Like, this isn't like, they're not just complaining about fonts, right? They're not just saying, hey, this is a technical or trivial brief or, breach of the standard. It is a substantial issue. It doesn't have a separate heading for assignment of error. And the reason why is because it doesn't actually address the issues at appeal, right? It doesn't address them at all. These are substantial issues that are not, in terms of, this isn't just like we didn't follow the standard. It's we didn't follow the standard in ways that make this improper. It's like if you, it's like if you have a car race and it's one thing to say, oh, well, we're going to bounce this car. This car can't race because it's the wrong shade of red, right? That's not what we're talking about here. It's this car can't race because it has the wrong number of wheels. It doesn't, the engine is in the wrong way and there's no seat belts. Like, this is a crap car that doesn't do the things that it has to do for this, for this race. I actually think this is pretty solid, and the people who are complaining that this is just technical or trivial or whatever, I don't think it is. And when he gets into mentioning the font aspect, I think
we'll get there. We'll get there.
Yeah, I'll save my thoughts on the font bit, because I did say it's not just talking about fonts, but it does talk about them and well.
Correct. And so in order to bring in, or in order to really get context here, we have friends across YouTube who are specialists in various things, including a certain friend of ours who is a specialist in appellate advocacy, particularly Supreme Court appellate advocacy. Use your words, Rob. Yes, it's Friday, but use your words. And in order to actually ask a question of why it might be important to reference parts of the record that are kind of preserving your right to appeal the issue and include a heading, like who thought that would be important? Why don't we ask a friend of ours? Hey, Kurt.
How's it going?
Hey, buddy.
I was thinking, surely you don't mean Kurt the whole time you're talking.
Surely I didn't mean Kurt, who is quite honestly the one person that we could talk about, like who literally appellate advocate. I'm not going to get that word right all night.
Yeah.
Is there another word for it?
Advocate.
Appellate
law talking dude.
Advocado.
Advocado. Kurt, why are headings important?
Well, you see, you want to be able to tell the court what you're writing about so that they understand what you're talking about and the flow of your discussion. It's helpful. It's good.
Yeah. And then why do we have to tell them where we preserve the issue?
You see, the thing is, if it's not on the record, it doesn't exist.
Yeah.
And so if you don't say where it happened in the record, it never happened.
You mean like
It's
half
the
of
thing
the
Darrell
arguments
Brooks has been talking to you about all this time.
The record?
The record.
Yep.
You mean like half of the amicus briefs that talk about things that were not issues that were preserved for appeal?
Yeah. Even in Amber's brief, where she's like, oh, we have so many witnesses that weren't able to come. Which ones, Amber? So many. Okay. Yeah, I didn't notice an R number there.
Well, and also we opposed being able to bring them in by WebEx.
Yeah.
So, and now we're complaining that we couldn't get them here. It's like, pick a horse, guys.
Yeah.
I
was saying that the issues like with the font and the spacing and the page size are just basically like these canaries in coal mines issues. It's in a lot of ways will infuriate the court more because it shows that you're not paying attention to details. And so either you're incompetent or you're trying to get away with something. Like you're messing with the font, you're messing with the margins, you're messing with something to try to get away with something. And either way, the court's not a happy camper.
Yeah, let's get to the font thing because I think that ties in a lot. It's with the sort of
here we go. So I'll read through.
I did also like their precipe for the amici was like we didn't know we needed to put this in there, even though it's in the rules. It's right there. A2 20C. You can go look them up.
So many comments, and I actually have an opinion on that a lot of people haven't expressed, but I'll get to that in a second.
How would we ever know how we're supposed to file a brief? I don't know. Okay.
A failure to assign error.
Lawyering.
Or insufficiencies in the assignments of error are both a basis to dismiss an appeal, as it is the failure to adequately support the assignment of error with citations to the relevant pages of the record.
Yeah.
Here, neither the brief offered.
You see, the thing is that the appellate court can only deal with assignments of error because if the court below didn't make a mistake,
Madden.
There's nothing to do.
Oh, Madden. That was John. That was a Madden reference.
Yeah.
That was fantastic. Neither the brief offered by the Simpson amici nor the brief offered by the Fletcher amici complies with these express requirements. The Fletcher amici's brief does not contain a section for assignments of error at all. Dun, dun, dun. While the Simpson amici included a separate section for assignments of error, but failed to support it with any citations to the record.
That's also a real problem.
It is. It really is.
Yeah. In addition, if it's not in the record, it didn't happen. It doesn't matter if factually it happened. If it's not in the record, didn't occur.
Yeah. Ian, you wanted me to get to this point, and I'm here at the point. Let me make the point.
Yes.
In addition to the failure to provide any supporting citations, the Simpson amici also violated the rules by using a size 12 font rather than the required size 14, meaning their brief is actually even longer than it appears to be on its face. Based on the clear violations of the rules, the court should deny their motions for leave. Now, Ben previews the argument here, but Ian, you had thoughts on the font size being important.
So you're a lot more likely to get traction on this with they used a size 12 font instead of the required 14, then you would be on the reverse. And that is because, as Kurt noted, one of the questions that the appellate court is going to be asking is this a screw up, or are you trying to get away with something?
Mm-hmm.
And if you're trying to pack more text in there than you're allowed, because there are page limits, right? There's
This is intentional.
Yeah, there's a certain point in your education.
These mopes said to a clerk, make this fit because all of this pure genius must get to the court. They're really impressed with their own work.
I think with all due respect, I could have trimmed down some of their genius to make it work within the word count.
I mean, to be fair, with regards to the Fletcher brief, I could have trimmed it down by just, you just remove the fat.
Jury bad.
You remove the bad stuff. And at that point, you've got, we file a brief, and, the cover page and the signature page and everything else can be cut as garbage.
Yeah, do it Saturday Night Stuff. Saturday Night Stuff. Jury bad. Yes.
Well, yeah. And the rule, here's the rule. I want to pull this up because here's the rule they're referencing. And I want you guys to see it. Let's pull this one up. We can do the things with the different things. And this is why it's kind of important. Ooh, that's aggressive. That was aggressive zooming, but it actually worked out okay. So the opening brief
it just says requirements for opening brief of appellant. I mean, who could understand what that has to deal with? Could be about anything.
I know. Well, and here's the thing. So it's table of contents, brief explanation, no problem there, right? Assignments of error, the brief must list clearly and concisely without extraneous argument the specific errors in the rulings below. Okay. All right. No problem. You got to list it. It's right there. It's in the rule. Only assignments of error included in the brief are noticed by the court. If the brief does not contain assignments of error, this right here.
Yeah.
That is not permissive. If the brief does not contain assignments of error, the appeal will be dismissed.
Now, the counter argument here is that they have assignments of error in the original thing. So it's not like the court doesn't have the assignments of error. That's the counter argument.
Well, in this context, what it would mean is that the amici brief will be dismissed. Yeah. Because the amici brief has to comply with that. Yeah. And so the way you would read that is, okay, the amici brief is dismissed.
Just the amici, if they're brought in to challenge this, the argument they'd make is, listen, you guys already have,
Yeah.
I don't think it's going to, I think it's a weak argument, but that's the argument you make.
That's the only one you can make. Yes.
Well, no, that's not even right because an amici is in no sense expected to fight every assignment of error. Usually they're focused on one specific thing.
They're always focused on
amici
one.
Is like,
I've
okay,
never seen an amici focused on more than one issue. They're always
because they're special interest groups. Typically, they're special interest groups, and this is my area of law. This is my little pet thing, my little area of law, and I want to talk about issue number 6 for the next 30 pages because it's all I care about. And that's typically what you see. So, yeah.
Yeah, and the problem is that these aren't amici who care about the issues. They're amici who care about the verdict. And that shouldn't be the case.
Which is very much what amicis are not supposed to be, especially in an appellate court. Mm-hmm. They're all about the law.
And then here's the other thing that the amici failed to do here. The standard of review, I didn't see in the amicus briefs a single reference to the appellate standard of review for the issues that they raised.
Standard of review is just jury bad.
Jury bad.
Mm-hmm. Jury bad.
And so to the jury. Well, and so to the chat, there are standards of review, and standards of review come in various categories and various levels of hurdles you have to cover, right? So if the trial court gets something wrong, the appellate court looks at it through a certain lens. And depending on where the error was made and what type of error you're saying was made, the lens changes. So if, for example, the trial court makes a error that was a legal error in a legal interpretation of a statute, for example, whether the statement itself qualifies as being defamatory, that's a legal standard. The trial court is their decision is viewed de novo, which means the appellate court gets to look at it brand new as if the trial court had never seen it. If instead you're looking at a decision that was made by the jury, a finding of fact, if the jury says this fact thing occurred, then the standard review changes. The burden raises for the appellant. They have to prove that the trial court created clear error. And you raise the bar. And when you don't tell the appellate court what lens they're supposed to look through, what do you expect them to do? That is a massive failure. It's not insignificant.
And not only that, it's typical on any sort of appellate process.
Yes.
So like I filed appeals in the Illinois Appellate Court. I filed appeals from like a workers' compensation decision to the commission. You always give the standard of review. It's always important what the next tribunal has to look at, what standard they're dealing with in terms of your argument. It's
I
always
tell this
required.
I tell this to first-year students. I say standard of review is boring, it's uninteresting, and cases are won and lost on it. Because if you can successfully argue that it should be this lighter standard of review versus like the really strict one, that can be the difference between you winning and losing. It's huge. I saw somebody in the chat sort of raise something that I'd raised previously when I was covering the Amici briefs here, which is I actually think that their goal is not to have these heard by the appellate court at this point. I think that their goal is to have them tossed.
I
They're
disagree.
so bad.
I disagree. But did you look at the precipice? Because we'll get to that in a second. We'll get to that in a second because I disagree with you. I think this is a no shit moment. And I'll get to that in a minute because we're actually pretty close to being done with Ben Chu's argument.
Yeah, if I'm the appellate court, I'll probably just admit them and then just ignore them.
Well,
because I can't be bothered.
I think the worst case is somebody saying we admit it and then they ignore it. I think what they want to have happen is for them to reject it on the fact that it's a shitty brief.
I agree. I disagree with you, but let's reserve discussion for that till we get to the precipice. Please.
All right, fair enough.
Promise? Okay. Yes. Mike is loving this. I'm getting better. Mike, you have to admit, Mike, it's been a while. Mike, I'm getting better at managing. Right? Like
you're awesome.
Like I'm getting better at
killing it.
All right. So this is why this is important.
I'm having to restrain myself.
He is. Ian has so many thoughts. He's been talking to me about it all week long. Here's the thing. When you have an opening brief, you don't just have a page limit. You have a word limit. There's a certain number of words you can use. Well, when the court extended the page limitation for the parties, the court extended the page limit but didn't specify additional words. They said, you are now granted 55 pages. They did not say you are granted 55 pages and a limitation of blank number of words. So when they reduced the font size, they completely skirted any requirement for word limitations. Now, word limitations are exceedingly important because, as the rule expressly states, that you have to certify at the bottom of your brief the number of words that you used. Because it's not just a page limit. You have to tell the appellate court, I complied and I used this number of words. Because, and I've said this before, in these appellate briefs, words are like currency. They are so valuable. You go back through and you cut everything out of there that's not exceedingly necessary because you only have so many.
It's like giving yourself extra chess pieces.
Yes. Yes. It's giving yourself a queen, a rook, anything you need. So when the Court of Appeals...
We're playing Monopoly, but I just quietly shoveled some money into my pocket.
Yeah, kind of. Kind of like, oh, you want Broadway? Oh, no, I put that in my pocket like 2 weeks ago. It's that kind of crap. It's and this is why it's intentional. Because when they extended the page limitation, but they didn't specify how many additional words they had, they were like, oh, well, what if we modify the font size? Now we're within the page limits, but now we've added an additional some odd number of words. So the Court of Appeals is going to see straight through this crap, and they're going to be motivated to kick this thing. That's why I think that at the very least, when they see the gamesmanship here, they're going to want this thing out, and they're going to want to send a kind of a lesson. No, you don't get to play this game.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, let me know when I can go on my rant.
Okay, we'll get there in a second. I promise. We'll get there in a second. Let me pull the opposition back up. because it's important.
Yeah, and any one of these things I could buy as a mistake, but all of them, specifically not standard of review. If these are attorneys who've ever filed any sort of appellate brief before, they know that.
I actually
You
wonder
can't
what
accidentally miss that.
I wonder what these attorneys. I didn't look it up, but I wonder what they do for practice normally. Because I wonder if it's just like, because like there's a couple lawyers on Twitter who are like diehard herd stands. And like one of them does real estate, and I could see them being like, "Hey, I'll volunteer to do this." It's like, what do you do?
Right,
I do wills, and
I think they wanted to make a name for themselves. They wanted to be the law firm that was tied to the Amici.
It's hard to tell, like incompetence, malice.
But how hard is it to read the rules? It's they're public.
Well,
Yeah.
And we got to make it through it because we're going to get to the precipice because I want to get to it. Subject to the exceptions not pertinent here, the amicus brief period permitted only on motion and by consent of the court. Yada yada. The rules reflect that such briefing generally considered unnecessary. True. All the above. It is undisputed that Ms. Hurd is well represented. Yep, she's got attorneys. They have filed their oversized brief because they made 16 assignments of error and asked for additional pages. She certainly doesn't need 93 pages of additional supporting briefing from outside amici, as noted above. Keeping going.
I mean,
Moreover,
she needs all the help she can get, but maybe not like
this
somebody
guy.
who just filed a grumpy.
Oh. Goat sound, Mike. Goat sound. I need it. Yes. Yep. That was so appropriate. Moreover, Ms. Hurd's counsel appear to be acting in coordination with the counsel of the amici, which strongly indicates an attempt by appellant Hurd to circumvent the page limits imposed on both parties. For example, in the proposed amicus brief offered by the Simpson amici, which was filed and served the same day as Ms. Hurd's opening brief, Ms. Hurd's entire statement of facts is simply incorporated by reference in an open acknowledgement that the amici had previously received Ms. Hurd's brief and were acting in coordination with her counsel. Now, I didn't believe this.
Damn.
I didn't believe this.
That's a mic drop.
Until I went back and I went to go look for their summary of facts. Summary of facts, page 6. Standard review, page 6. Summary of facts. Let's go to page 6. I'm trying not to zoom to get people dizzy. I'm trying to go slowly. Slow zoom to page 6, page 1, page 2, page 3, 4, 5.
Also, I've got another one of these successfully hammered out. So,
Yep.
You can't say that on stream because the person for whom they're made is on stream.
Their statement of facts accurate and incorporated.
Hopefully, he doesn't know what
that
they
goes
are,
a long way to helping to reduce your word page count. Incidentally,
I didn't believe this. Like when I read Ben Chu's opposition, I completely missed this part where in their amicus briefs they didn't articulate a statement of facts. They just incorporated it by reference. The thing is, these were both filed at the last minute on the last day they were due, which is standard practice in appellate advocacy. You don't look, if I have a brief that I'm filing, you better believe I am reading through that thing until the very minute it's due.
well, you might want to give yourself a little.
I like to file it a few days ahead of time.
I do. But it's like I can't. Either way, these were both filed the day they were due. Yeah. And you're not.
I'm just saying, I remember one time on a Court of Appeals case where they filed late because the system was down. They filed at 12:15, and the appellate court was like, "Lol, no."
Oh, wow.
This part is crazy. This literally means that the amici had the entire brief and the statement of facts, not just like the day of they were filing. They had this days, if not weeks before.
Yeah.
Because you're not relying on a random statement of facts. You are reading that thing.
Or you're negligent. Because there is a possibility that they just said, you know what, we're just going to take Hurd's version as gospel.
It doesn't even matter what she said. We didn't even know what it said. We didn't coordinate. We just knew that whatever it was true.
Exactly. But that also indicates first bias, which you don't want if you're an amicus, because amicus are supposed to be unbiased, right? It's supposed to be, I'm a neutral.
Well, they're a friend of the Court of Appeals, which is all about the law.
Yes.
And Miss Hurd is right no matter what she says is a strange position
But the
for the
other
Court of
thing
Appeals.
is that this is a really bold thing to do if you're doing it as a, if you're doing that blind. Because let's say Ms. Heard's counsel went completely nuts. Like, let's say they had been a little too deep into the red wine, and they just filed something saying, like,
what if, Ian? What if?
The moment when Jason Momoa testified was a key moment in the appeal that was, if they put something like that in there, and then you say it's accurate, now it's not just on Heard's counsel, it's also on the amicus. So, yeah, not a fan of this. I think that the correct inference here is that they had to have had it ahead of time. And bench you with the mic drop on that one.
The only question I have so far is, does the appellate court want to bang this on their technical defects, which are plenty, or do they want to bang it on the merits? They're gonna bang it, but which
technical
one do you
defects?
choose?
And when we get to the, Rob's already said I gotta wait, but when we get to there, I'm going to explain why I think they go for the technical defects.
Ian's so saucy about having to wait. All right,
I am, because I've got attention deficit. This is the worst thing.
I will remind you when we get. Jesus. This is what you get on Friday. This is why we call it Friday Night Frenzy. This is exactly why it's here, and this is why I'm here with friends.
I'm getting complaints about my audio, which is literally just a crappy webcam mic. So I'm going to go see if I can get a better mic. I will be right back.
Okay, you do that, and then by the time you get back, we'll probably be at the part where you want to talk about. Mr. Depp, who has received leave to file a brief of only 55 pages. Now, I disagree with Ben Chu on this point. Would be unnecessarily and unfairly burdened, because here's the thing. My reading of the rules means that if a brief is filed, you get to file a responsive brief of responsive lengths. So if the amicus brief is 55 pages, you get your 30 pages to respond, or you get your 55 pages to respond to that brief. You don't have to condense argument in response to 3 separate briefs into one brief. That is not how that works. I thought that at the very least, under the rules, he can file 3 separate responsive briefs if he so chooses.
That doesn't sound right.
I don't know.
I think he does. Because the amicus, by coming in, they have made themselves a party litigant. Now they are someone who you can oppose. You can. I think he's got that.
That doesn't sound right.
That's fine. You can disagree. I think he would have had it. At the very least, he could have gotten leave by the court to do it. And I think
that you can always ask for permission.
Mr. Depp must have already responded to Ms. Heard's highly unusual 16 separate assignments of error in a single brief. That's a lot. Unusual again. That's
16 is a lot.
Who files 16 assignments of error?
This is definitely what happened. The chief judge of the circuit made 16
reversible
massive mistakes. Sure, she did. I mean, 16 is a lot of mistakes. The chief judge made 16 mistakes that require this court's intervention. Sure, that's happened. Okay.
I don't know.
Unless the trial judge was taking bribes and potentially sleeping with the parties, probably not.
That's the thing. In all of my years of practice, I don't think I've ever seen 16 assignments of error on a legitimate brief in the Court of Appeals. I don't think I've ever seen that many. I've seen 5, and even when you say 5, the Court of Appeals is like,
really?
They went and assigned 5, and we're going to have to deal with all of them, but we're going to dismiss on 1. Like, they don't get to 5.
Yeah.
3 additional assignments of error, blah, blah, blah. Burden on Depp would be substantial and unjustified. Okay. The court should deny leave because the arguments of the amici are irrelevant and inappropriate. And here we're going to have thoughts. Mr. Depp will not address the substance of the amici's arguments in detail in his opposition, other than to point out that the arguments in the briefs are for the most irrelevant, are for the most irrelevant to the, I think for the most part is supposed to be there. So that might be a typo.
Yes.
Other than to point out that the arguments in their briefs are for the most
part. It should be a part in there. Yeah.
Irrelevant to the legal issues on this appeal and consist largely of disagreements with the jury's factual findings or complaints about the impact of the jury's factual findings on society in general.
Definitely the one brief did that a lot.
This part. That was
Yep.
the entirety of the briefs.
That was
All of the
entirety of the
briefs.
one brief. That's for sure.
The amici cherry pick and misstate evidence that they maintain supports their personal factual. I like this. This is shady. This,
Mhm.
by the way, that is lawyer shade. That basically says you lost. This might be your personal bias, but it ain't what the court found. Their personal factual conclusions to argue that the jury got the factual issues wrong while ignoring the substantial evidence, including testimony of credible, disinterested witnesses that was presented to the trier of fact of Ms. Heard's abusive conduct, admissions, and conspicuous lack of credibility.
Well said.
This right there. Like
All right, let me step off for a second.
that one, the conspicuous lack of credibility. That's savage. The amici also expend many pages arguing that the jury's verdict is somehow harmful to abuse victims in general. I'm going to pull these guys down until they come back so that when they come back, I'll pull them in. The amici also expend blah, blah, blah. Such arguments are wholly inappropriate on appeal. That is 100% true.
Absolutely. We're not creating legislation for domestic abuse victims. We're deciding a case.
Well, and Mike, I don't know because you didn't look at the briefs, right?
I didn't. I believe they suck.
Let's see here. There we go. This brief cites the United Nations. Mike, what jurisdiction does the United Nations have over Virginia?
Absolutely not. Whenever you see anything cited to the United Nations, I mean, literally, unless you're in some international conflict scenario, even then it's a joke because they don't have an enforcement mechanism. But you can with a straight face cite it, I suppose.
Well, and for the record, Mike and I did not coordinate those statements. I previously said that if you cite the UN, you are guaranteed to lose. Like that, if that's your authority. Yeah. So, all right. The court should not substitute its own judgment, much less the judgment of the amici curiae for that of the jury. Absolutely correct. Likewise, the amicis focus on some perceived social harm that will result to abuse victims generally from the verdict is both factually misguided, because the jury clearly and emphatically concluded that Mr. Depp is not an abuser, and an inappropriate argument because the jury was tasked with making a factual determination with respect to only the parties to this action, not with sending a message to society at large. Thank you, Ben Chu, for all the people in the back. I hope you heard that, because the jury was tasked with making a factual determination with respect to only the parties to this action. Not
only is that not a good basis for appeal, it's a good basis for appeal if you try it. For instance, if you do that, that's an appealable issue. If you try to make that an issue in front of a jury, the other side could appeal it and say, this is not what we're doing. That would be reversible error if a judge allowed you to make this argument in front of a jury. Exactly.
And that was a big problem with me. And one of the reasons why I think it was appropriately kicked out, the UN stuff, or not the UN, the UK stuff was appropriately kept out of this trial, because that's reversible error. You cannot allow that kind of crap into a trial that is about these two and these facts.
Please tell me we get the Magna Carta before this is over.
No, but Ian has opinions on that. If you cite the Magna Carta, and I'm gonna betray my friend and do this for 2 seconds, and then I'm gonna pull him down so people can't see it. You saw his garage. You guys saw it. You saw it. I know you saw it. He's laughing.
Oh, dirty garage bust.
Oh, I did you so dirty.
You see what Rob did to you?
I did you so dirty.
In front of people on the tubes.
Is this better on the audio?
Much, actually.
Yeah, it is.
All right. I switched. I don't know if my mic is working or if it's just coming in through the laptop, but
well, can you hear this? I was just wondering.
Yes.
So they cite a 1979 Virginia Supreme Court case that says closing argument asked the jury to send a message to society in general was improper because of its tendencies to inflame a juror's prejudices and to divert a juror's attention from the evidence produced at trial and focus it on extraneous and inadmissible matters. Yes. In
Yes,
this
and this was-
context,
This was an argument in the trial as well. And Ascarati's response was basically, you are correct, but also too late.
yeah. In this context, it would be unfair to force Mr. Depp to use some of his limited pages to responding to those extraneous arguments. Moreover, a back and forth between Mr. Depp and the amici on these non-issues would be a distraction and add nothing useful to the court in assessing the actual legal issues before it on appeal. Correct. Signed, Mr. Benjamin Chu. Backed
And
by
we
Andrew
lost Kurt.
Crawford. Kurt had to step away for a minute, so I pulled him out until he comes back.
So is Attorney Chu writing this, or does he have the associate doing it? Because I'll tell you what, I wouldn't write it.
Dude, I will say that generally speaking, Mike, I would agree with you.
Mm-hmm.
There's too much sass in here.
Mm-hmm.
I've made comments like, I don't have the balls to write something like this.
Mm-hmm.
Like I can
I
write
would-
spicy. This is
Yeah.
I mean, first of all, there's two things. One, Ben Chu has, at every stage, has been willing to give credit and spotlight time to everyone else on his team.
true.
Mhm.
I think if there was an associate who was involved in this, we'd see their name on it. That's the first
Yes.
thing. The
Yep.
second thing, because he's not, I mean,
I do that.
that
When I've had appellate briefs with my associate, I make sure their name's on it
Yes.
because it's
Yep.
like a thrill for them, and you know, but they would do the first draft. I would go through it and change things, but they would do the heavy lifting.
Yeah.
even, as a junior associate on my end, my principal was like, hey, when I was articling, my principal was like, your name's got to be on this. He actually rejected a draft because he's like, you didn't put a spot for your signature, sending it back.
Mhm.
And I tried turning mine up. I don't know. Can people hear me now a little better or no? Chat, let me know. I see people in the chat saying I was too quiet, but yeah, I don't think Ben Chu would do his associates dirty like that.
Mhm.
The other thing is, quite frankly, I would, like if I had associates and I was the senior partner, I'd be like, take the day. I got this.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's
doing
what I
it.
think. That's what I think he did.
You guys can have my golf, my golf tee off time for the day. I'm gonna just enjoy this. I'm gonna pour myself a nice glass of wine, sit there with some nice maybe some nice jazz music, and just slow roll through this thing.
Well, and here's what might have happened. Here's another thing that might have happened. It might have been that one of the associates wrote the brief. Ben read it, and Ben was like, nah.
Yeah.
Ben read the thing, was like, no.
You're too
You did
gentle.
you did a wonderful, wonderful job. Please allow me to rewrite it. Thank you for all the research you did. I am the person, because look at Ben's bar number here. So bar numbers,
Isn't it like 12?
no, bar numbers are
29.
progressive. Yeah, bar numbers are progressive. For
He's
the
been
record,
around a while.
I've been practicing for 10 or 11, almost 12 years. And my bar number starts with an 80. His starts
Okay,
with
well,
a
I beat you by
29.
about 5,000 then. I think I had
Yeah.
75 somewhere.
I think you were 1 year before me, Kurt, or 1 or 2 years before me.
Ben
Yeah.
actually went to law school with me and Dumbledore.
There you go.
Oh yeah,
Dumbledore.
back in the day.
Yeah, 29. Like someone
These
like
new
Ben
kids with their
Chu,
eight series sped
I
bar
know.
numbers.
but someone
You
like
bring
Ben
up the
Chu can
chat
get away
from
with that.
Chocolate Port Lover, the super chat there.
The Amici Lawyers website, the attorneys of Wood Rogers have the knowledge, expertise, and to effectively represent and carefully guide clients through the appeals process.
They didn't screw up.
Oh shit!
They didn't screw up. It wasn't an accident that they.
Is that
they're-
really? Did they really admit that on their website?
Yeah.
So let's get to that
Hmm.
recipe, because I got
I have
comments.
questions. I have questions
And-
about that statement.
I got comments. I got a theory on this one.
Oh,
And
Do you know
I
where the
won't let me
rules are
say it until we
contained?
get there.
oh. Okay. All right. Here's the recipe. because that might change some of the.
Well, we don't think we had to do this. We submitted it now.
We're really, really good at it.
No. You haven't missed. You guys missed the point. The Amici. So the Amici, their website says Woods Rogers, the other attorneys that are representing Amber Heard, already have the expertise to do it. The Amici just admitted they're irrelevant, which means yeet the Amici.
Yeah.
Okay, so that gets.
I
filed.
yeet them. I can't mock them for several pages in my court decision for no particular reason. Just have several pages of miscellaneous remarks.
But you know the Court of Appeals of Virginia, they don't want to mess with this stuff, and I'll get to that in a second. But
I know.
So, within 24 hours of Ben Shu's response, which I thought was, and this is one of those oh shit moments, and this is why I had this opinion. Within 24 hours, the Amici filed this precipice. And now a precipice is a direction to the clerk. It literally, it's just an instruction. Please do. Amicus curiae in support of appellant Amber Heard and reversal of judgment. I think that's kind of just a principle they're articulate. That's a weird way of saying it. Hereby file the supplement to its corrected brief.
The supplement to the corrected brief. So this is a correction to the correction. We're doing great.
It's adding on to the correction. So we corrected it. Now we're adding on to the correction.
Okay.
Yeah. Although amici do not believe that, quote, assignments of error are required for an amicus brief, we literally read the rule. We literally read the rule. Amici provide information as to which of its arguments apply to specific assignments of error identified by appellant Amber Heard to assist the court in its review of the case. Exhibit A provides a revised table of contents for the argument section of the brief. Revised means bye-bye. You don't get a do-over.
We're just gonna file this and then past the deadline, we're gonna just keep amending it to add content. Because also this would push them past the page limit, adding a table of contents that goes over that.
Good point. And would you notice? So this one which one of the attorneys does this?
Did they revise their font size while they were at it?
That's what I'm looking at. This is the fetching.
And by the way, for those of you who don't realize, you think, oh, this is all too technical. Appellate courts do this all day. This is not too technical. They look at this stuff.
They revise their font size. You little freaking pricks. Are you kidding me?
I don't believe it.
Yeah, you see, but if I'm the Court of Appeals, if I don't allow there, then I don't get to mock them for many pages about how they're dumb. I want to mock them.
I think they revise their font size.
You mock the value system.
This then goes and supports my. This says
we know we screwed up.
That's what I mean.
It's a subsequent remedial measure, my friend.
That's what I was sitting here going. I think this was a gut reaction. This was an attorney who got called out.
If you really don't believe assignments of error are required, why are you filing this?
That's what I mean. If this is an attorney who got called out in a very snarky way, and they went and they were like, oh, I have to fix this. And they went and they tried to fix it. But what they didn't realize, and this is kind of a young attorney move, you don't realize that by fixing it, you're acknowledging you made a mistake.
This is why I always tell people, like, on crossing, like, you get the direct examination, the cross examination, and then the redirect. And, I tell new lawyers, I'm like, you got to be real careful about your redirect. Because if you redirect, if all you do is just go back over the bad stuff, then all you do is just admit where they stabbed you. Right? It's like Deadpool going, I wear a red suit so that the bad guys can't tell when I'm bleeding. That's how you want to be when you're, doing that. You don't want to go and like point out all the. This is them pointing out where they're bleeding, and like the Deadpool line, it should be a brown trousers moment.
This is bad, and the thing is, the reason why I had this reaction is because I've been here. Every young attorney has been here. You make a mistake.
This guy's not a young attorney.
I get it, but here's the thing: you make a mistake. And when you get called out in that mistake, you get called out on that mistake, and you have this moment of panic. And what you're supposed to do after years of experience, you're supposed to say, pivot, like Ross in the stairwell. Pivot. You're supposed to pivot. You're supposed to double down. You're supposed to sit there and say, nope, Ben Shu, you're wrong. Here's why you're wrong. And you're supposed to double down and do that, because doing this acknowledges defeat.
You're better off letting the appellate court tell you than to voluntarily come in and change it. You really are.
See you, Ian. That's the attorney.
That's the attorney. That's the picture they have on their webpage.
I wouldn't do that on my
The
webpage.
guy who looks like he just misjudged a fart.
I'm not going to throw shade at people I practice with, Ian. Like, this is my jurisdiction. You can throw shade. You can throw shade.
But I mean, that expression is
Well,
the.
If I see him in court,
He does.
But the thing is this isn't like a junior lawyer. This is a guy who's been at this for a while. And I'll just read you something off their webpage. Just read it. I'm just going to read it to you straight off their webpage.
please read it on the webpage.
Fletcher, Heald, and Hildreth, I don't know if it's Heald or Held or however I pronounce that, but PLC attorneys have extensive experience in the federal appellate system, including the United States Supreme Court and the federal courts of appeal, including not only the United States Court of Appeals for the District of Columbia Circuit, but the Federal Circuit, the Ninth Circuit, the Fourth Circuit, and other federal circuit courts of appeal as necessary. Our attorneys have also successfully prosecuted appeals through the state appellate court systems in several states. Over several decades of appellate practice, the firm's attorneys have litigated a wide range of issues touching on virtually all aspects of the Federal Communication Commission's regulatory activities. In addition to, and it continues on, these aren't like, hey, we just figured out like what an appeal is.
Ian, if I see this guy in court, I am going to step out of court. I'm going to call you. I'm going to curse your ass out until you just never, ever, 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 ever till the end of time. Because he's going to walk out to me one of these days and say, so do I look like I'm holding a fart in?
And you say, I don't know, talk to Runkle. Runkle's the judge who said it.
I'll tell him. I'll tell him he does. He does, in fact.
God, okay.
I'm going to have Becky in on this one.
I mean, the thing is that they're saying like, oops, we didn't know, we screwed up. And this is not their first rodeo. Like there's a certain time in your career where you can argue, I didn't know what I was doing. And it's long past for that guy.
Especially if you're holding yourself out that way. Because I'll tell you what.
Sorry, I thought that sentence was going to end differently when you said, especially when you're holding.
Well, there is no court that is more stringent on their rules. And Kurt, you can attest to this. The Supreme Court of the United States, if you misplace a freaking comma, you are yeeted.
Yep.
And if you are an appellate advocate and you're an appellate lawyer and you are saying, we have successfully and we argue in front of the Supreme Court of the United States, rules are your doctrine. Like they are your lifeblood.
Yep.
The real problem is not, even if it was a young attorney, it's on the partners. There are partners. There are older partners at that firm. Someone has to review that. And they have to look at that and say, son, no, we are not filing this. We are not putting our firm's name on that pile of garbage.
That's what it comes down to. Who signed it? And it's one guy who signed it. Thomas F. Urban II.
I know. I'm going to need Mike's like goat for when I see this guy in court. Like if I see this guy in court, I'm just going to hit the goat and just run. I'm going to hit the goat and run.
But Rob, he is an avid golfer, so you could go golfing with him.
Oh, we'll solve it there. And that's, he'll be hovering over a putt. And I'll be like, you holding back a fart or poop? Which one are you misjudging?
He signed it. I'm sorry.
The thing is that's also a professional headshot, so that one's really on the photography.
40 his bar number is. He's been doing this a while.
Both this brief and that headshot were chosen, actually. He reviewed that and said, yes, it's good. Let's do it.
Oh, we are so screwed. I am so screwed.
No, you're not going to see him, are you?
I don't know.
He will now.
I will now. That's the thing. Now that I've been, it's the well. Oh, so actually, I want to bring this up. So
Isn't
they
it
reference.
appellate attorney?
Well, they reference Exhibit A and Exhibit B. So this is their Exhibit A. This is basically saying this is our new table of contents, right? Or this is the table of contents that we filed, and we have corrected and cross-referenced to the different areas of the appeal where we cite the errors in the record. So this table of contents looks nice and organized, right? Like 1, 2, 3, A, B, C. This is where they went and articulated the assignments of error. Assignment of error. Like, just look at that.
Oh my god! It looks like a first edition D&D rulebook.
Yeah.
What the fuck is that? Like
before they figured out how to write.
What is that? Like, are you kidding me? Assignment 2, section D. Okay. Assignment 3, section A, 1 and A3. Like, where am I supposed to see?
Page numbers 29 to 39, 41 to 43.
Yeah.
Like, this is a hot mess.
So, Ian, you had an opinion that they wanted to yeet themselves. I would like to hear you now express that opinion.
So, here's what I think that they wanted. I think that they wanted this to get yeeted because they know it's a non-starter. I think what the goal is to have the court say, we are not the court that's going to consider these larger issues, yeet. And then they get to come back and say, see, the court is ignoring all of the domestic violence concerns and whatever else. And that's a PR thing. And now they're having the brown trousers moment, captured in that photograph, where they realize that they've actually given the Court of Appeal a much better way to yeet them, which is that the Court of Appeal can say, listen, this is incompetently drafted. It doesn't comply with the standards at all. We are yanking it for failure to comply with the standards, and not just failure to comply, but failure to comply in a way that gives them extra page numbers, extra page count. And that's why they're gone. And that really hurts the PR blitz, because then it's really hard for them to go and mine that for sound bites to say the Court of Appeal hates women. It's not the Court of Appeal hates women. It's the Court of Appeal wants a lawyer to file things.
You're incompetent.
Yeah, and that's the
you're right. It's not as good.
This is where I think that the Court of Appeal has just been handed a Christmas platter here to just punt this without actually having without giving them that PR win that they want. I think that they've accidentally blundered here, and I think that they knew that the goal of getting this to be thrown out was basically just, I think that's what they wanted. That's my take on it.
And Kurt, you know appellate advocacy probably better than anyone else that I kind of know. I know Virginia Court of Appeals, and I know that Virginia Court of Appeals, if they can kick it without having to reach the merits, they will. And if you need any verification of that opinion, go to their recent opinions. Just go to their website. You can look up all the recent decisions. And I want you to just keep a chart. How many of them get kicked on a technicality and don't ever reach the merits versus how many of them they actually address? And it's like 90% get kicked on a technicality. But Kurt,
judges have a lot to do. Courts of appeal, judges have lots to do. They're looking for easy ways out. Kicking the can down the road and finding ways to avoid the question is something that they all do for reasons of pragmatism, time, and all kinds of reasons.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, if it's water on pavement. It finds every crack and crevice. And so you want to avoid all those problems. And when you're being this sloppy, you can't be bothered.
Water on pavement. Is that an expression, water on pavement?
Yes.
That's cool. I haven't heard that.
Water on pavement finds every crack and crevice.
I think you're right. And Ian, you actually opened my eyes to this. I wasn't thinking about this, but I think that I don't think they believed this. I think they phoned in this appeal. They wanted the firm, the law firm knew this was a complete loser, wanted their name on something, didn't want to try too hard, wanted some press saying, "Oh, we did something for Amber Heard, aren't we super special?" And didn't realize that they're going to have 4 attorneys on here tooling on them. I think that's what they're dealing with.
I think that this was a PR move, not a I said it before.
Yep.
Like the Fletcher filing is a PR filing, not a legal filing.
Such
And
crap.
I said, like, I wouldn't put my name on this.
What if you're a judge in the Court of Appeals, you are so freaking happy that you see this technicality being called out, because
Yeah.
you're going,
Yeah.
I was going to have to kick this junk. Like, you read this and you're going, I have to address this crap. And now you're like, oh no, I don't. I can kick this out. I don't have to.
Yep.
I don't have to get to any of this bullshit.
Yep. And I mean, I might even just be really dismissive of it. The amicus filings are rejected based on their failure to comply with numbers
Applicable
of
rules.
statute.
Basic rules.
Yeah.
Right.
Why make it more complicated than that?
Like a one page order. See you later. Bye. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200.
Yep, one sentence. Just failure to comply with the rules. Done. Make a PR statement out of that. Right?
Oh, they'll do it. They'll do it no matter what they do. They hate women. This is why women need to be believed. It doesn't matter what the Court of Appeals does. You deal with. I can write the PR spin myself.
But I mean, this is the best way for the court to deal with it, to minimize the impact.
Well,
and to minimize the amount they
appellate
get
court was
quoted.
afraid to address the merits of our motion, so they kicked us out on a technicality. But it's all nonsense. You know,
It's the sexist court of the northern part of Virginia. What?
Yeah, it's if anyone knows Virginia, like Northern Virginia is not.
It's DC.
It's DC.
The other thing I would
This
do,
is Fairfax. It's DC. Damn it.
I mean, the other thing I would do is I would, if I was the Court of Appeal at this point, put a restriction on counsel talking to the media, and just note,
which
if we
is,
find
so.
out
Can't
that
do
you
that.
went to the media to ask them to bash the court,
Nope, can't do that.
we will have remedies.
They have the right to do
And-
that. No, they have the right to do that. In our system, they have the absolute right to bash the court. They can do whatever they want. They can say
You
what they
don't want
want.
to do that
on
though, because Court of Appeals has long memories. You really want to go out and bash the Court of Appeals, and then you're going to need a favor another day.
Yeah,
The
that's
Court
the
of
other
Appeals
thing.
have long memories, man.
Oh, the fact that these guys are appellate advocates, like they are going to be in front of this court and this panel for a long while.
Especially Virginia, because we're collegial over here. Good old Southern collegial.
Hey,
You go
I
out and
wonder
you
how-
badmouth us, and then you want something from us? Come on.
Yeah.
This might be something you put your name on before you retire, but I don't think that guy's at retirement age.
I don't want to talk about his look anymore.
Kurt, have you been to the new courthouse in Travis County yet?
No, not yet.
Yeah, okay. Just wondering. That happened to show up on my video today,
Oh.
and I thought of you.
Oh,
Wait, were
like,
they
Kurt's
bond
down
hearings
there.
or were they craziness?
You passed the bar and all that stuff.
still waiting
Did
to
you
get
get sworn
admitted.
in?
Still waiting.
You didn't get
Still
sworn
waiting.
in yet?
No,
It's
Why?
junk. They keep.
I haven't been cleared on character
What
defendants
did you
review yet.
do?
Writ of
didn't make
mandamus.
clear
on anything.
what?
Writ of mandamus. We need a writ of mandamus. We can file that, right?
I just remember
Oh,
that
that-
that meme
appropriate.
from the
Most appropriate.
guy who shut up the theater with the "Why am I here? Oh
Why-
wait, the murders." I'm picturing the Kurt.
Technically, by
Sure.
rule, they have 270 days to review. So their 270 days expires in sometime in January. So that writ of mandamus might have to wait till February, but we'll see.
Can we
The
write
character
the writ
fitness thing is going to be like, "Oh wait, the murders." I'm kidding, of
together?
course.
Oh, Jesus.
Don't tell them about the murders. I'm supposed to know about that yet.
Oh, terrible. Oh gosh. All right. Let's hit some super chats and we'll get to my favorite character of this week and last week and the past 3 weeks, Sam Bankman-Fried, who is Sam Bankman-Fraud, who's been called on fraud and has been sued for it. Courtney S. Driving through Virginia tomorrow, I-95. Got any recommendations for a good place to stop for lunch? Fredericksburg has some great barbecue.
195.
Good barbecue.
Place we went for chicken.
Bonchon.
That place was good.
Yeah, Bonchon's good. But Fredericksburg, good place. Chrissy Lee, thank you for the very generous super chat. I'm sorry I didn't see this earlier because I don't know how long I can make it tonight. Not doing so well. I hope you're doing better. I saw your message earlier. All my best wishes. But if you have a chance this weekend to check your messages, you have oh my gosh. Okay, Chrissy, you don't have to send me anything. Thank you very much. I hope you're doing well. I saw that you were doing well 2 weeks ago. So all my wishes are with you. Hopefully everything goes well. Brentwood Chic, thank you very much. Thanks to the mods for putting up with us. Mods are great. Tanya Fisher, hi from Australia, building flat pack furniture. Thank you very much. Truffle Hound, okay, cracks knuckles. Let's get to the puns over with. Oh no, that means there's more. Truffle Hound, I knew it. Rob, good to see you back. Could have sworn I saw you at the dentist last Friday. What time was your appointment? 2:30? Oh, 2:30.
Oh,
Okay.
oh.
That was bad. That was really bad. Truffle Hound and root canal. Yikes, that sucks. I just assumed since it's December, you had tonsillitis. Oh. Is it going to get worse or better?
That's pretty good.
Andy Game Maker, how's the face? Face is good. Thank you, Andy. How's yours? You dressed up like Mr. Elf. It was fantastic. Truffle Hound, did you go to Dr. Phil Oh, Jesus. Did you go to Dr. Phil McCavity? He's good. Truffle Hound, how long you been saving these up? Island Cherry Coke Zero and Spice Rum from my kitchen making cookies. Hopefully the cookies are fantastic, and the Cherry Coke Spiced Rum is fantastic too. Truffle Hound, he's an award-winning dentist. He got plaque on the walls and everything. Oh, sure. They just keep coming, don't they? There's more of them, aren't there? Angel Baby 4210, getting ready for work, drinking coffee. Hope that coffee kicked in. Truffle Hound, Tiger Woods went to Dr. McCavity the other day and was told he had a hole-in-one. Oh, you
Nice.
saved these up. Truffle Hound, Dr. McCavity did root canal on the Dalai Lama, but he refused Novocaine, choosing transcendental
meditation. That's good. That's a good one, Truffle Hound. I have to give you a point for that one. That's nice.
These are good.
Truffle Hound is on fire.
These are really good. Like Truffle Hound is like hit or miss sometimes. These are great dad jokes. Mary Davis, so glad you're back. Ian got me into your Discord. Love the community. Checking in from Kentucky, drinking water at work. Thank you, Mary, very much. Truffle Hound, my dentist is close to retirement. He's a bit long in the tooth. I've heard that one before. That one I have. Yep. Catry, glad to catch this live. Been a while. 3 a.m. club. Oh my, that's late. Yep. Lindsay, peppermint schnapps and coffee here in Seattle tonight. Hey, Lindsay, thank you very much. Just because. But how do you feel about big and just red wine and cream soda? Oh, no red wine and sodas. Ian, are you still drinking that concoction?
Yes, it's fantastic.
Blech. Blech. Kurt, how do you feel about red wine and Coke?
I think it's an affront to God.
I think that you're probably completely right. I will not go out and be blasphemous, but I will say it's got to be in the Bible somewhere. Truffle Hound, my dentist is so old, he tells stories of the Triassic era. Like, dude, we all went to school. We all know the dinosaur with the sharpest teeth was the Velociraptor. Save for that one. That was a good one.
There's no way that red wine and cola is kosher.
It is actually.
There's no way it's drinkable.
Sure it is.
Watching with your mom.
You could probably use it for communion in a pinch.
No. We're staying away from that one. Dual watching Your Mama's House live from Vegas tonight. Glad you're feeling better, Rob. Drinking some cold beers. Cold beer is always the best beer. Callista, thank you so much for having a stream tonight. I really need a bunch of laughter after this week. Hope your tooth feels better. Feels fantastic. Thank you very much. That Sarah, not the Sarah or this Sarah. How do we know Rob doesn't consume cannabis? He thinks an edible only takes 2.2 minutes to kick in. Edibles are slower than smoking booze, buddy. I'm not going to say I have experience, but I am not going to not say I don't have. I'm going to say the lawyer words. Cat Yarb.
Spoken like a stoner.
What's always funny is the people who are like, yeah, I had an edible and it didn't do much for me, so I had 2 more.
Oh God. Oh yeah. I had one and I was waiting 30 minutes. It didn't do anything, so I had 3 more.
It's like, enjoy. Saddle up. You're going to have an evening tonight.
Cat Yarb, 60 tomorrow. Happy birthday to me. Cheers to that momentous 60th birthday. Forever young, my dear.
Cheers.
Enjoy the weekend. Happy birthday. Truffle Hound. Okay, I'm out. You're free, Rob. I'm going to hike. I'm hiking and listening along. Hopefully you're enjoying the show. Chrissy Lee, it's my favorite. Oh, Lordy. It's my favorite thruple. Mike, can you please
What's
say it
for?
before I may have to leave? Now it's
Thruple?
what's the
thruple?
Yeah.
Quadruple.
What's for?
Please tell me you know, I learned about the thruple from Texas.
Thruple, Yeah, I don't
It's
know.
3.
What's 4?
It's 3.
I know, but I'm asking what's the next one in the sequence. There's 4 of us now.
Quadruple.
Quadruple? There you go. Thank you.
It's got to be quadruple.
So
Mike,
if we get
do you have,
six,
Mike, do you have a thruple? Do you have a thruple?
It goes
say the thruple?
couple, thruple, party.
Okay.
My invite was lost in the mail.
That's my official scorecard.
Oh,
Six or bust.
oh.
6 or bust.
Professor of Logic, the goat. I changed all my wife's phone settings to the screaming goat and passcode. So she couldn't change it. Oh no, to the screaming goat and passcoded it so she couldn't change it back. Did not end well for me. I need that ringtone. I need
Rob,
that ringtone, and
I
need
feel
to put it
like
on
this
someone's
is
phone.
family lawyer territory right there.
I need to put this on someone's phone. I have so many friends that leave their phones around. I need to put this on someone's phone.
I didn't know the screaming goat was a thing. A viewer just sent it to me. And then I brought it home today and I started playing with the screaming goat. But like I didn't know this was a thing that everybody knew about.
Have you seen the videos? I'll pull it up in a minute. Ryan432, I would also like a permit tag for a unicorn. Kurt, you saw that? Did you see the little girl that filed for the permit for her unicorn that she was going to obtain in LA?
Ryan.
I did not see this.
Oh my gosh, man. You want your heart filled with joy.
I do want to see this.
Okay, I'm going to pull it up again because people might have missed it. So I do.
Do we
want
have
to
Drex on afterwards to get this family funk off us?
We're not going to do that. Well, not we can't. Here's the thing.
No,
it's not
Wise.
that we can't pull up Drex when we're talking about like this. Drex is a time and a place.
All right,
it is
wait.
not
Well,
talking about a little girl applying for a unicorn certificate for her.
We'll wash
house.
it down with the thruple. Let me go get the clip here. You do this, okay?
You go get the clip. I'm gonna do this.
Oh, and we got EDB in the chat.
Hey, Emily, how's it going?
She's recommending Screaming Goats Taylor Swift. Find it.
I've seen that before.
Screaming Goat. Okay, I'll pull it up in a second. Emily, am I gonna get copyright? I've already probably gotten copyright something.
You will.
All right. So here's the thing. Los Angeles County Animal Care. This was tweeted out today. So Madeline wrote us a letter requesting permission to have a unicorn in her backyard. We issued her a pre-approved unicorn license. Also, because they are indeed very rare to find, we gave her the unicorn pictured below as she continues her search. Why, yes, we do license unicorns. This was the application that little Madeline sent in to the Los Angeles County of Animal Control. Dear LA County, I would like your approval if I can have a unicorn in my backyard. If I can find one, please send me a letter in response. Madeline, run for political office. Like you will
age 47.
Just be the best human ever. Also, you lawyer the shit out of that young lady. Like fantastic. I love it.
Madeline, age 47.
LA County did the only thing that LA County
found the heart.
They did something right. They really did.
Wow.
Government does it every once in a while by accident.
LA County issues this. The County of Los Angeles Department of Animal Care and Control. Unicorn license. Miss Madeline has been issued a pre-approved unicorn license on the 30th day of November 2022.
Signed by the director, no less. Okay.
Signed by the director, and then they actually printed a license. Like they printed the tag for her unicorn should she ever find one.
Nice.
And look, there's no expiration. It's a permanent license, the unicorn license, Los Angeles County, year 2022. Yeah. And then,
now I saw a comment in the chat that I need to steal, which is that her parents should use this and then go buy a rhinoceros and put the tag on it
and get the tax write-off.
And just be like, you gave us a permit. It's got 4 legs and 1 horn. Yeah. What do you want from us, guys?
Yeah, no good deed goes unpunished. Abuse this thing. Yeah, absolutely.
How amazing is that? Like, you want to talk about like just you have a week full of crap and you see that come out. That was awesome. Cute. Yeah. So I have the link.
How did this girl know or have the inspiration to write the letter in the first place? Is my first question.
That's what I'm saying.
She's a PR firm. Is how.
Just do the thing.
I'm cynical. I think she's a PR firm.
All right.
I'm gonna write Travis County. I want a damn unicorn
Meltdown
license.
Manager. Meltdown. If you can pull up some of these
I want
chats, I
my
need
bar
to see.
license. I
I've got a
want
couple
a bar
blue
license. I want
track here,
a
Rob.
unicorn license. And I want a bar for my unicorn.
Tamitha, since you brought it up, Calamat XO, aka Calamoco, a Spanish originated in Basque County cocktail with red wine and Coke, equal parts. I dare you, just make half of each. Don't knock it till you try it. Well, I have red wine, but it's too good to do that. I have some junk downstairs I might try.
Yeah, this is something you got to do with. It actually works better, believe it or not, with cheap red wine. Apothic is great for it because you get a bottle of this for not a whole lot of money. It's not terrible, like it doesn't taste like it's mixed with bleach or whatever, but it's also not fantastic.
God, right. I need 2 minutes. Y'all help me with super chats for a second.
This is not sponsored by Apothic, by the way, because otherwise I suspect
Stephanie
they would want me to say
they're enjoying the stream after a belated birthday dinner with your family. Well, hope, Stephanie, that you had a fantastic birthday dinner with your family. Thank you for the super chat.
Congratulations.
We got Mandalore Wise gives $10. Says ADHD question. Do you guys have techniques that will help you with choice paralysis and or severe failure anxiety? Starting the process to get diagnosed, was hoping y'all may have some tips.
Choice paralysis. Sometimes it's let's make. There's something from shooting, believe it or not, which is miss faster. And what that means is that, accuracy is good, but you also need to get good at actually, shooting at speed. Sometimes you just got to dive in. Same thing with, like leather work is get in there and start screwing some stuff up. That was kind of my philosophy starting out is let's get into the garage and ruin some leather because,
clip that.
Well, you gotta screw up a whole bunch before you actually.
No.
Who else is getting visions of the game?
Ian just did it. You just did it. Ian did it. That's Ian's fault. That's you just start.
One of the ways you avoid the ADHD is by not letting your mind go off in places that they shouldn't go.
There's no recovery. There's no recovering from that. There's I have a recovery. I'm going to try a recovery. We're getting this back on track. Emily does it. I do it. I know that other people do it. Organize. Pick a room. Go in there. Pull everything off the shelf. Literally, if you have this choice paralysis thing, pull everything off the shelves.
Oh God,
no! Do it. Start reorganizing. Before you know it, you'll be on at least one task, and you'll be doing something. And by doing something, you will transition to the next thing. The thing is to get rid of the paralysis. And this is don't do it. Guys, this is traumatic.
This is where that gets me.
You have to drop the whole screen. You can't do that.
You got to know what your sort of limits are, because if I take everything down off the shelves,
that Emily,
then I just end up with nothing on my shelves and a whole bunch of crap on my floor.
Really? You want to say nothing on your shelves, crap on your floor, and destroying leather? Is that you want all three of those together?
Let's not go to Amber Heard areas here.
I didn't say shit on the bed.
Nice.
Oh no, we're adults.
Sometimes it's just, if you've got choice paralysis, it usually means that both options are good options, because otherwise, why would you be stuck on them? So just do one.
There's no good option. We're gonna die.
Well, the reality is you'll never know. You can't know the alternative.
Yeah.
Right? You'll never know what the alternative was. You can only at best guess.
Lauren,
and so you have to make a choice, and try to
agree with Kurt.
Don't hurt other people. Make a choice. Press on. Try not to spend every waking moment of the next few years thinking about what if you made the other choice, but not that I'm speaking from personal experience.
I know I'm too far in the innuendo. Like it went down that, and I need to not be in the. So many ways of the choices, and do the choice in leather. There's nothing good that comes from this.
People. I have a small hammer. I know where at least one of you lives.
God, you don't admit to having a small hammer on a live stream.
Oh God, it's right here.
My
I don't
hammer
want to
is
see
very
your
small.
hammer. My eyes are closed. I'm not seeing
All
your
right.
hammer. Okay, Lauren, do you
In
still get
fact,
nervous before
Is your
court?
hammer a ball-peen hammer?
Oh, yes. Lauren, do you still get nervous before court? Not as nervous as I get on live stream with going, where the hell is this
Yeah.
going? But yes, if you're an attorney and you're no longer nervous before court, you're not in the right profession anymore. Every attorney is nervous before their arguments. They just have a different way of managing it. But yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
there's certain things that I've done so many times that you're just like, okay, whatever. Docket court appearances, it's just like, whatever.
Those are different. But like
a trial? Every trial I get nervous.
Every single time. I don't care who the
Trial.
attorney is.
And
Dispositive motion, that stuff.
Oh,
Yeah.
the dispositive motions.
Yeah.
Dude, you want to talk about stress, because with a trial, you can't control what a witness is saying.
Mm-hmm.
With a dispositive motion, that is 100% on you.
It's all
You make the arguments. You are 100% in control. It is a nightmare. Jaragon, can't wait to watch Ben Chu absolutely torch Amber Heard's appeal.
oh god,
Also,
yes.
panel, what is worst, Malort or Coke with red wine?
As I think the only
Malort.
person who's had both, Malort. Malort is so much worse.
I will say Malort. Like I have not had that one, and I don't want to ever do that. But
You offer me the
Malort.
two. I know which one I'm taking. I'll tell you that.
I'm
Yeah,
taking the red wine and Coke.
Let me put it this
Yeah,
way.
for
I'm
sure.
not drinking a tall glass of Malort right now.
Nope.
Nobody can get through this much Malort in a sitting.
That's
No,
what I'm
I
dealing
can't.
with right there.
All right,
Or
so
probably
I
in a
found-
lifetime, honestly.
So we found
This glass full of Malort is a lifetime supply.
this.
Yeah, every possible sense.
We found the Taylor Swift Troubled Goat remix.
Okay, let's do this.
All right, here comes the copyright strike. Let's go.
It's 24 seconds, and I feel like a goat might disrupt the copyright. Emily, this is your fault. Emily, this is your fault. I want you to take ownership. This is your fault. Can you hear it? I can't hear it. Why can't I hear shit tonight?
I could hear it.
I could hear it.
Hear it.
Oh. Why does it make me sad? I can't hear it.
Fight it.
Aw.
Hang on, let me try this. Does that work?
You know what I don't have in here?
Can you hear that?
Yes.
Shame on me now.
I can't hear it.
Places I've never been. Now I'm lying on the cold hard ground. Trouble, trouble, trouble.
Oh my god.
Trouble, trouble.
I like this. That's nice.
That's perfect.
I didn't need to hear it. Like I saw the goat.
I give it the full endorsement.
You're gonna run out the batteries on that goat.
I am.
He is.
I am.
Mike is going to be the one person to make one of those things die. Oh my god. Oh, I can't breathe. Okay.
Hear
That's
that?
good.
He's
I'm
gonna
glad,
run out
I'm
the
glad you
batteries.
drugged me into this.
Mike is
Oh,
gonna
it's
run out the
fantastic.
batteries on his artificial goat.
Yes.
Also, the thing he's playing with on the street.
Oh no.
Oh wow!
No.
Wow! Wow! That's a whole new level, Ian.
Oh, that's a whole definition.
Oh.
No, I'll give you this, Rob. You of all the people, you expect it from me, but you don't expect Ian to take your stream sideways. That is not what you like.
Sorry,
You
he
draw that
doesn't
up.
expect me to take a stream sideways.
No, I expect him to take it like in every different just.
Kurt, sure. Kurt turned my stream
Kurt
into
and you, both of
Club
you.
Bond Court when I left
Yeah.
for 2 minutes on a Saturday at about 9:20 in the morning.
Rokel of the Bailey after dark. Thanks, Emily. You're encouraging this behavior. Oh, Professor of Logic. I feel an Ian cookbook is Coke mixed with anything. I feel an Ian cookbook is
It needs more spices.
more.
Runkle likes spicy.
There's some hot sauce in there, yeah.
Cat in Virginia, Rob, buy yourself a screaming unicorn. Dude, if I go to the post office box and I open the post office box and it's like something he screams at me as a goat, I will die laughing.
Okay.
Christy
There will
Torville.
be goats in this post office box now.
I'm freaking terrified. Someone sent me a unicorn onesie the other day. Christy Torville,
Was
sacrilege.
it Ian for you? Oh yeah,
It
you
was.
were on stream, didn't you?
Yeah, it was
Oh,
awesome.
yeah, that was good. You should put it on again.
Bad Kurt. No, I don't think it is within reach.
Maybe you can go live in the kid's backyard.
It is
Chat
within reach,
demands
by the
it.
way.
The chat demands the unicorn ones.
You guys, how did these hooligans? I let these three on because you trust your friends. You trust your friends
That was a
to
mistake.
navigate.
You never trusted me, Rob. Let's start with
I gotta
that.
get you
I mean,
back to the hammer
Rob,
joke.
You didn't
It's
trust me.
on.
I always trust you. I trust all of you. Oh, Christy Tourville, sacrilegian. That's alcohol abuse, wine and coke. Yes, it is. Andy the Game Maker. Let's split a can, Rob. Nope.
That was referring to Sir Stroming, by the way.
Oh, no way. Kalamata challenge extended to all. I'm going to say no to that one. Natalie Runkle, why are you ruining your wine? I had the same
It's
questions.
apothic. You can't ruin apothic.
Actually, that's a fair statement. That is a fair statement. Like apothic by itself.
I mean, the thing is it comes in these nice bottles, but it also comes in a box. Classy does not come in a box. So
You have a go-to, Red? I kind of like Conundrum.
Oh, God help me. Oh, Conundrum's not bad. Yeah. Jenka 79, I'm going to send you some Swedish candy, Rob. You would love it. Okay. I love candy. Mary Malarkey. No.
Is it salmiak? Are they sending you salmiak?
Don't answer that question.
Just saying, the Scandinavian countries have some messed up foods.
Oh, God.
Who wants to see a throuple? Tell me in the chat.
Oh, Jesus. There's
You guys can throuple, and I'll just.
Oh, is that what I'm pulling up now?
Wanna see?
Where is it? Which one is it? Is it the? You
It's
gotta
the
tell
first
me.
one.
The
It's
first one?
a 2-second clip. The
Right,
first
see,
one.
I'm going to use Miss Fowler's words. She now is in a thruple. And not only does she choose to be in a thruple, and she's shacked up in the bed with the thruple. Now, if anybody thinks this is okay, I am in the wrong world.
That's it. Oh, Michael.
Now, who wants to smoke some glue?
Is there glue?
That you gotta go to the next clip. That's it. It's just as long. It's just a
Who
short.
wants to
short
smoke
sec.
glue?
It's good. It's good in court, brother. Let's do it, Rob.
Ma'am, you didn't say the cat
Nope.
jumped on his wiener, did you?
Oh, Jesus.
I had the wrong clip. Sorry, that was cat jumped on his wiener. Sorry,
You-
Kurt.
I totally
feel like-
pulled that up wrong. I totally
I
had
feel
that
like that's a
wrong.
better clip.
Let me see if I can.
Oh, we are adults. We are adults.
Whoa,
While you're pulling
We
that
are
up,
all lawyers. We've all been to like at least 4 years of undergrad and 3 years of
trial
law
attorney.
school.
I'm an actively practicing trial attorney. Mary Malarkey, hello from chilly Chicago. Hi, gentlemen. My 3 favorite, now 4 favorite male content creators. Glad you're feeling better, Rob. Friday Night Frenzy, Law Talk with Mike. No, Malort. I drank old
I
pile.
wish I knew whether or not Rob was feeling better or not. Unfortunately, he won't return my phone calls.
False. I'll call you back later today. Oh,
Shots fired.
Sandra Ramirez, try Coke and red wine, Rob, and I will donate again to your favorite charity. I promise you won't regret it. Oh, I might need a second to get some in a minute. Just because the charity donations, Sandra did it before. I love it. If I can, I might suffer through it. Okay. Missy, my husband is Scandinavian. He loves that fish stuff. Ugh. He's not allowed to eat unless he's out of town. The stuff repeats. Oh, yuck. Karina Edlin, catching up on the replay. I just finished doing therapy for kids and families all day. Social working is fun. Best way to wind down after a long, I imagine that says day. Indeed, indeed. Melissa, thank you so much. I'm sorry I didn't see this earlier. So glad you're back and healthy, Rob. Thank you very much. Last week was miserable. Tooth pain is the worst pain. Mike, I don't know if you were on earlier, but man, I had a cavity filling pop out. Cavity went down, killed the root, infected the nerve back here, infected the nerve all the way up here.
Dude,
It is the worst.
Fever till like Thursday, and wanted to.
If you're wondering how bad it was, Rob thought he had a migraine until it got worse.
on
Oh
Sunday.
God.
So yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you. But thank you very much for that. Courtney S, as a CPA, when you say IPV, I think independent price validation. It makes me think 30 seconds every time to remember that you're actually talking about Actually, I would rather be talking about independent price valuation or validation. Sparkling Dragon, the link for your channel for YT is not completely accurate. I should be able to copy and paste in my Safari or Chrome to link me so I can join, and it doesn't work. So they just changed to the handle thing, and I have to go back to the
broke all
about
the
page.
links.
It destroyed all links. So I thank you for letting me know about that, Sparkling
Good
Dragon. 'Cause
Lord.
it's a reminder. Yeah, Mike, you got to go and double check yours too. Kat in Virginia, Rob, Ian, and Mike
I'll get
and
right on
Kurt
that.
are the magic people. Oh Jesus, I'm not reading that.
Tia would like to know if Goat Daddy Stack can ram her.
We're back to dramatic reading. It's a short dramatic reading by Kurt. here.
That's
I
the
like
one
that.
I was saying needed to be brought up earlier. Thank you to your very competent backstage manager for grabbing
Okay,
that one.
they're asking for it now, Rob. We got the smoke glue clip. It's on there. It's the third one.
Where is it? Third one.
They're all short.
There are 3 clips on my stream. Here we go.
I feel bad now.
Without getting into further detail, there were drugs involved that people were giving to me that ended up being glue. Like I smoked some glue and stuff. I thought I was smoking crack, and
What's worse? He says, I thought I was smoking crack.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, well,
He was giving it a
If
factual
it's
basis.
that
for, like,
hobby
jaywalking
glue,
or
that
something.
model glue, I hear that's pretty good shit though.
Yeah, the CA
Yeah,
glue.
there's-
CA glue. Don't do that. That will kill brain
Or,
cells.
This is like
serious
Elmer's or
brain cells.
paste. He
glue
goes
is
on to
still
say he
better.
was stuck.
Glue is still better than gasoline
Yeah.
because there's people who huff that, and I will tell you, if you've ever seen the scars from when gasoline huffing goes bad, that's like movie horror,
Guys,
like horror movie stuff.
Ugh.
Don't do that. I'm going to say no to this one because it would be every 2 seconds. Mike, every time Amber Heard's name is mentioned, the goat should scream. No, it should not. That would be it would be every 2 seconds. We can't do that. Melissa Samok, as a resident of LA County, I'm thrilled to know our unicorn friends are now free to be part of our community. Indeed. Kurt, best law tuber, so much knowledge. I tend to agree. I love his analysis on so very much. A Moon, completely understand the technical point, but with the hypothesis that these amicus as a PR move, if they get thrown out in technicality, it might add more fuel to the PR fire. That was the point Ian was making earlier. And I think that there's validation to that point.
I think
Sparkling
it'll add
Dragon,
less than if they toss it on the merits.
I think that one of those briefs might have been aimed that way, but the one where the dude followed the precipice in response, that was not intended to get kicked. That was a panic move. Like, I'm going to get kicked if I don't do something to fix this.
I think it's that he doesn't want to get kicked on the wrong reasons. He doesn't want to get kicked for we screwed up and didn't file it right. He wants to get kicked for there is no merit to this, and then they can make the PR statement.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, I can get that. Sparkling Dragon, shout out to Island for the memberships. I couldn't get it to work, but Island saved me. I mean, it's just been an exhausting day. It has been an exhausting week. Viking Wolf by Blood, thank you very much for that very generous super chat. Glad you're back. I hope you're doing well. Thank you for being here and for that. Matthew Lemoyne, the font size rule is 14 minimum, not strict IIRC. What is IIRC?
If I recall correctly.
If I recall correctly. It's a minimum, but that's the point. If you go lower than that, you can fit more words on a page. And that's the point they were trying to.
You can play with the margins. You can do all that stuff. But like literally, that's all they do all day.
And the thing is, with the margins, you are restricted to margins. This is actually why we hire companies like the Lex Group, who did the briefing or who does the formatting for briefs, because they are that strict. And the last appeal I handled, it was a 2-day trial, and the briefing formatting, I think, was $11,000 total for the printing of all the appendix and the formatting and all the above. So it's not cheap.
And the binding, because you want to put it in this binder thing. Like, you don't have this stuff sitting around your office.
Ian, what do you have? That's tack glue.
He's ready to smoke some
Why
glue.
is he smoking glue?
I got glue.
He thought he was smoking
Why are you
crack.
doing this? No, you're not doing this. No.
Do
Bad,
it.
bad,
Do
Ian.
it.
Bad,
Do
Bad
it.
God,
Do
no.
it. Do it.
For the kids. So if they don't read the amici briefs, then do they read Ben's reply? This is the funny thing. Ben didn't file a responsive brief. Ben filed a motion or an opposition to the motion to allow the brief. So they must read that. They don't have to get to the briefs to read that. They get to read that right away. Wendy's Cafe. Thank you for the super chat. Hi, Rob and guys. Rob, did you get the message I sent you about the Virginia judge abusing her powers and going to the man's house so his ex-wife could take things? I saw that. I'm looking into that. Yeah. That was kind of wild. I have to look into that a little bit more and find out if there's anything coming from there. But
I've seen the video, and I think she's gotten into a bunch of trouble.
I think so. Based on first glance, I don't want to opine on a sitting Virginia judge for obvious reasons.
Yeah,
but
I do, but I won't because Rob.
Yeah,
I'll be merciful on this one.
Thank you for that one. Ryan 432. Ian is manageable in the same way truckers are governable. There. Praise goalie mama. Y'all are so spicy tonight. Full moon, Friday frenzy. I love it. That might be it. It's a full moon. Jessica, thank you for the super chat. Can an amicus brief focus on facts that were not the basis for the trial? I understand that abuse was part of the facts in the case, but the focus of the case was defamation. The facts didn't seem to prove the claimed abuse. This was the point that that almost all of us were making, was the amicus briefs were focused on stuff that did not happen at trial and were not the point of the trial. And that's why we thought they were garbage. Because the amicus are supposed to advocate for a specific position in this proceeding.
There is no circumstance I can imagine where an amicus would be able to tender new facts on appeal.
Absolutely not.
No.
Like, sometimes on appeal, the parties can tender new facts, like, hey, we're appealing this because it turned out the prosecution hid this evidence of innocence.
Very rarely. And even that, you have to file the motion at the trial court level. You have to give the trial court the chance to correct the issue.
But never never an amicus doing it.
Yeah. Jolly Roger's mom, thanks for the gifted membership. Tish in Tennessee. Love Friday Night Frenzy. Great way to decompress after a long week. More wine. I'm doing just that. Thank you very much. And I saw another chat in there that said Friday Night Frenzy, which I like very much as well. Actually, I think that's kind of an unintentional but awesome side benefit to that. Erica Enander, this by far is the most entertaining thing on YouTube tonight, and I'm including the Meanwhile in Finland channel. There's a Meanwhile in Finland channel?
I don't know. That's pretty entertaining.
Mike just coming in with I can always count on Mike. Like, just there's silence and Mike's gonna fill it and laugh, and I love it. Mandalore wise, he's still dying. Look at him. Yeah, his coffee cup. I just caught the coffee cup. Oh, sweet Jesus. Hold it up again, because I think Ian thought I was actually saying that. Coffee cup.
Nice.
Yeah. Mandalore Wise, with the Ben Chu emails in the unsealed documents, sounds to me like he's plenty willing to be spicy, and I fully appreciate it. He very much is, and I'm all for it. Robin Silver, thank you for that super chat. Kaylee, motion to reduce goat horn to 1 and induct into unicorn family. Seconded. Is the motion carried? Chat, put 1 in the chat if the motion is carried. Do we need a screaming goat in the unicorn family? Tourette's Majestic, what's the difference between this and the Onions amicus brief? I don't recall Onions assignments of error. Are they different?
Different courts, different rules.
Different courts, different rules. And I believe the Onions there was 1 issue on appeal in that, right?
Yeah.
So you didn't really need to assign because there was 1 issue.
Also, the Onions is well written. And the Onions is funny on purpose, whereas this one's funny by accident.
Yeah.
That's just so much shade. Like, just I love my guess.
Babylon B should have filed the other brief, though. Their other one where they were in support of the government was much funnier.
Oh, I didn't read that one.
Their fake brief, because they wrote 2 briefs. They wrote a fake one and a real one. They should have flipped. They should have flipped which one they really filed. Yeah. It was funnier the other way.
Yeah.
Honestly, what would have been hilarious is Babylon B filing an amicus in Depp v. Heard. just to say, like, as writers of satirical material,
Oh
it's
no!
very important
Oh
that you grant this
no!
appeal
No!
because it will be hilarious as we parody the courts.
Please don't do that. Oh Jesus! You guys wanted Spicy Runkle tonight, and he came in firing. Tourette's
I've been annoyed at a bunch of stuff this week.
I think the Onion should just fire us full-time brief writers. We could just mock the courts and just file amicus everywhere. That'd be great.
I still practice in front of these courts. No, I'm not gonna.
That's practicing, technically.
Can I file a brief under a nom de guerre?
The thing is, I could get Kurt to help tutor me through getting, passing the bar in some U.S. state. And then I could just do this, and it's like, oh, well, if I get disbarred in the U.S., then I'm still a Canadian lawyer.
I threatened to file a brief and put your bar number on it, Rob. That'd be good.
No, don't you dare. There's the laugh. That's the Kurt laugh that he can't help but hide it. When he laughs so uncontrollably. Tourette's magic. What's the difference between this and the Onion's amicus? Oh, I already tried that one. Dealy Moo. Rob, I am 3 beers in. This is the best Friday Night Frenzy ever. I've learned so much that I will forget as soon as I wake up in the morning. Thank you for all you do. Thank you very much, Dealy Moo. Truffle Hound misjudged a fart. Dang it, Ian. I almost fell into a ravine. Oh, pants. Off topic, but I was wondering why judges are allowed to receive fan mail. Does it create any sort of conflict? They can receive
Not really. They hold it all.
I can guarantee that the judges probably don't read much of it.
No,
most of their mail is opened by like their clerks.
No, sheriffs.
Sheriffs first, then clerks, and only the stuff that the judge actually needs to respond to gets to the judge. So I'm guessing the fan mail probably never actually reaches the judge.
Yep.
And that way, even if a party sent if Rob sent Judge Ascarati a fan letter, which would be inappropriate,
I wouldn't.
The clerk could probably throw it out, and she could properly say, "I've never seen it."
I would get in more trouble sending that than anything else. Alex Wilson, Rob's coming in next week with an avatar. No, I'm fine. I can stand up to these guys. Patty Jock, thank you very much.
Rob turns himself into a VTuber. That'd be good.
Cat in Virginia, imagine what the rejected headshots look like. Oh, the headshots. That's where we are. It was terrible. Necrotic. It's obvious they got paid to create some BS that AH team wrote up. Probably not getting paid enough to worth properly check it. Minimal effort. Fair. Samantha Steinis. Why does Runkle look like he's in a ransom video?
Guys, I'm in my garage literally doing leather work. Leatherwork hammer.
Let's take it back there.
Good Lord. You have to love the creativity of the super chat. Like the whole, it looks like you're in a ransom video, and I didn't realize that that's what it looked like until that chat came through. Ian, do you have a newspaper that shows today's date on it so we can make sure that?
All right. I'm out. I got to run.
Yep. See you, Mike.
All right, see you,
good.
Nice seeing y'all. Peace out.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
At this point, I feel like if you go and buy a paper copy of a newspaper, that's suspicious enough that somebody might call the cops.
It might be. All right. I know I have a lot more super chats, but let's get to the other story because we have to talk about FTX.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we have to. So I don't know if you guys have seen my little baby meltdowns on Twitter because they're kind of funny.
I tried following the FTX stuff, and the criminal defense lawyer in me just can't handle it.
You have to say no. It is too much. I don't understand so very much of this. So,
if the guy was my lawyer, he'd just at some point be there, and I'd be at home or be in his house in his closet with this thing.
I know.
It's just oh.
Oh, he deleted one from earlier today.
Maybe this one.
You little shithead! He deleted more of them. Don't.
Of course he did.
What's with the knife, Ian?
Dickhead.
Are you going to fillet my skin off or something? What's going on now?
If I was Bankman-Fried's lawyer, I'd be just hunting him down.
What an asshole. He actually deleted another tweet. Okay. All right.
Of
all right,
course
all
he
right,
did. You didn't screenshot them?
I've been screenshotting every single one of them since he ever appeared on anything because he's just
Good, because he deletes lots of his tweets.
tons of tweets. All right. So one of the funniest things about this week and my week was Maxine Waters. Oh no, it wasn't this one. I needed what was the other one? I needed this tweet. Control C.
Once I finished learning about what happened, I'll be happy to appear before Congress and provide
Oh no,
testimony
this is
under
better.
oath.
Here you go. Maxine Waters. I'll do Maxine Waters. Sam Bankman-Fried, we appreciate that you've been candid in your discussions about what happened at FTX. Bullshit. Your willingness to talk to the public
She
will help
appreciates it, but not in a good way.
She does. It's like this is the creepiest tweet that I think could have been written. I don't understand why the creepy tone. This is like what was the
like this?
Well, no, I read it like when the wolf dressed up like grandma for Hansel and Gretel.
Yep.
It's like, don't worry, just step in the oven, no problem, it's safe. FTX. Sam, we appreciate you've been candid in your discussions about what happened at FTX. Your willingness to talk to the public will help the company's customers, investors, and others. To that end, we would welcome your participation in our hearing on the 13th.
Specifically, it'll help law enforcement a lot.
Yeah, and it will help her because this is a fucking politician that we're talking about. We're 2 hours in. I can say fucking. Okay, good. This is a fucking politician we're talking about. She doesn't give a crap about any of the people that she's talking about. She's talking about getting sound bites. She is 3 weeks late to the party. No, she's 3 weeks late to the party. She hasn't gotten any of the information she needs. People are on Twitter and he's out talking. And she's like, I don't have a single soundbite for myself. I need more sound bites. So here, Mr. Bankman-Fried, here is an oven that I am holding open, dressed as grandma, but being a wolf in sheep's clothing. Please step in. Was that accurate? Kurt, did you like that? I thought you would like that.
I did. That was nice. I did like that.
Okay. So we're going to go to his response, and then I'll go to the response after that. So
his response is dumb as
it's pretty bad. Representative Waters in the House Committee on Financial Services. I love that he addressed it so formally. Once I have finished learning and reviewing what happened, I would feel like it was my duty to appear before the committee and explain. I'm not sure that will happen by the 13th, but when it does, I will testify.
Yeah, in lots of different places.
Yeah, like, hi, this is my seeing that you're playing wolf in sheep's clothing. I'm gonna say I would respectfully. What was it?
He has to know this is a bad idea, right?
Oh, he does. I think he does.
Oh, I mean, he's got very little conception of what is and isn't a bad idea, or else he would have shut the F up a long time ago.
We get to that point in 2 seconds. This is basically the Captain Jack Sparrow saying, or no, Barbosa, I'm disinclined to acquiesce to your request. That's what that was. And then Maxine Waters says back. So this was funny because he basically says no. And she says, damn it, he's not going to listen to me. I don't want to have to subpoena him. How do I get him to agree? Maxine Waters, based on your role as CEO and your media interviews over the past weeks, it's clear to us that the information you have thus far is sufficient for testimony. Please come. As you know, the collapse of FTX has harmed over 1 million people, for which you're responsible. Your testimony would not only be meaningful to members of Congress, but it is also critical to the American people. When a representative of Congress, whether it be from the House of Representatives or the Senate, says for the American people, you can pretty much read straight through the bullshit. They're not.
No.
Yeah, I mean, aren't cases in the U.S. styled as the people versus guy we want to go to jail?
Pretty much.
Kind of. Yep.
So, yeah. You don't want to be on the other side of the people.
Well, so this part's funny. It is imperative that you attend our hearing on the 13th, and we are willing to schedule continued hearings if there is more information to be shared later. Now, Unusual Whales is a news account that focuses a lot on crypto, and they're really quick on info, and I like them a lot. And they dropped this comment like directly below Maxine Waters' last one. Like she forgot to turn off comments, and like it was this one. Like, oh, you're gonna yeah, and there was another one of her like blowing kisses at him. So
wait, blowing kisses at him is effed up.
Yeah, when he testified last time. So Mr. Bankman-Fried hired an attorney this week. And what's interesting about the attorney he hired is, in case you have not been following the story, he's under some hot water.
A little bit.
And he does not shut the fuck up.
No.
Does not understand the meaning of shut the fuck up Friday. Like doesn't.
Oh, he says he's willing to testify on the 13th. Oh, good for him.
Mm-hmm.
Great. That's definitely the right answer.
Totally. Like 100% not a bad call at all. And I tweeted out earlier today, oh, this one, great. I need this right now.
Criminal defense lawyer. This guy is the reason I drink.
Wait, Ian, I need
this
to
guy
clear
and people like him.
I need to clear the line for this one because I need Blackleaf to invite SBF to testify before Congress. Kurt,
what am I reading? Maxine Waters or just making it up?
You're just making it up. I need you to make it up.
Golly gee, SBF, it sounds to me like you've been committing a massive financial fraud. How would you like to appear before the House Oversight Committee where we can ask you all kinds of special questions about your $1 billion of fraudulent crypto exchanges? Well, golly geez, that sounds like a fantastic idea.
Oh, God, I needed that so badly. I didn't know why. So this asshole doesn't know when to stop. Because he just keeps talking. He's been going on Twitter Spaces and speaking. And Coffeezilla has a YouTube channel, and I might link his video again.
Coffeezilla was in the chat, by the way.
What?
Did you say Coffeezilla was in the chat?
No, he's not in the chat.
Oh,
he's way too.
He's
way too big.
If you're in the chat, by the way, I saw your recent interview with Lex. It was good.
Yeah. No, Coffeezilla's
I've been watching a lot of his stuff.
He's way too big to be following any of my commentary on it. But
he loves me.
I did give him a shout out. And actually, I think I might pull that up. Give me 1 second, because I might pull that up because I think it was a really good interpretation of his latest takedown. Oh, we're just gonna, because I think this is kind of funny. For those of you who don't know that I go kind of nuts on the Sam Bankman-Fried stuff on Twitter, this guy rubs me the wrong way. Like happy, good stuff. Sam Bankman-Fried. I had thought of myself as a model CEO who wouldn't become lazy and disconnected. And for those of you who get the joke, you get the joke. Kevin O'Leary received $15 million to promote FTX.
Yep.
Yeah, Kevin O'Leary is his own interesting figure, especially because he thought he'd get into Canadian politics and oh God.
This was Sam Bankman-Fried's earlier comment today. I will try to be helpful during the hearing and to shed what light I can on. And I love that he literally previews his testimony. How fucking dumb do you have to be to say, these are the topics that I will be talking about to Congress? 1, FTX, US's solvency and American consumers. You notice we left out there, which is kind of, he's not willing to talk about the insolvency of the other entities. 2, pathways that could return value to users internationally. Please let me scam
biggest
you some
bailout
more.
Ever.
Please let me scam you some more. Yep. 3, what I think led to the crash. You mean not you? Sure.
Fraud led to the crash.
You see, the thing is, when you run a Ponzi scheme, you keep having to bring new people in to pay off the old people, but eventually you run out of new people, and the whole thing falls like a house of cards.
This is like
the John
some
Madden
guy
thing
going
needs to be a stick on your channel regularly. I don't know why you haven't done it before. I need that.
I'm going to explain where all the money went from this bank. It's like, says guy who happens to be holding
the money,
freaking jackhammer.
The money.
You know,
yeah,
and wearing a ski mask, like.
And part 4 My own failings. And I was like, oh, dude, no. 1, 2, and 3, I can see you like weaseling, but 4, ooh. And I was like, you see my own failings part. That's the deceptive thing. He thinks he's the smartest person in the room. He always has. And he did it with Coffeezilla too. And he did it in all these Twitter spaces. And this is where I was very, very, very pumped with how Coffeezilla handled this.
Okay. That was
one of
excellent.
the most beautiful tactics I've ever seen. And if anyone hasn't seen this video, it's on my Twitter. Go look at the video. It's fantastic. Do it after this live stream because it really is great. And what it is it's an analysis, and it looks at quite literally how cross-examination is formulated from start to finish. The video begins with the acknowledgement that he's had the opportunity in these Twitter spaces to ask Sam Bankman-Fried questions. And Bankman-Fried is very, very, very smart. He plays word games. He dodges questions. He says, well, or but, or gee, and reframes the question as you're asking it.
He's not that smart. He's just a practiced liar. There's a difference.
There is an IQ thing that allows for him to process that information. And he is very, very smart because he changes the words in a way. That takes it from fraud to not fraud. Like he reframes the question in a way where the question he's answering is no longer fraudulent. Well, Coffeezilla is asking these questions and realizes what he's doing. So he says, I'm going to narrow it down to one issue. And I'm going to ask him and I'm going to box him in on that one issue. And I was like, perfect. That is trial strategy 101. Go for the one knockout punch. You can't get them on every issue. The worst cross-examinations in the world are the ones where they try to hit every single issue. You're not going to get all the lies. You're never going to have that cross-examination where it's like lie, 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 lie. You find the ones that matter and you go after that one.
I mean, sometimes you can, but you have to have somebody like Amber Heard.
Yes. Actually, yeah, kind of. You do. Yes. Who will step in it every single chance they get.
With someone like that, you can shop through your lies. You know, like it's an all-you-can-eat buffet.
Camille Vasquez.
Yeah.
Cross-examination, Camille Vasquez, cross, watch it. Fantastic.
Yeah.
So Coffeezilla does this, walks him through, gets him essentially, after several interviews, boxes him in on one question. And the question was, if it was basically the one-to-one match, it was you told certain investors in FTX, because he's always discounted Alameda. He says, I don't own or control Alameda. And he said in FTX, someone would invest in a one-for-one transaction. Say they bought one coin. They did not buy it and say you could margin it. They did not buy it in any fashion that said you could invest it or leverage it. They bought that coin one-to-one. But when people were withdrawing, you were processing withdrawals for everybody, which means you allowed for people that had basically bought on margin to withdraw without people who, before you let other people buy and withdraw right there. And it admitted commingling the funds. And it was a beautifully done video. It was a beautifully done interrogation. It was great all around.
Even better part is SBF when he realizes it.
Oh, when he went and gaslit him, he was like, he basically says, you're grandstanding here. This is SBF who was on.
You're taking up too much time. You need to let other people talk. It's like, yeah.
And that's why I said this in the last tweet, in no more than 10 minutes of total questioning across multiple interviews, because this was spread across different Twitter spaces. Because every time that Coffeezilla would show up in a Twitter space, SBF had a conflict. He did not want to answer these freaking questions because it was finally people who knew what they were talking about. And that drove him insane because they weren't letting him get away with his redefining the question, which if you watch the Good Morning America interview or the New York Times, the hosted speaking engagement he was in, it's bullshit. He reframes every question. He doesn't answer a single one. He dodges everything. And those are like 30 minutes of talking.
He's used to being a good liar and able to talk his way out of shit.
Correct. So in all of that, he literally has just dodged left, right, and center. And turns out he hired Mark Cohen, former attorney for Ghislaine Maxwell, which, where the fuck's the money coming from? That's my question. Where's the money coming from?
Oh, he's
'Cause
got
he
money
said-
hidden somewhere because
But here's the
nobody's
thing.
nobody's taking his case right now without having money in their account.
Tons of money in their account. And that's the
Yeah.
other thing. Mark Cohen is not cheap. Mark Cohen represents Ghislaine Maxwell. He is not a you can just pay me later kind of attorney. He is like, I want to see 250K in my account tomorrow.
And
I'll
at
work
this
off of
point,
that.
he's not a guy who's I need this file for exposure and to get my name out there. He's Mark fucking Cohen.
Yeah.
So it's not like I need to get my name out there. It's I am the guy who everybody thinks of when they think, if I was super, how would I get out of this?
Well, and and I want to preview this because House Hippo, this is where I'm going to next, because a lawsuit was filed this week that does a great job of breaking down from start to finish the dealings. And I'm going to walk through that in about 2 minutes. So give me 2 minutes, so I'll get there. Okay. Thank you for the super chat, though. Yeah, Mark Cohen is hired, and SBF just keeps on talking, which is the stupidest thing in the whole wide world. It's like, you hired this reputable defense attorney. And the thing is, in that New York Times summit where he was talking, they asked him directly, how much money does he have? And he says he thinks he has $100,000 in his bank account. Let me tell you right now, $100,000 isn't coming close to Mark Cohen's retainer.
No, if you had money, like if you could show that you still had money, that might get him started on your file.
No way.
People are saying, did I lose something? Yeah.
Oh, God.
My glass broke.
Throw it away. Okay, throw it away, because don't drink from it.
I'm still drinking from it.
Mark Cohen with $100,000 in your bank account is not taking your case. Like, it's just not happening.
No. He's doing that if you got millions in your bank account and he's willing to then he's willing to get started for that.
Or hypothetically, others have millions on the line. Or hypothetically, others to whom he and his enterprises have donated money. And I'm not talking about one political side or the other, because like I said before, and people ran with this story before, they said he gave to the left, he gave to the right, he gave to both effing sides. He just did. He just did
to everybody.
He gave to everybody. He gave to everybody. That
basically, if he sent serious money to anybody with power, or anybody who had a cause, just so that he could then come back and call in favors.
Well, and you know what's funny? Because this is a great segue. What's funny about this is someone tweeted out, does this guy, because what was it? The Block, crypto reporting agency, or crypto reporting newspaper, the CEO just resigned because they have been receiving money as donations from him. And someone tweeted out and says, does he just give money to everybody? Coffeezilla did. Yes. And I said, well, that sounds kind of funny, because you know who that reminds me of? Tom Girardi, who gave favors and it gained remarkable influence and power via threats, to the point where he had 150 bar complaints before anyone opened a fucking investigation on this guy. You want to talk about power? That's power. Being able to avoid investigation. Go ahead, Ian.
I just want to mention that this is from my Scotch Advent calendar, and what came up is Aaron 10-year, which happens to be my favorite Scotch.
Fantastic. So,
Scott, yes, I am in a spaceship.
Yes, he is. What was interesting was Tom Girardi made me think of Tom Girardi. Like, it was the perfect comparison. The person who spent money like crazy for the purpose of gaining insulation or gaining protection. It's like mob money. It really is kind of scary. He spent so much money gaining protection from everybody, whether it was superstars. Reportedly this week, he offered Tay-Tay $100 million to advertise for his company. She turned that down because...
Sorry, that was reported this week, but it was from before stuff went bad, right?
Yeah, it was
Yeah.
before stuff went bad. Yeah, it was from last year. And he was like, give Tay $100 million to go out and report. So sure. Yeah.
I'll take
So it
100
sounded like
million
Tom
bucks.
Girardi. And what was funny about that, and this is the great segue, because a lawsuit was filed this week on Monday by one of the same people that's involved in calling Tom Girardi on his bullshit. And that would be Jay Edelson. And people were asking me when I said this on Twitter earlier, you mean the same Jay Edelson from the Girardi stuff? The very same. Jay Edelson filed a class action this week on Monday against Sam Bankman-Fried personally, because FTX is in bankruptcy. You can't sue an entity while they're in bankruptcy. He filed this lawsuit on behalf of Michael Elliott Jessup, individually on behalf of others similarly situated. So it's a class action. So he's not yet at certification of the class.
Mm-hmm.
And he filed the lawsuit against Sam Bankman-Fried,
Whoa,
Caroline Ellison.
You just got really robotic. I don't know if it's me.
I don't know.
I didn't hear anything.
Okay, it's on my end then.
Domo arigato, Mr. Roboto.
Yeah, it's real bad. I don't know what's going on.
It sounds fine to me.
Potter probably bit the Ethernet cable.
God, don't. I hope not.
Okay.
Don't even joke.
Lawsuit was filed against Sam Bankman-Fried, Caroline Ellison, Nishad Singh, Gary Wang, and Sam Trabucco. Now, for those of you who have not been following this, these are the core five. These are the individuals that he viewed as being his trusted advisors.
Is Carolyn his ex-girlfriend or whatever it was?
That's the ex-girlfriend who was the CEO of Alameda Research.
Yeah.
Okay. And Ian, we have you back. Can you hear us?
Sadly, I'm still getting robot noises. I was hoping I could drop out and come back, but
it'll correct itself. Just allow it to happen. We can hear you just fine. You're not breaking up at all. So read along and enjoy the show. Plaintiff Michael Elliott Jessup, individually and on behalf of a proposed class, brings his class action complaint against defendants Sam Bankman-Fried, Caroline Ellison, Nishad Singh, Gary Wang, and Sam Trabucco. Plaintiff alleges as follows: upon personal knowledge as to himself and his own acts and experiences, and to all other matters upon information and belief. And here's why I kind of like this, because this gives a good synopsis. So we're going to walk through this for anyone who doesn't know what the FTX stuff is about. This is great because this is a factual depiction in terms of a lawsuit, which is teaching a judge from no knowledge to you need to understand this. Nature of the action. In just over a decade, the crypto market has become a $1 trillion industry. These new forms of digital assets and currencies are unlike any form of traditional financial instruments. They are not issued by any governments, not regulated by any central authorities, and essentially any person with specialized hardware and computer software could create them. Young people throughout the world raced to buy crypto in hopes that this new form of internet money could make them rich, and for many, it did. But crypto remained a mystery for most, especially bigger financial institutions and governments. Crypto needed a proper spokesperson who could convince society that cryptocurrencies were smart, stable, and safe investments. That's where defendant Sam Bankman-Fried, SBF, came in, a then 20-something-year-old self-promoted eccentric genius. In 2019, defendant SBF launched a cryptocurrency exchange called FTX, where users could buy and sell crypto and exchange them for traditional currencies like United States dollars. SBF successfully convinced millions of users, hedge funds, regulators, and other major institutions that he was the new era of crypto and that they should believe in him and invest in his platform. And it worked. At its peak, FTX became one of the largest crypto exchanges in the world, valued at over $32 billion with a B, with its logo adorning everything from Formula One race cars to a Miami basketball arena. You guys heard me talk about that 2 weeks ago. Not even 30 years old at this point, SBF has become the leader of one of the biggest crypto markets in the world, a celebrated philanthropist worth an estimated $26 billion, now reduced, and a major political donor who quickly became a power player in Washington. But all of this was a mirage that came crashing down on November 11th of 2022 when FTX abruptly filed for bankruptcy. Overnight, Billions of dollars belonging to the plaintiff and to the class evaporated. Users could no longer withdraw the crypto or money. While SBF had been publicly trying to convince users everything was fine, in reality, it was not. The days following FTX's collapse revealed that it was not the traditional crypto market volatility or instability that tanked FTX, but rather one of the most spectacular financial frauds since Bernie Madoff, deliberately carried out by SBF and his inner circle at FTX and Alameda Research. Defendants Caroline Ellison, Nishad Singh, Gary Wang, and Sam Trabucco. Together, the inner circle. As explained in more detail below, SBF tricked people into thinking FTX was worth far more than it was and essentially used FTX and his customers' deposits in particular as his personal slush fund. First, SBF effectively paid investors, employers, and vendors share of the company in his own cryptocurrency, FTT, which he controlled and inflated the value of, and loaned out FTX customer deposits to his parenthetical, supposedly separate crypto hedge fund, Alameda Research. SBF had even written a secret backdoor into FTX's code that allowed him to siphon off customer deposits and move them to Alameda, where he could cover Alameda's major trading losses. He also regularly used FTX's assets to fund his own personal investments, like his $500 million investment into Robinhood, purchase of $300 million worth of real estate, and become the second most prolific finder of political candidates after George Soros, funder of political candidates after George Soros. In the end, SBF was not the altruistic savior to the crypto industry that he held himself out to be. He instead chose to capitalize on the lack of effective regulatory oversight of the crypto market and defraud his customers out of billions of dollars. Plaintiff Jessup is just one customer who had crypto invested in FTX and who has lost money as a result of defendant's conduct. Accordingly, Jessup brings this suit on behalf of himself and all others similarly situated to seek both monetary and equitable relief for defendants' deceptive and unlawful conduct. Okay, good pausing point. Did you all follow where that went?
Yeah. It's basically the basic facts of the case as we understand it. That's roughly correct.
Money
I'm
went
gonna
in.
be right back. The roboting is getting real bad, so I'll be
That's
right
fine.
back.
Okay. Money went in. Money went in. You didn't see it after it went in. Rather, you saw it on the front end, but you didn't see what was happening behind the scenes.
Mm-hmm.
FTT was something that was just created by him, and he controlled the value of that and what it was worth. Traded off of it, and your dollar, which was a dollar when it started there, you still saw it as a dollar, but it lost substantial value in the process. And what you didn't really see in here, which is something I kind of wanted to bring attention to, this whole $300 million worth of real estate. Now, Kurt, I don't know if you knew this. Did you know that Sam Bankman-Fried's parents are professors at Stanford Law?
Well, I knew they were compliance lawyers because Kenneth Leary told me so.
Kevin O'Leary. Yes, he did. Did you know that they were professors at Stanford?
I did not know that. So there's some more professors at Stanford. Aren't they supposed to be one of the best law schools in the country, along with Dauber? They got some real choice people over there.
Yep.
Rob, I'm thinking we should start our own law school because it can't possibly get any worse at this point.
I just realized that, yeah. And I just realized that my name was Lord Law and Lumber from a joke that I had during Trials of the Century. Cool.
Excellent.
I love that. It was fun. But yeah, they are professors at Stanford Law. And his father is not just a professor at Stanford Law, but apparently one of the preeminent tax experts in the U.S. Well, would it surprise you to know that his parents were employed by FTX to help set up corporate structure?
It would surprise me actually a little bit at this point, to be honest, yes.
Would it surprise you to know that his parents somehow ended up with a $16.4 million property titled in their names?
Okay.
Purchased by FTX's assets?
Okay.
And that their explanation for the titling of that $16.4 million quote unquote on property records vacation home that Sam Bankman-Fried has no idea how that transaction played out. No clue. The CEO of FTX doesn't know how $16.4 million of FTX assets went to purchase a home for his parents titled in their name with FTX assets. Yeah. I think the chat can visibly see and hear you becoming uncomfortable.
Questions?
How about this question?
The compliance
about
doors
the-
at Stanford. I think I'm still back with my comment from 2 minutes ago about, along with
Sorry,
Dauber,
what
what
was?
is going on to Stanford law.
Yeah.
I think I'm still back in that comment. These are two compliance lawyers, and along with Dauber, it's like, what am I doing wrong in my life that I'm not a professor? Stanford is considered the third best law school in the country. Yale, Harvard, Stanford.
It was.
And so, like, what am I doing wrong in my life that I'm not a professor at one of these schools, Rob? That's what the question I'm asking myself right now.
I don't know. Give me a Stanford lawyer in court any day. I'll kick their ass. I'll be happy to.
Apparently,
Ian says that he's happy he can hear us. You can hear us, Ian.
I can hear you. And Kurt, the reason why you're not a Stanford lawyer is you have ethics, or a Stanford professor.
Oh, God. Ian comes in with one and just drops the mic and says that, Kurt, you have ethics, and Stanford professors, maybe they don't have those things.
I'm so confused. It's
So
like, how have I done wrong in my life?
No, this gets worse. This gets so much worse before it gets better.
Oh,
It gets worse.
Stanford just keeps landing in the shit right now.
So Sam Bankman-Fried's dad is one of the preeminent tax attorneys in the entire country and teaches law at Stanford, preeminently tax law, and has a property that was purchased with corporate assets at the time when his parents were employees of the corporation, that is then titled in their name. Can you guys start to see any tax possible motivations behind this? And I'm not asking for tax law analysis, but I'm saying, isn't this kind of strange? Just a bit.
Well, you take a corporate asset
Mhm.
to buy a personal asset,
or
an
asset for the benefit of one of your employees, hypothetically.
yeah,
are his
which
parents
could be viewed as
employees?
income.
Mm-hmm.
So there's yeah.
Well, and then here's the other funny thing: the parents are both saying that they, for quite some time, were trying to transfer title of this 16.4, and I keep repeating it, $16.4 million vacation home in the Bahamas back to FTX. So they were trying to give it back. Like, FTX,
They weren't trying very hard.
You screwed up. You totally screwed up, and you gave us this asset, titled in our name. And
how
we don't
do you
understand
end
how
up
this
with
happened.
something-
And you,
How do
you
you end
just
up
need
with
to take it
something
back.
titled in your name that you don't know about it?
Yeah, that's a good question.
When
How
I
does
bought
that-
my
how's that?
house, there was so much freaking paperwork.
Uh-huh.
Like, this is not something that you do by accident. Whoops, I got really drunk and I signed a fuck ton of papers.
Yeah, and by the way, it took me that long to get it back to the company. Like, it ends up in your name in a day. Presumably, it could take a day to end up back in the company. And that
File
would
a
have
quick
been
claim. I'll take care of it real fast.
real fucking fast, right?
Yeah.
Quitclaim deed is a one-page deed that says, I hereby quit any claim I have to this property to whom? To this person.
Yeah.
You fucking kidding me?
People are worried about me drinking small glass particles. I've consumed worse.
Oh God, Ian, don't do that on my stream. Don't die on my stream. Rather, don't cut your throat
It's
on my
good
stream.
scotch.
That's fair. Don't waste the scotch. But there are cheesecloth filters. Fantastic. Great stuff.
It broke off in one clean piece. I'm good.
Yeah.
I rinsed it out.
There's nothing about this case, though. Nothing about this case that is anywhere okay. And here's the funny thing. People are raising this issue in the chat. And this is something I have had a big fucking issue with I'm going to call them corporate media because we've decided to call them corporate media. Why are you covering for this guy? Why? Why are you making every fucking excuse as to how any of this is justified?
Well, he knows the right people and shook the right hands, I guess, is the right answer.
Girardi. Tom fucking Girardi. Here you go. Tom Girardi.
You're taking away my rosy color vision of America, and you're exposing corruption and seediness, and it's making me very uncomfortable.
He kissed the right
it's just,
dongs. That's what it comes down to.
It really is that sad.
It's the aristocracy versus the bourgeoisie. It's the elites versus the regulars. It's rules for thee, not for me.
Mm-hmm.
It's the corrupt limousine betters versus the rest
Everybody
of us.
else.
And I feel like I'm just like, I feel like I've been cheated out of something somehow personally.
Well, because he cheated a lot of people out of it. And the thing is, when we are trying to draw attention, this is the problem. This is gaslighting 101.
Sorry, I just had to step away for a second. Vomit's supposed to be blood colored, right?
Oh God, Ian, say that's a joke. Say it's a joke. Admit it's a joke right now. Do it right now.
Of course it's a joke.
God,
I just wanted to get another drink and it was out of reach.
Oh, okay.
I don't like this stuff very much.
That wasn't a good joke.
I thought it was.
Yeah, you thought it was funny. All right, so here's the thing.
The thing is, Ian, that people actually care about you and they like you.
They really do.
Unlike me.
No,
I'm not
come
used to
on.
that.
No. Like the entire chat's loved all of this all night long. We're good. This is great. We're good. We're happy. We are happy, except for the fact that corporate media is gaslighting all of us because people invested money, over $1 million. Well, over 1 million people invested money in FTX and with FTX and lost that money. That's no longer there. They don't have it. And they don't have it. And they're looking to Sam Bankman-Fried and they're saying, but you promised us that when we put $1 in, we could pull $1 out. It's what you said. Like $1 is $1, right? Like it's one thing. You weren't supposed to go and take that and invest it. You weren't supposed to go and take that and use it. Yeah, you're supposed to protect it. And you promised us that. And you didn't make that happen. And you're saying you're sorry, but you're not explaining.
You want to see a
anything.
magic trick?
Yeah, just make it ghost. And you're not explaining anything other than saying you're sorry and you're trying to figure it out. That's not how that works. And the problem is that the corporate media is gaslighting everybody and they're making every excuse in the world for this guy. And they're basically saying, you paupers, yes, you lost money, but can't you see that he was trying his best? And I keep looking back at Elizabeth Holmes, who quite literally was selling a product that convinced people that they had AIDS and HIV. And he was sitting there saying, this is a real thing. I'm sorry. I don't care. This is not YouTube friendly, but Elizabeth Holmes was sold a product that convinced people that they had this disease that resulted in them taking remarkably harmful chemicals and hurting their own body. And she got up there and said, but I had so much potential. You are the same. You are the same as the person who sat there on the street and stabbed them in the stomach. There is nothing better than you. Oh,
did you see the interview with the couple that indicated that one of them had HIV, one of them didn't, and that they stopped taking precautions because of that test?
No, I did not.
Yeah, they just figured, okay, well, I got it, so we'll stop taking precautions. And so
Good.
Elizabeth Holmes may well have at least one death under her belt.
That's encouraging information.
It's not. It's really kind of depressing, but it's not intended to be. I am here's the thing. I am trying to do my part to hold this person accountable. Like that's when people see me go nuts on Twitter, it's because I see other people cutting him slack and it's like, no, don't do that. No.
Rob, when your Christmas gift arrives, we'll have to revisit this with a particular bit of it.
There are so many things that make me afraid in that sentence.
It's a good gift.
Is it
Ian,
though?
You gave me a hatchet.
Yes, and you like the hatchet.
I do. I love the hatchet, but when you say it's a gift and we have to revisit some of it, I can be concerned. I'm allowed to be concerned at that.
We're all gonna die.
Making a gift for Uncivil, and it's a good gift, I think.
Now, I have seen that gift, and I know it's a good gift.
I have
give
no
good
idea what you're
presents.
talking about.
I know you don't, which is it makes it even more fun because it's a really cool gift, and you're gonna like it a lot. Like you're actually gonna love it. It's gonna make you like feel the coolest person in the world.
Cool.
Yeah. I'm getting my CNC up and running on Sunday, and I'm gonna start batching out gifts on Sunday. So fingers crossed.
I mean, you can infer some things from it, from the fact that I'm, in my garage where I've, got my leatherwork set up and I've been handling leatherwork tools all the time, but hopefully not too much.
Yep.
Is it bondage gear?
Oh God.
Do you
know
want to
what?
turn
I'm
me
gonna
into?
say yes.
Do you
Yes,
want
it
to
is.
turn me into one of your bears for
Oh
your
no.
campaign?
For the campaign, for the advertising campaign. We are not Balenciaga. We are not Balenciaga.
Although
We
that
have
is the
gone
funniest
through
thing
that.
I've heard all
That-
day.
That's
So.
really that.
I haven't been mistaken for a bear for a while, but hey, let's go for it.
Oh God. Oh, I'm gonna die.
Yeah, I don't think you want to use bear in this context. That's just.
I knew
No.
exactly what I'm doing.
No,
That's
he
the
knew what
point.
he was doing. He knew what he was doing. You
I
knew
know.
what
I'm
you
just
were
like,
doing.
ooh, really?
For
That's a
shame.
bold one.
For shame. Okay. All right. Breathe. All right. Oh God. All right. Back to the lawsuit, because I do want to make it through a substantial portion of this, and it's not that long. Defendants purposely availed themselves of the benefits of the laws of California, conducting business transaction in the state. Jurisdiction. I don't think jurisdiction is a problem here. He reached out and invested everywhere, blah, blah, blah. General allegations. Here we go. FTX's backstory. Here is the kind of synopsis. Defendants SBF and Wang co-founded FTX in 2019 as a cryptocurrency exchange. SBF developed the FTX exchange to support all major cryptocurrencies. Leveraged tokens, which means use them to invest based on their value, and facilitate over-the-counter trading. FTX's stated mission, spearheaded by SBF, was to build a crypto exchange with greater consumer protections and better user experiences. FTX.com offered traders outside the US crypto tokens meant to mirror the performance of specific stocks. By 2019, FTX was handling about $1 billion in daily trades. FTX US, which allows access to US users, also launched equity trading in 2022. By the way, can we appreciate the writing of this by the complaint? It's like straight and to the point, not a lot of wasted words.
Yeah,
I like it.
This is well written.
So far, so good. Which you
And
don't really
it's-
need a lot of complexity at this point.
No,
to be
it's
fair.
not, but it does a good job of boiling it down to a slightly bullet point version, but concise. The company invested millions in ad campaigns and sport and celebrity partnerships to imbue it with a vial of legitimacy. FTX ran a $30 million Super Bowl ad in 2021. Oh, typo, Jay. Sorry, buddy. In 2021, featuring comedian Larry David. It purchased naming rights to the Miami Heat arena. Since been, this is my caveat, since been asked to leave the bankruptcy and foreclose on those rights, along with the naming. Yep.
Larry David in that commercial. Have you seen the commercial?
Yeah.
I have. It's pretty
He's
funny.
the guy going, don't invest in
Nah.
FTX. It's lame.
Yeah.
It's crap.
Yeah,
He
it's
actually
pretty
is
funny.
the guy who's right.
It's pretty funny. Yeah. Like it's sarcastic, but it's like right.
He's actually like the guy who is correct at the
Yep.
end of the day.
It's like George Costanza's dad. Like that's
Yeah.
sometimes right, but you're going, how? Yeah. It purchased, yada, yada, along with naming rights to the University of California, Berkeley's football field for $17.5 million in 2021. Egg on face, University of California. In April of 2022, SBF sat on a stage with Bill Clinton and Tony Blair at an FTX-sponsored crypto conference in the Bahamas. SBF held himself out as a liaison between the crypto world and Congress and even the White House. On December 8th, 2021, SBF testified in front of the House Financial Services Committee, side note, chaired by Maxine Waters, who was featured in those tweets earlier, as a consumer-friendly, touting FTX as a consumer-friendly, safe investment platform. Quote, FTX has designed and offered a platform. No, it aged terrible. Here you go. This gets better. FTX has designed and offered a platform with a market structure that is risk reducing, he told members of Congress while claiming FTX embraced regulatory oversight. Footnote. Hang on. Footnote.
Risk reducing compared to what? Just incidentally.
Compared to being mugged in an alley.
Jesus, Ian. I'd say you don't. That's fair. All right. Nothing spicy in that footnote. In an October of 2021 press release, SBF bragged of being able to partner with investors that prioritize positioning FTX as the world's most transparent and compliant cryptocurrency exchange. Well, that aged even better. That aged even better. The investment in image setting paid off as many customers or consumers were taken in by the ruse. Consumers believed FTX was safer than alternative cryptocurrency exchanges and that there were regulations in place to protect their investments. Oh,
on what basis do people believe that?
Yeah, what the fuck? Like, what? No.
Why did you believe that? Is that cause? Reasons?
Well, because he was promising it, and because big celebrities were out there like Tom Brady with the flamethrower saying invest in crypto.
I'm ready to go play some more football.
Well,
to be fair, that is also like the flamethrower on that one should tell you that this is bullshit because they did some lamest flamethrower out there.
Well, and it also aged great because he's sitting there lighting fire to FTX. Like it just all these things just aged like a glass of milk. It was fantastic. In 2021, FTX was handling around 10% of the $3.4 trillion face value of derivatives traded by crypto investors each month. I want to repeat that. In 2021, FTX was handling around 10% of the $3.4 trillion face value of derivatives traded by crypto investors each month. Do you know how big 10% market share when you're talking about exchanges is? That's huge. Huge. Consumers were not alone in thinking FTX was on the up and up. FTX is one of the fastest growing crypto exchanges in the world. FTX grew from $25 billion in value in October of 2021 to $32 billion valuation by January of 2022. That's a span of 4 months. FTX is small. Oh, that was lawyer math that paid off. October to January. Yes. No, shit, that's 3.
So close.
October, November, December, January.
Never
that's
bet
4.
on lawyer math, people.
That's 3. That's 3 or
For some period of time.
No, I think I'm right. October, November, December, January. That's 4 months. 4. FTX's smaller United States component, FTX US, reached an $8 billion valuation in January of 2022, raising $400 million in its first external fundraising round. But less than 11 months later, FTX would come crashing down. To help understand SBF and the Inner Circle's scheme, a brief introduction to SBF's supposedly separate hedge fund, Alameda Research, follows. This is the type of drafting that I love. It's literally like, and then there's more. But there's more.
Oh, I mean, the thing is fundamentally a good lawyer is a good storyteller.
This is fantastic.
For sure.
That's quite frankly, right now I'm not in a position to hire like a junior associate. But if I was, and somebody was coming in and saying, I want to work for you, I'd be like, okay, tell me a story. And that's the interview. Tell me a story.
Once there was an Ian Runkle, and he was an elf who lived in the far land of Canada.
Yes.
You know what?
Yes.
I mean, so long as you can grip me with this story, like, even just tell me a story of the time you got so drunk you couldn't find your way home. Like this, whatever.
Well, you can't remember those stories.
Just whatever it is, just tell me a story. This is really good storytelling.
It's good. It literally is. It literally is. But wait, there's more. Let me give you the backstory. Okay. Alameda Research. Before FTX, SBF founded the cryptocurrency hedge fund Alameda Research in his apartment in 2017. Gary Wang, a member of the inner circle who became CTO of FTX, co-founded the startup with SBF. The two have long, I need this. I'm going to stop using SBF. I'm going to start using SAM because the acronyms are starting to get confusing. The two have long had ties, beginning with meeting at a math camp in high school and going on to be college roommates. When Alameda was first started, oh, come on. When Alameda first started, they ran the company out of a 3-bedroom apartment in Berkeley. That explains so much. The downstairs, their dedicated office space. When Sam left Alameda to start FTX, he brought Gary Wang and another member of the inner circle, Nishad Singh, with him. In 2021, Sam handed over the reins of Alameda to two relatively inexperienced traders, defendants Caroline Ellison, his then girlfriend, and Sam Trabucco. Between the two of them, they only had a few years of experience trading in conventional markets. This is literally saying, here, you're a day trader. By the way, here's an exchange / an investment fund in a brand new field that is not regulated. Here, have fun.
And the thing is at the end of the day, Boozy jerks himself off to the idea of being this guy.
Who doesn't?
Those were the words. Those were the words of Ian Runkle, not Rob Morton.
They are endorsed by Rob.
They are endorsed. This gets so much better. Trabucco had a penchant for gambling and bragging about how he applied his gambler's instincts to Alameda's crypto trading. Dude, bad move. Trabucco bragged that he had been banned from multiple casinos for counting cards in blackjack. Double bad move. In a January 2021 Twitter thread.
I got a relative who was banned from casino and in fact banned from the city of Vegas for counting cards.
You are running a hedge fund.
Can't really be banned from the city of Vegas for counting cards. It's not illegal.
You could once upon a time because it wasn't a legal ban. It was, we will have opinions if you return to Vegas, and those opinions end with a discussion in the desert that involves shovels.
The chat is admonishing me / and I'm going to take it one step further. Boozy would never deal in these dollar figures. If you took the B and turned it to like 1,000, maybe.
No, I mean, this is Boozy's greatest fantasy, is to be dealing with these kinds of dollar figures. And this is, it seems like this is how he rolls. But yeah, this is why it's Boozy's fantasy as opposed to his reality. His reality is that he can't pay his freaking rent.
Get him, Ian. All right. In a January 2021 Twitter thread, Trabucco claimed, quote, bigger is bigger, parenthetical, when betting is better. In both betting and trading, Trabucco encouraged aggressive.
No, it's not. Just I said this before. I said no, it's not. Bigger increases your risk exposure.
Yes.
I hate to point out the obvious, but when you're betting and you're betting more, you're increasing your risk exposure.
Mm-hmm.
So just that. Okay. Pressing on.
What's funny is the red flags that existed with Sam was he was saying this type of shit the whole time. And people were like, oh, it makes sense because he keeps on winning money. Well, the only reason you keep making money when you're doing these bigger and bigger bets is you have either a cheat or it's a fucking Ponzi scheme. There is no way that you can maintain, or you're the house, in which case you are cheating. Like you literally have the leverage.
I guess it's true.
It's true. You have the advantage, the statistical advantage. Yeah. I mean, Trabucco encouraged aggressive trading and embracing risk as co-CEO of Alameda. The risk-loving strategy ultimately led Alameda to make many bad investments that led to its downfall. In August of 2022, Trabucco abruptly left Alameda, stepping down as co-CEO just before the House of Cards collapsed. SBF claimed there were adequate firewalls between Alameda and FTX. Bullshit. In an August 2022 interview with Bloomberg, SBF stated, quote, Alameda is a wholly separate entity. Bull fucking shit. And claimed, quote, there's different offices like different principal offices. We don't have any shared personnel. We're also not the same company. Go fuck yourself. That is a lie. That is a complete lie.
For more lies like this, see my videos on GWAX.
Good God. Are you kidding me? Continuing, Ellison made similar misrepresentations in September 2022.
Okay.
Stating,
Can I just ask a bit of a practical question?
yes.
Because what is the end of the rainbow for this? And maybe there's no good answer to this question, because I don't know that these people have any money, or that there's what is the solution at the end of this rainbow here?
That there are personal assets that they are entitled to that might be outside the scope of the bankruptcy's trustees to claw back.
And also, SBF dies in a cell around people, surrounded by people who have trouble figuring out a jar.
Well, well, here, Kurt, let me just postulate something. What if, hypothetically, the DOJ maybe was sitting on their hands and didn't want to do very much because maybe, investors. And you, as a civilian, had the ability to file a civil suit and engage in discovery, and through that process made all of that discovery public, which would thereby put pressure on the DOJ with those public disclosures to possibly push harder for criminal charges. You are pursuing something that has no financial reward at the end. You get a judgment, but it's just a piece of paper. But in the process of pursuing that reward, you get to lay out the DOJ's case word for word, document for document, so they can pursue it criminally to the point where they cannot ignore it.
I'm hoping that the end of this is SBF is in jail
forever,
runs this kind of scheme on a jailhouse gang.
Oh, that'll work out well.
And finds out that they really don't have a sense of humor. But what they do have is lots of small, unpleasantly sharp knives.
Pokey things.
They have their own exchange.
God. But also true, like really dark
with day traders and everything.
Yes, and night traders and day traders and shower traders and.
So this is just a little bit about, I guess, the medical physics of dying in jail.
Why do we have no? Oh, careful.
And that goes like this. Most of the weapons that you find in jail are kind of equivalent to this. Very small and sharp stabbing.
Smaller than that. They're smaller than that.
I mean, often they're just more like this, which is a paintbrush, if you put a sharp end to it.
Yes.
And so what you get, actually, one of the few shows that shows it well is Breaking Bad. And, Breaking Bad, there's that scene where they have to take out several guys in a prison at once. And so you see the guy and they stab repeatedly and sort of moving up as they stab. That's how things are done in jails. Because you have these very fine, sharp implements that are stabbing implements, and you stab repeatedly to just burger somebody is basically what it comes down to. And, each of these holes is fixable, but if you put 60 in somebody, maybe not so much fixable.
For more jailhouse murder tutorials, please see your Uncle of the Bailey.
Well, I mean, this is what it ends up looking like.
Now, if you'd like to dispose of a body, what you need to do.
For more body disposal tutorials, please see Uncivil Law.
So, I mean, I guess this is, people are saying this is dark and fair.
It's true. If anyone,
people get stabbed with toothbrush ends that have been sharpened. They get stabbed with pencils. They get stabbed with pens.
Now,
they get stabbed with, metal pieces that have been sharpened. Screwdrivers, whatever they can find.
Yep.
It's
a paper that have just been made harder.
That is possibly the end.
That's possible. People do it with
Paper mache.
And I see people saying we got to lighten this up. So
we're gonna lighten up. Paper
mache stabbing murders wasn't doing it for you.
You didn't make it like a swan. If it was a swan, paper mache. that did the murder, the red rum, that we might sure, why not? Even so, a little dark, no problem, no objection.
Well,
it's coming at some point to anybody, and we've got a plague mask. Oh shit!
We've
I
been
gotta
the
lose this
white
if I
shut
wanna wear
portion
it
of the
with,
evening. I see. Okay.
Are you working on the straps? Or are you gonna get there? It is. No, that wasn't it. I need this one. I need that. Oh God! Can you speak?
Yep. Can you hear me?
Yes, but I don't know. I don't know if Kurt can speak. It's pretty good. Oh, Ian, you have a play. Oh God. Okay, I'm taking you off screen. That's too good. That's
I
actually
mean,
a
it's not
very
even
good
my birthday
replica.
till January.
It's a
I'm
very
thinking
good
I gotta-
replica.
I'm thinking I'm gonna probably do this, sell this one as a Dutch auction.
What's a Dutch auction? I just want to hear you
Dutch
say it in a
auction is
mask.
basically I pick a price that is way more than it's worth, and then every so often I knock a little bit off of it, and the first person to say I want it is the person who gets it.
And Lindsay with the dagger. If it didn't look like a ransom video before, it sure does now. Oh my God, Ian, no, I can't. No. And Kurt is gone. And Ian is there. Oh God, Ian, for that, your penance is you have to read the next sentences.
all right.
We left off at Ellison made similar misrepresentations.
All right. Stating we're arm's length and don't get any different treatment from other market makers, but these too were lies. For a period, Wang, Singh, Ellison, and SBF all lived in the same house in the Bahamas. The FTX and Alameda offices in the Bahamas were very nearby. The inner circle was socially and romantically entangled, with Ellison and SBF having dated in the past. Wang, Singh, and Ellison were also on the board of SBF's FTX Foundation. There was nothing arm's length about the relationship between the executives at FTX and Alameda. I feel like they could have said something a little smaller than arms about the length if they're talking about romantically entangled.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
And I also feel that they could have gone somewhere with the Wang name. They really should have gone somewhere with
You
that.
can't do that. That's
On that
terrible.
delightful note, I think I will take my leave because I'm kind of beat. So
FYI
please
to the
make sure
chat.
to check out my channel, Uncivil Law. I think I'm about 80. I think I'm about 70 people away from 122,000 subscribers. So I'll push me
FYI.
over the top. And this.
FYI, Kurt was saying that he was tired before Ian put on the mask, and he was telling me behind the scenes, he's like, "I'm really tired," and then Ian put on the mask, and it was like, "I need sleep." Yeah, Kurt, go to bed, buddy.
Dream of
if you
Gary
guys have
masks
not,
or something maybe a little better.
if you have not checked out Kurt's channel, please do, because here's the thing: Kurt does you're putting out at least a video a day on regular stories that are taking place in law, whether it's a Supreme Court case, whether it's a case out of California, Colorado, anywhere. He's getting this content out, and it's short and digestible content, not to mention the fact that his Supreme Court analysis is probably the best I've ever heard. I'm hoping to be on with him next week.
Oh, yes, we're going to discuss the independent. On a serious topic, we're going to discuss the independent state legislature doctrine and its impact on voting and elections.
You know
So
what?
that's fun.
And Kurt and I talked earlier today. You know, there's one interpretation of the Constitution, and I'm not sure that anyone's going to buy this one. So stay tuned. We'll get to that
Move
one.
from mass to independent state legislature doctrine. That's what's going on here on Robin Rumble. Okay, talk to you guys. Bye.
See you, Kurt. God, we almost broke him. We came close.
Where do you think I should start for the mask as a ridiculous price nobody would pay? Because that's where you got to start.
How many hours?
I'm thinking like the weekend.
No,
Saturday,
how many hours
Sunday.
how many hours did it take making it? Just give me an idea.
Oh God.
3
if
weeks?
I wanted to charge like my hourly rate for it.
Well,
it
no,
would be-
not that. Just give me an estimate. Give me something. How long did it take you to make it? You've seen my tables. Is it like the time it takes me to make a table?
I think it's like 30 hours. I mean, it's a lot.
Start at 5,000.
All right, and then I'll like knock $50 off each sort of whatever, and then people can
Don't knock.
somebody
Don't
can
knock
bite
it off.
at some
No,
point.
no, don't knock it off. Leave it up there.
No,
$5,000
I mean
bucks.
it's a Dutch auction, right? The way that works is
I
you
don't
knock-
care. No. No, we're not knocking money off of it. That's the thing. It's a 5,000 initial bid because the thing is, if that were being sold as a handcrafted leather piece by an artist that was a leather worker, that would be a $10,000 piece. I think it's probably
No, I mean the thing is that a leather like a professional
Mm.
leather worker can make that a little faster. That's
Scott,
the kind of thing.
Scott, you just did that to yourself. You did that to yourself. That is 100% your doing. For 5,000 includes a date with Scott Cardinal,
Careful,
where
Scott.
he is not an avatar. Scott, you do know the power that we wield in donations for charity, right? Like that'll happen. So polish up the shoes. You go on a date. Okay.
Tell you what, I'll start at 5 and then I will drop it periodically.
Guys, don't let him drop it. Okay. But you have to give me, here's the thing, Ian, before you list it for the auction, you have to give me at least 12 hours notice.
All right, I guess notice now.
No, 12 hours from now, like noon tomorrow, You're going to list it?
Yep. I'll put it
All
up.
right.
Tomorrow.
Other requirement is you have to send me pictures.
Fair. I will take a bunch.
I get to advertise that.
I will take some exceedingly creepy pictures.
Okay. Don't do that. Don't do that. No Balenciaga pictures. I don't need that crap. Just a mask. Yeah. We're going to auction off. Oh, no. I looked up at the wrong time. Don't do that. It's terrible. Dude, if it's Dutch, here's the thing. If it's Dutch, the chat is fighting me on this because the Dutch thing, I didn't know the Dutch you had to drop. If you have to drop, you have to start at 10.
All right, I'll start at 10 and then I'll drop. And I mean, it's going to go well below. I think it's going to go well below 5. But
you have to set a rule. You have to give me a rule because I'm good at promoting this stuff. If it goes to 10, is this still Stollery?
Yeah, still Stollery.
All right, Stollery. So it's still the Stollery Children's Hospital. And you cannot drop more than $100 in an hour.
That's fair. Because I mean, we've got until like Christmas, right? So
yeah, so you cannot drop it more than $100 per hour, and you cannot do batch droppings, which means the most that you can drop is $100 in one given time.
Yeah, that's fair.
If more than an hour passes, if it's 3 hours later, you can only drop 100, but you cannot drop at a rate that's faster than $100 an hour.
So yeah, no, that's fair. People are asking sort of what it's made of. It's made of a sort of red burgundy leather. I quite like the stuff that I got. I will point out that it's got a couple of defects. I missed a stitch here, and I'm not going to fix it.
Guys, let me point out what Ian considers to be defects.
Oh God, no!
So this is a sample of Ian's leather working. Look at that. That logo was hand carved by Ian into leather and dyed by hand. The intricate detail. Every stitch was hand stitched. And you know what he considers to be the flaw?
Oh, it's the other side.
That he got the stitch too close to the edge. That's his quote unquote flaw. So
it's jagged. It's yeah.
And people are saying pull docs off screen. Hang on. No, this one, but this one. People,
There
you
you
see
go.
that? So that is the stitching being close. See that
Look
stitch
at the
down there?
bottom. It's so
Dude.
it's bad.
That is his quote unquote flaw. Find anything wrong with any of that. He is so sad about
see it.
that. But look at that was hand carved.
Oh man. I'm embarrassed.
That is hand carved, guys.
It's
Every
good on
letter.
the one side. The other, I'm just like, oh no.
Yeah, no. So when you're looking at this, like, so I want you guys to be very clear when you're looking at that mask. When I post this thing, and for those of you in the chat who are asking where it's going to be, Ian has been doing this on Twitter, and we've been pretty good about retweeting the highest bidder at the point. That's where we've been doing it. So do you want here? I'm going to zoom. How good's your camera?
Okay. So there's a drop stitch over here. It's hard to see on the camera.
God, how are you complaining about any of this?
There's a finishing error on the strap. And this I'm going to fix. This I'm going to go back and dye the inside of this strap. That I can fix. So
side note, the errors to everyone in the chat who already knows this, because there are a lot of makers in the chat. The errors and the flaws, that's the human touch. That's what makes you know it's not made by a machine. So yeah. And that is quite literally one of a kind. One of a kind.
I mean, I followed a pattern to make it, but it's yeah. I also haven't put a maker's mark on it yet. I'm thinking I'll probably put one at the sort of underside of the beak.
Put it on the inside.
Yeah, or on the inside.
I like the inside mark because you can.
Then you can show it or not as you wish.
Yeah, hone up an inside part of it. That's the way you do it.
Yeah.
And by the way, this one right here, Ian, my perfectionist creative soul feels your pain. Does anyone else see it? Nope. Can't you see anything else? Yes. Woodworkers, leather workers, every person who's a maker. Ian has seen my work up close, and I do the same shit.
You do amazing.
I literally will point to every flaw in everything I have done. And Ian's like, I didn't see it. And Ian has seen my stuff up front. I have seen his work up close. It's just that's what you get with artists, especially ADHD artists, because we hyper focus on every freaking flaw. Oh my God.
I basically, whenever I make something, I see it as like a bunch of flaws stitched together. Like,
yep.
So,
all right. Let's get back to this because we'll finish it soon. We're pretty close. So, continuing on. FTX and Alameda had a history of propping each other up, even before FTX became embroiled in Alameda's bad bets in 2022. Alameda had loaned FTX money to shelter it from a $1 billion loss after a consumer trade on the exchange blew up. Early in 2021, Alameda took on much of FTX's exposure when a client's leveraged bet on an obscure token broke through the guardrails designed to shield the exchange from sustaining losses when trades went south. So, what this means, every exchange, there's always the risk that everyone will call at one moment. And there are guardrails that prevent trading that pushes the exchange to that limit, where if a call was made, they couldn't have liquidity to cover it. This is what they're talking about. This was yet another example of how Sam and the inner circle used Alameda. Go ahead.
This honestly reminds me, I talked to a guy who used to be a bookie.
It really is.
And the thing is he also basically, he was a bookie, but he used to bet on crooked games because he knew how to make money. And he said that, like, basically the art of bookmaking is you want to create a book such that however the bet goes, like if you're talking about, say, a basketball game, whatever happens in that basketball game, the bookie should make money.
Yeah.
The bookie should never be betting on, and that's really what it sounds like they're talking about here, right? They should never be betting on this.
You never go into your purse. You cannot. You actually cannot. Because if you do, and all bets are called, if you're a bookie, you end up at the bottom of a very deep body of water.
He said basically the way you make money as a bookie betting on other bookies is first, you don't bet more than you can lose, because then you end up screwed. But second,
Fix the game.
You watch for moments where sentimentality makes people make bad decisions. Because, for instance, if people love the home team and they hate the away team might be the better team, but people are betting on the home team more because they think they should win. They want them to win. And he's like, that's where you can get some odds advantage.
Yep. Sentimentality or stress. Because the needing to win part.
And he says basically the bookie has to shape their book, their odds based on the numbers. And so even if the bookie thinks the away team is going to be the one that, that wins, he's got to shape it based on the fact that he's got 90% of his bets coming in for the home team. Mm-hmm. And so he's got to, frame it like that. So you can end up with him putting greater odds on the away team, even though he thinks the away team is going to win, just so he doesn't lose money on if the home team wins.
Mm-hmm. Correct.
So
continuing on, this was yet another example of how Sam and the inner circle used Alameda and FTX to prop each other up, even while publicly maintaining that the exchange and the hedge fund acted separately. Alameda made more than 150 investments across the crypto industry, including in the now bankrupt crypto broker Voyager Digital. FTX executives also took out billions of dollars in loans from Alameda to fund all manner of activities, from Sam's political contributions, aka more than $100 million in donations, to his purchase of 7.6% stake in Robinhood for $650 million.
If you are donating money to political parties on loans, what the heck?
On loans from an entity that had money based on other persons contributing. He took, this is how this translates. He took your money and he knew he was going to earn it back. But in the interim, he thought his judgment was better than yours. So he invested it in politicians because he knew better than you and was going to advertise and promote politicians that he chose with your money. That is exactly how that translates. There is no other way of looking at this.
And I mean, from the lawyer trust sphere, even if you end up being right, the offense is using the other people's money to do it. Yeah. So, for example, there's a lawyer who got disbarred, and what he did was he took out like $100,000 of client money, took it to the track, won, and put that money back
in. Yep.
3 hours later.
Mm-hmm. But for
the
that
reason
moment,
why he gets disbarred is that
risk.
he had no right to use the other people's money.
Correct.
That way.
That's called stealing.
Yeah.
The second that you take that, and this is what he's been saying publicly that people have ignored. He's like, well, he invested it. Well, when it wasn't yours to invest and you appropriated it to your purposes, didn't mean that you put it in your money, put it in your pocket. When you chose to do with it something that the person who invested it did not expressly tell you to do, you have appropriated it to your own use. You have converted it to your own belonging. That is stealing, period. And to the chat, I want to make sure you guys are still on board here. Please, if you don't mind, drop a 1 in the chat if this is helpful. Drop a 2 if this is still over your head. I am trying to do I'm trying to get through this because I think this synopsis, and Jay Edelson does a great job of this. And that's why I highlighted this complaint, because the complaint itself does a great job of giving from the top all the way down to the specifics of what's going on here.
And Laura in chat has an excellent question, which is Lawyers and Dragons still going on?
Yes, January.
It is going to start up again in January.
Yes.
And I'm so excited.
Yeah. And thank you guys for the support on that one, because I'm trying to, because people have been expressing to me in various streams that they don't understand the scheme. They don't understand what's going on. And this is what happened with Theranos, with Elizabeth Holmes. People, it was too complex. And this is what happens with a lot of white collar crime. It's too complex, and people are like, try to dumb it down. And that's the job of a good attorney. And I think Jay Edelson does a great job in this complaint of making this a way that we can digest it and understand it. So, okay. SBF and the Inner Circles fraud. Sam made sure to get paid at both Alameda and FTX. And by the way, to the chat, this is where it starts to get really interesting. While outwardly claiming to live a frugal lifestyle, Sam once claimed he lived off of $100,000 a year, when in reality he was taking in much more. In October of 2021, FTX raised
That's
over
frugal.
this gets really good, Ian. You're gonna like this part.
I can tell you, I spend less than $100,000 a year.
Yeah. In October of 2021, FTX raised over $420 million from several well-known investors. But instead of making its way to the exchange, $300 million went to Sam himself when he sold his stake in FTX. Mind you, FTX, their value was based on a hypothetical number. This cash out dwarfs the normal amount startup founders award themselves by far. I own my law firm, and I will tell you, I did not cut myself a check for the first year and a half that I owned the law firm.
Yeah, I mean, running a firm, you probably are running it, if you're lucky, scrape even for a long time.
For a long time. And then when the firm starts to not do well, you cannot choose to not pay employees. You pay employees and you don't pay yourself. And that happens more than you would imagine. So for example, COVID almost killed my firm because I had to pay employees.
Lots of people.
There was no money coming in. So you don't get to do the Sam Bankman-Fried and just get investors at 420 and say, hey, 300 of that's mine. And I'll give you this stake of a company that's not worth what I said it was worth 6 months ago. All right. Sam,
my assistant knew that, like, first on the payroll is the assistant. And if I go hungry, I go hungry, but the assistant never does.
Never. They can't. You don't. That's not.
Yeah. I basically told my assistant, listen, if I'm late on payroll, you should quit, because it means that, like, there is no money at all.
Yeah. And the whole PPP, the PPP loan stuff. But keep in mind that the self-employed individuals were second and third round of PPP, and even then, not really a lot. Even though FTX, I forget what the dollar figure, they had a couple 100,000 in PPP loans. So that didn't happen with me or my firm. No. Okay. But instead of making its way to the exchange, $300 million went to Sam himself when he sold the stake at FTX. This cash out dwarfs the normal amounts startup founders award themselves. Sam attempted to justify this payoff by claiming it was a partial reimbursement for money he spent to buy out Binance's stake in FTX. You don't take your money out. Capital investment is capital investment. It stays in the company until the company has proceeds, not additional capital investors, proceeds to pay you back, period. Instead, this was yet another example of how Sam took money that was meant for the exchange and its customers and used it for himself. Maybe this is also why I'm so insulted by this guy and why I really don't like him. Because, I think that's That might be part of it. You don't get to take other people's money and make it your own because your company doesn't have profits to pay you. That's not how that works. Like, here's the thing. I don't regret having my firm. I love my firm. Sometimes it pays me great money. Sometimes it doesn't. When it doesn't, like COVID, I still would rather work for myself than anybody else because I'm not working 2,600 billable hours in a law firm that kills me. Talk to Rick Hogue about that. Thing it kills your life.
The billables thing is just brutal. Working for yourself is really the way to go, even though it sucks at times, because at the end of the day, it's like you never have a partner leaning over you going, "Are you really leaving before I do?"
Yep.
It's like, yeah, I'm just leaving. Work's done today. Goodbye.
And for example, when my dad passed, my law partner, who I have worked with for the 10 years that I've owned my law firm, there were no questions.
Yeah.
I took the time to spend time with my dad, and the firm kept on. And that is the type of trust that you can have and the type of relationship you can have in a firm that you own and operate with a partner that you trust that you can't have when you're working for big law.
I was at a firm at one point, and I basically spent a day doing pro bono work. I did a file for the cost of gas to drive to and from. So the actual legal work was for nothing.
Yeah.
And I got back and I got called into a meeting to say, do you really think you have a future here if you are going to be spending spending a day on a file for which you're getting no money? And I basically said, you know what? If I keep working here, this is going to happen again because you hired me and this is the kind of crap I do. But at the same time, that was when I started thinking I need an exit plan because I don't want to be held to account for doing the decent thing. And whenever you have a shit day and you're just, because this profession can just drag you down sometimes. There can be so much darkness in this profession. And whenever I'm sort of looking at that, I have moments like that where I say, you know what? I managed to hammer a tiny little spot of light into the universe and screw them. Like, that's it. So that's why, working for yourself is the best way to be. Because at the end of the day, you're just, you can make those calls and nobody's going to give you crap about it. Except maybe your accountant.
Yeah. And there's a lot of, dude, it's tough, but it's so rewarding. So cheers to those who do it and cheers to those who continue doing it.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Continuing on. At 30, Sam was briefly worth $26 billion. I like the briefly.
No, he wasn't.
Nice shade thrown in there. Briefly worth $26 billion.
I mean, he wasn't ever. He was worth
it's a fictitious dollars.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's worth a certain amount of monopoly money.
Oh, I know. It's wild. Alameda Research was reported to have made $1 billion in profit in 2020, and the newly founded FTX was making $350 million in profit off trading fees. These profits played into Sam's effective altruism endgame. Effective altruism, it gets defined next sentence. Okay, in which he believed himself better situated to solve the world's problems as a billionaire capable of giving away vast sums of. I think that. Hey, Jay, I have a comment. I would have put quotes around his wealth here. Like, let me reread the sentence with how I would have written it. These profits played into SBF's, quote, effective altruism, end quote, game, in which he believed himself better situated to solve the world's problems as a billionaire capable of giving away vast sums of, quote, his, end quote, wealth. See, I feel like that would have, that's just me. And maybe that's Ben Chu speaking, but sure. Sam promised to give away almost all of his money, yet as of March 2021, he had only given away about 0.1% of his fortune. He claimed he would ramp up his giving once he had become more liquid. Really? After you took $300 million from that ramp up? All right.
I mean, I'm fine with him becoming more liquid. Have you
Oh,
seen
different liquid,
Caitlin
different
Doty's
liquid.
movie or videos about that?
Different liquid. Nope, we're not doing that.
I got some thoughts.
I know you do. I know. We're not going there. The relationship between FTX and Alameda had always been murky, as described above. In the traditional finance world, there are clear regulations and laws limiting the use of depository funds for trading. In 1933, side note, this is what I have been talking about. The last laws that were passed on this bullshit, which is why I am pissed at Congress when they're trying to sit here and throw stones at people in glass houses. You asshole. In 1933, almost 100 years ago, Congress passed the Glass-Steagall Act, which required that commercial banks refrain from investment banking activities. This was to protect depositors from potential losses caused by banking speculation in stocks. But in the crypto world, no such regulations exist to protect consumer deposits. Gee, I wonder why. Banking and Finance Committee Chair Maxine Waters? You weren't just chairing that committee for I don't know how fucking long. Where is it? Where's the legislation? Where is it? No? Nothing? Silent? Sure.
Yeah, no, she grumpied that one.
The Senate wasn't much better. I mean, I don't care. It's not about political side. It's about, God, you guys fucking idiots. While it appeared from the outside that Sam was funding his spending and lending in part from his profits made at Alameda, bullshit, in reality, the hedge fund was surviving only because Sam was loaning Alameda billions of dollars of FTX customer deposits. This is a part of the transaction a lot of people don't understand. When people were depositing to FTX, they didn't have a bank account. So you deposited to Alameda, and Alameda transferred the funds to FTX. The problem is that the money showed on the books of Alameda and FTX simultaneously, prior to and without verifying a transfer from Alameda to FTX. There was one fictitious dollar there going on. Sam claimed publicly that Alameda, the hedge fund, and FTX, the exchange, were kept separate while banging the owner of Alameda. But this was hardly the case. Sam owned more than half of FTX and almost all of Alameda. The two companies shared office space in Berkeley, California, and both were housed in the Bahamas on the same corporate campus. Sam and Caroline Ellison, CEOs of both entities, shared the same bed. In the Bahamas, Bankman-Fried lived in the same apartment as Alameda CEO Caroline Ellison, along with other roommates. There was a lot of other stuff going on, but we're not going to talk about that because we're not going to shame that kind of stuff. That's actually not what this is about. I don't give a crap about any of that. Do what you're going to do, but don't pretend like you don't know what's going on when you're sharing beds. In the spring of 2022, the crypto market was shaken by its own great recession-like financial crisis. The popular stablecoin, meaning it was supposed to always be worth about $1, Terra USD crashed to 2 cents. Side note, the US DOJ has opened an investigation into SBF for potential manipulation of Terra USD. As one of the owners of that currency, he manipulated the value of it. That's what alleged. That it was always inflated, and when it crashed, it wasn't just crashing, it was readjusting to actual market value. More to come. A large crypto hedge fund, Three Arrows Capital, collapsed. Crypto assets prices began to crash, and several crypto companies failed in rapid succession. So for those in the chat struggling to keep up, here's what happens. All of the things that he valued as when he went out to purchase with money that he had borrowed from, that were valued high, ended up crashing. So now he's got to come back to you, where he was supposed to have the money that you had invested, and say, no, I didn't invest your money in these crazy things because he never thought they would crash. Kind of that's how it works. Because, just like 2008 real estate. Sam stepped in and began scooping up distressed crypto companies as a lender of last resort because he had to equalize the books. This is where the complex financial transaction starts coming in. He's cooking. This is cooking books. You buy distressed assets because you can, That's a whole other stream. I'm sorry. FTX US bailed out of BlockFi Incorporated, a digital asset lender with 400 million credit after BlockFi took a $80 million hit from bad Three Arrows debt. Alameda extended a $500 million emergency credit line to crypto brokerage Voyager Digital Limited. Despite the injection of capital, Voyager went under. Side note, Alameda didn't have that money. Going on. Ultimately, none of the investments panned out. Like I said before, Alameda didn't have that money. Alameda had borrowed money to make investments, then got FTX to bail it out to help make payments on those loans, which is the acquisition of those other assets. They would acquire those other distressed assets, inflate the value, and then borrow money based on the inflated value. If it sounds like a big Ponzi scheme, it's because it is. Sam used customer deposits to fund Alameda's bailout without the permission of those customers. Alameda's loan to Voyager was wiped out once the brokerage firm filed for bankruptcy. To help prop up Alameda and its failed investments, Sam transferred at least $4 billion from FTX to Alameda in 2022. What cash did FTX have that was worth $4 billion that he could transfer that wasn't customer invested stock or
Customer
asset?
invested stock.
Yes.
That's the answer.
The money Sam transferred to FTX was in large part FTX customer deposits. Sam transferred these funds without using normal methods that would usually be traceable by employees outside of the inner circle. The company's books had a backdoor built in using a bespoke software. The backdoor allowed Sam to alter the company's financial records without alerting the people in the company upon information belief. Now, this is the one part. You know what's funny about this? This is the one part of the complaint where he uses this. Everything else, you know what that means? Everything else in the complaint, he has receipts.
Yeah.
Upon information and belief means I don't have receipts yet, but I'm going to get them.
I'm going to get them, and we're going to get them in discovery.
Yeah. Everything else, he has receipts. Defense, Wang and Singh controlled blah, 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 yada, yada, substantial funds. Holy shit. Misrepresentations. They went out and touted everything. I want to go through all of this. It's midnight here on the US or the East Coast. In July 2022, an FTX US employee tweeted that, quote, direct deposits from employees to FTX US are stored in individually FDIC insured bank accounts in the user's names, and that stocks are held in FDIC insured and SIPC insured brokerage accounts. The FDIC subsequently sent FTX a warning letter to stop misrepresenting the FTX accounts were FDIC insured. Are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me?
That's insane.
Are you kidding me?
That is the point
one,
where, like, things
why
should
are
have
you
gone
not
and
arrested?
exploded.
Why are you not arrested?
Yeah. I mean, that's in and of itself, that's straight up fraud.
That is fraud. The 100% fraud. Are you kidding me? Even as the FTX ruse was coming undone, Sam lied about how customer assets were used to try to prevent people from withdrawing their deposits. On November 7th, I've made comments about this. Sam tweeted that FTX has enough to cover all client holdings. Lie. Fucking liar. Liar. We don't invest client assets, even in treasuries. Also lie, you piece of shit. He said this while knowing FTX had sent billions of dollars in customer deposits to Alameda. Sam publicly claimed Alameda and FTX were wholly separate entities. Even after using a backdoor to send billions of FTX customer funds to Alameda, Ellison similarly represented that Alameda and FTX were kept at arm's length and that Alameda received the same treatment from FTX as any other exchange, even after having illicitly received billions of FTX customer funds. This is the game they're playing right now. They're playing the game of Ellison had her dominion, I had mine. And we had no idea what was going on between the two. The thing is, people joke at this as law firms as being a quote unquote Chinese firewall. It's a bad joke. I get it. But it's basically a faux firewall. It doesn't really exist. You can see through it. You can access it. You can go through it. All of these things exist. You can see these things. We are not idiots. I'm sorry.
I mean, law firms can be really careful about this.
Well, they will
do things
section
like,
off. They will partition their servers.
Oh, I've seen law firms do things like we have 2 separate networks
and offices. And yes,
the people working on this file are not allowed to associate or communicate with anyone else. And in fact, I've seen them rent like office space in an entirely different building. Just to maintain a firewall between like this file and everybody else. I mean, I've seen them say basically the lawyers working on this work on nothing else right now.
Yes. And you know what? You know what's not happening? The lawyers are not living together and communicating all the time.
Yeah, they would never do that with, people who are sleeping together.
Yeah, and I'm sorry that and I'm sorry, but the whole like you have your life, etc. Not when you're dealing with client property and client assets.
Yeah,
the company and the law firm has 100% right to say, nope. If you are sleeping together, you tell me now, and if you are, I'm not going to fire you. You are completely safe, but you're not working on this file.
Yep, that's exactly it. You're not fired, but you are not eligible to work on this file where we need the firewall.
Correct.
Right.
Yep.
So, and the reason why is that the consequences of screwing that up are tremendous. Like
as we are seeing right now.
Well, I mean, in the legal sphere, the consequences of screwing up that firewall are tremendous.
So wait, why? The reason why is that you cannot give, if I have access to the inner workings of one company and know the inner financial workings and things that are going on, and another company could possibly at some point in time be opposed to the interests of the company that I am representing.
Yeah.
They cannot have access to those internal dialogues.
Yeah.
It is inherently prejudicial. They have to be distinct. So you have to create a firewall that prevents any knowledge from passing from one side to the other.
Yeah.
Based on the potential conflict, not even real conflict. If real conflict exists, you're disqualified as counsel. You actually have to give the file away.
Yep. And I mean, sometimes this comes up in criminal law where you've got like, let's say you've got a husband and wife who are both accused of a break and enter. And so long as you can potentially represent both, so long as their interests are the same.
Yes.
But within that like dual representation relationship, I have no privilege as between husband and wife. Husband tells me something, I got to tell wife. And if a conflict arises between them, I have to fire both. Not one, not the other, both have to go. And it's happened to me where I was like, yeah, I'll represent the two of you because you're equal in interest. And one of them says, well, I'm going to turn on the other. And it's like, okay, but you're both finding new lawyers now.
And the reason why it's in law firms is that law firms, we are protected by privilege, which means that clients have to have absolute trust in us to be able to keep their information safe under privilege. So we and other financial institutions are treated as a special class because we have very, very, very good access. Well, we have all access to all of your very critical information. So,
oh, I mean, the stuff I know about some clients,
we don't have to talk about it.
I mean, I'm not going to give details, but just in terms of like the level of detail, some of the time you've got a client who tells you something that could absolutely destroy them, and it's just like that is information that the world will never hear.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
and Julia, I was not calling that out as a negative. 100%. I love it. It was a good question. It was a very good question. That's why I pulled it up. In December of 2021, and again in May of 2022, Sam testified in front of Congress, taking the position that FTX was in favor of regulatory oversight. He also said later in DMs that those were lies. On October 19th of 2022, Sam tweeted that, quote, "We need regulatory oversight and customer protection, and we should establish regulation." But after he stepped down as CEO, Sam admitted that claiming to want regulation was just PR and said, "Fuck regulators." I like that he actually did the whole F thing. Like he didn't like type it out in a complaint. You can say it in court to make a point, but typing it, risky.
I mean, the thing is that so long as it's a quote, you can say anything in court.
Correct. But when you go to the article itself and the tweet itself, why not put it in his mouth and not your own?
Yeah. I mean, sometimes you try, but sometimes you got to put it in your own mouth too.
True.
I had a guy who refused to admit that he'd said the N-word because he was playing a crappy game because he actually dropped the full word with the hard R. So he's like, I didn't say the N-word. He said the word. So I had to drop the word in court. I didn't enjoy that.
It's not comfortable. It's really
not comfortable at all. But he made me do it, and it didn't work out for him.
And you look at
playing
the
that
thing is,
sort of
there's
shitty game. Yeah,
there's a moment you look at the judge, and the judge knows you're going to do it, and you're like, you look at the judge, you don't have to say a word, and the judge kind of looks at you back, and you're like, I know I have to do this. Oh, Lindsay, coming in hot.
It's even worse when you're doing it in front of a black judge.
No, you didn't read the thing because it was that much worse. It was that much worse.
I kind of
sometimes you got to put it in your own mouth too. Okay, all right. Fuck
I'm gonna
regulators.
get quoted on that.
You are
for like forever.
Fuck regulators, they make everything worse. This, too, was a lie that Sam told Sam and his inner circle perpetuated in order to make consumers feel safe depositing their money in FTX. All these misrepresentations had the goal of tricking customers into believing depositing money on the FTX was a safe and easy way to get into crypto, rather than a scheme implemented by FTX or by Sam and the inner circle to funnel money to Alameda. So basically, here's where we're going to get, and I'll start speeding through this stuff. In November, CoinDesk runs a story about a balance sheet that shows bad things. People start complaining or questioning whether there's a liquidity issue. This starts getting reported. A rival exchange starts tweeting that they want out. They start selling off the asset that FTX had created. They start selling it off in such an extent that people start making a run on FTX and asking for their money back.
Whoops.
Well, that's when FTX and Sam had to face the music. No liquidity. And then Sam tweets out his infamous tweet, November 7th. Sam tweets, FTX is fine. Assets are fine. FTX has enough to cover all client holdings. We don't invest client assets, even in client treasuries.
Whoops.
Those are going to live in infamy for quite some time. And I am sorry, Sam, but no matter how many times you try to go back and delete them from the internet always remembers. So on November 8th, Sam announces that Binance is going to be taking over FTX, but that deal falls through over, quote unquote, well, after what? Liquidity issues. Basically, they realize the balance sheets are shit, which creates an even further run on FTX. When you're proposing a sale and that sale falls through, people then realize, oh shit, get money out now. And they pulled money out and there was no money to pull out. 2 days later, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, 3 days later, Alameda, FTX US files for bankruptcy the day Sam resigns. Then he goes on his statement about how he never should have filed bankruptcy, etc., etc. If I have to actually spell out the fraud part of this, you haven't been listening, because
it's all
literally it is everything. The fact that this complaint was 15 pages of facts and like 3 pages of actual like restating of the actual like elements is enough. You don't need more.
Yeah.
This is the biggest fraud you could imagine, like beyond belief. So, yeah. All right. I'm pulling up super chats. This is crazy. Sam Bankman-Fried's speaking engagements for the next week. On December 12th, he has promised. Ooh, that looks lovely. Wait, put it up again. Closer. Hang on. Let me do this. Do the thing with the thingy. There you go. That looks really good. Oh, I love it. You're muted. Yes.
I was muted because I was hammering.
Yes.
So I got 2 that are done, other than like dying and so forth. This one is in progress.
Mm-hmm.
And this one is at an early stage. I've only done the cutting, but got to do a lot of work with a stamp to turn it into what I want it to be.
All right. So you stamp away, and I'm going to hammer away at super chats. And if you feel like jumping in, unmute yourself and jump in.
You know I will.
I know. Okay. Emily Seving, jumping in late from Portland with 2016 Spirit Hill Blanc de Blanc from Argyle. Sent your DM after TOTC about where to find whiskey advent counters in the US. Cheers. Ooh, I'm going to look that up. Thank you, Emily. Very much appreciated. I need those. Ian says thumbs up. Tish in Tennessee. Any thoughts on leveraging the court in a PR campaign? Interesting to see if others will follow. I think it's going to fail horribly. I think this is going to backfire. And I think that little precipice thing is going to really blow up in their face. Viking Wolf by Blood. Ian agrees. Water on the pavement is equal to eating soup with a fork. Yep. I now understand. Professor of Logic. I lost my wife of 20 years last week. Professor of Logic. There is nothing I can say that will replace your spouse at all. And I would never try. I want you to focus on the 20 years that you had and the blessings that every single one of those years gave, and know that she's in a better place, or he, doesn't matter, waiting for you to join him or her. Live the rest of your life and make them proud, and cheers to you and a wonderful life and a wonderful marriage well lived.
My heart breaks for you. I can't imagine. My wife is 30 feet away from me, sleeping. And my brain can't contemplate. So I admire your strength in this, in this moment here. But you have my absolute sympathy. And, as Rob mentioned, 20 years is an accomplishment. It's, it means that you had something real, and nothing can take that away from you. Nothing can diminish it. It is, it's forever. It's adamant. So, to you.
Cheers. Professor of Logic, if it gives you any condolences or thoughts, focus on the things that you had and the life that you lived and the people you left behind who love you very dearly. And I'm saying this quietly because my mom, who lost her significant other on the year of their would-be 40th anniversary, is currently downstairs rummaging through dishes, and I have no idea why. But the kids, the legacy, the family, the people you leave behind who love you very much, they will always be there to look after you. And the things that you and your spouse did will live on through them. Absolutely, 100%. So, cheers. Theta Coker. Swear to the universe, pot this is weird that you have to jump from that to pot. Pot makes me puke. It does to some people. Professor of Logic, I wish I knew about her Apple Air tags sooner. Oh, if that was a joke, that's terrible. Either way, to anyone in the chat, I don't know.
Oh, if that
ruined it, it ruined it. If it didn't, it didn't. You know what? There's dark humor, and you know what? Life is about
that
context.
was the dark humor.
Life is about context Life is
Oh,
about
man.
context. And this is what happens when you let super chats go for too long, because you lose
That's-
context. And context provides either
terrible.
humor or sadness. The funny thing about it is that I don't take a single word I said back, and it can still be funny. That's the thing. It can still be funny and still be serious and still
Yep.
relay a serious message. They are two things at one time. And we're allowed to do that. 'Cause
Professor
this
of
is life.
Logic. Well played.
Well played.
Well played.
Well played. And there's no shade thrown at you for that at all, because that was my fault for the context part. Jay Genie, we need Mike permanently on FF. I'm screaming with laughter. Mike
Mike
does
is great.
He does, but he does a Friday. He does a Friday afternoon, Friday evening live stream, and it's after a full week of him working. So it's like when he jumps on to FNF, I know he's tired AF. Like Ian had the benefit. I don't mean to say the benefit. He probably had 2 hours of sleep last night, but at least he wasn't live streaming today, to my knowledge. So.
I mean, I was in court all day.
Yeah, well, I had Discovery. I hate Discovery shit. I hate
That's
Discovery.
brutal too.
I fucking hate Discovery. I hate Discovery. I hate Discovery.
Mike
Okay.
is fantastic, though. I always like either being on
he's
his stream or having him on. He's just got a wonderful sense of humor, and he just
Fucking
brings a good
goat.
energy.
That fucking goat. Oh my god, that goat was fantastic. I need that. That needs to be added to the soundboard. Make a note. We need that. You and I. You need it. I need it. Whiskey 77. I just ordered a goat on Amazon. Oh shit. Kimmy Davis. Rob, glad you're feeling better. Have a great weekend. Have a great weekend to you, Kimmy. Hope you're doing something fun. Hen House Bath Company. Would you please raise a glass to my middle child, Ashley? She graduated summa cum laude with her BS in agriculture today. I'm a proud mom. Cheers to the proud mom.
Cheers.
And to the recent graduate summa cum laude with a bachelor's in science in agriculture. Put it to good use.
Yep.
It is a profession that needs to be highlighted more and more and more. And the fact
Also,
that we are
oldest, youngest, the gauntlet has been thrown. Step up your game.
oh shit, don't do that. The middle child is always the crazy one. Middle child is always the crazy one. So Ashley, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to dish you right there, but if I'm going by stats, you cray. Like my brother's middle one, he's crazy. Middle children are crazy. I'll take that to the grave. Trial junkie, Rob leaves for 2 minutes. Yep, that's what happens when I leave. Mandy Stevens. So right, Ian, within the technology process, we learn from mistakes. Plus, thanks for all your analysis and humor. Thank you, Ian. I love having his Runkleisms. By the way, Runkleisms come out on Friday Night Frenzy. They just do.
It's just how I think. I tend to sort of think in analogies and explain in analogies. And it's just how I am.
Yeah, it works. I am the oldest child of 3. Stacy
Oldest
Waffle.
of 2 here.
Yeah, see, we're not middle. I'm not middle child. I'm not the crazy one. My brother's the crazy one. Stacy Waffle. Choice paralysis. 1, go for passion. 2, if yucky, go for by process of elimination. Process of elimination is hard. Passion is it's tough to find it when you have like 10 things you want to do. I can understand and be sympathetic to everybody in that.
Sometimes it comes down to a coin toss.
Yeah, true. Just do it. Toss a coin and do whatever it says. Truffle Hound. Ian's stomach lining is made of 80 MPa. What is that?
Truffle Hound is an engineer, so Zypex injected concrete. So basically saying that it is absolutely the most durable you can get.
It's radon proof. Fair. M169. I officially became a pharmacy technician in training this week. Congratulations. Finally on my way to getting certification. Congratulations, M169. Get that certification. Oh. Pierdola, Saska, or just Martha. It's 4 a.m. I'm laughing so hard I'm crying. Thank you. The best way to start a day. Always love it. Thank you very much. The Lauren, not that Lauren, but the Lauren. As a forensic scientist, we go to court all the time. How do you deal with your nerves? How do you keep your attention focused?
From my end, two things. First of all, the nerves, I just live with them. And sometimes it's just a matter of keeping the client from realizing how nervous you are. I got a song I always listen to on my way to a court, to court for a trial. And it helps. But sometimes it's just a matter of getting in there and being terrified. And how do I keep my attention focused? That same fear, that same terror is what keeps me like laser focused.
Yeah.
And I worry if I lose that nervousness, if I lose that anxiousness, maybe I don't keep the focus the same way. Equality is asking, what's the song? It is, it's Mother Mother. The song is Wrecking Ball by Mother Mother. And I can't play it, of course, because
I know we'll get straight. But yeah. So kind of what Ian said, you just do. It's a weird thing to say because the stress becomes something that you embrace. You have to embrace it because it's not going away. When you realize it doesn't go away, it's actually something you can manage. And you realize that of the people in that courthouse, you're supposed to be the one that needs to have the adult expression. So you do a good. There's a legal education course they put on every year. What lawyers can learn from actors. And I always thought this was probably one of the best courses ever taught. And it's about breath control. It's about how to manage your facial expressions and how to manage your tone and mannerisms and what to do with your hands. Funny thing about lawyers, you can tell the good ones from the bad ones based on what they do with their hands.
Keep your hands out your damn pockets.
Out your pockets. But here, this is the power right there, right here. You keep them up here around this proximity, around here, and you're persuasive because you're keeping every focus about here.
Grabbing the podium.
Yes.
Because you hold on to the podium.
If you're nervous.
It looks powerful, but ultimately you can squeeze that podium as hard as you want. And the podium's not breaking.
It's actually called something. It's called anchoring.
Yeah. And you just sit there and you're like gripped onto this podium and you just look intent. That's it. And you could be like scared crapless, but you look like you are, delivering the Emancipation Proclamation when you're doing this. Like you're just gripped.
Now the good ones who have been practicing long enough, and I'm pretty sure Ian can probably do this too. The good ones who have been practicing long enough have the ability to take the stress and frustration and fear that would make them shake. And what they can do is they can put the shake like back in their shoulders so they don't actually exhibit it up here. But they can take their hands and they can make their hands look soft. And they can convey expression like that, like a softball pitcher, open, inviting, things like this. It's less aggressive than that or that. It's this. It's when I convey an expression, I do this with an open palm to try and get you to, take the apple. That's what it's done. That's how I phrase it.
And what I find is that gestures can be very powerful, and even more so if you do them sparingly. Yeah. Like if you're sitting there holding onto the podium and then you lean back and make a gesture to reinforce a particular thing, at that point it matters. But if you're just one of those hand talkers, people start ignoring what you're doing.
Yep. And props.
Yep.
So I have a specific pen. Stupid. It's the Parker Jotter. And I have about
a specific pen, I lose them.
Well, I have about 15 of these. Same exact design. And I actually have to, silly thing, but I have to get the gel inserts to them. But a specific pen, a specific design, because it's everything about it. It's I will walk and talk with that in my hand because it's the comfort when I'm really nervous. Having this here where I can flex or move it or maneuver it or click it And I don't. I actually learned really early on, don't click it because it makes noises. But to have it right there, like just in that crook, it actually really, really, really helps calm me. So if I'm ever very nervous, and that's how if a judge ever learned that trick, and please, judge, I hope none of the judges are watching. If you ever learn that trick, this is how I know I'm nervous. This is how you know I'm nervous. If I have my pen in my hand, you know I'm nervous. I'm not clicking it. It's just there. So,
I mean, at the end of the day, I find that I perform better when I'm terrified. One of these days, I'm going to get you guys on for a stream where we go through and analyze my Supreme Court appearance.
oh, I would be terrified.
Just
yeah,
because I can't watch it. I can't watch it alone. And I can just say, like, at this point, I was freaking terrified.
Oh yeah.
And here's where I stopped being terrified. So yeah, it's but I mean,
really cool. It's a fun and Lauren, that's a really good question because we all have little tricks, and the thing that lawyers do, and good lawyers do it really well, you never show your nerves. Now, Camille Vasquez. So going back to Depp, and I hate to actually spend more time on this because it's kind of cool to say it, but going back to Depp, Camille Vasquez, she was scared shitless. She was so scared. Her hands were shaking. Everything about her body was shaking. And then she reached and grabbed the podium. And that was the anchoring thing that she, in cross-examination, she did it and grabbed the podium. And it was the calming thing that actually brought her back to center. Now,
well, and it's funny because after her cross, I went up to the front of the courtroom.
Yes,
to just say, you did a great job.
Well, she was crying.
And she was like crying and shaking, and the adrenaline was dumping, right? The adrenaline, after that adrenaline, you have like a downspin. And she was in that in a heavy way. And I was just like, I get it. I've been there. But all of that, if you weren't in that courtroom and if you didn't walk up to the front there and talk to her, you wouldn't have noticed.
You see the fear.
She did a really good. So
if you're not an attorney, if you weren't a practiced litigator, you wouldn't see the fear. Now, that was one of the reasons I was so impressed with Ben Rottenborn, because he had one of the best,
smooth,
one of the best, cleanest deliveries I've ever seen, and there was not an ounce of fear. Now, Elaine Bredehoff, there was fear. Like with him? Ben Rottenborn, nothing.
Did you see the difference between Rottenborn and Elaine after they finished their close?
Oh, it's just wildly different. Elaine was emotion dump. Ben was calm.
Yeah, Elaine is sitting there and she's talking to other people. She's like, I need reassurance. I had
Rottenborn sits down, grabs his pen, looks at his notepad, and is just that stoic.
He just has a straight up. He has a slight smile when he's done. He's just like,
you know what?
It was. I mean, I can't do that. It was just.
Say what you will, but trial advocacy, folks, people, if you ever want to be a trial attorney and know what it takes to be a trial attorney, watch that closing argument. And I take the words out of his mouth, but watch what he does. Watch how he behaves. It was a 101 in how to be an effective oral presenter.
The thing is that Rottenborn was a really good lawyer with a real shit face.
And then Elaine, a real shitty co-counsel too. Like Elaine gets up. Rottenborn does that, and Elaine gets up and fucks everything up.
Well, I actually, at one point, I got a whole lot of shit because Rottenborn got up and I stepped out and tweeted basically, Rottenborn did a lot to move the needle. He did a really good job. And then I stepped back in. People were like flaming me on Twitter. They were like, how dare you say Rottenborn did a good job?
I know.
And then afterwards, I was like, my take on Elaine is that she just undid everything Rottenborn did.
Yep.
Like everything Rottenborn accomplished, she just erased.
Yep.
And yeah.
Well, and Chris points a good point out here. Closing argument is where Camille let it go a bit. And yeah, there was, and I actually made a comment about this. I think Ian also talked about it as well, where in her closing argument, there was a fear and you could feel it. And there was a nervousness and she was reading. And I think I made the comment when I was doing the review of Spidey, where the jury leaned forward, almost encouraging her. They were like, it's okay. You can talk to us. And when she saw that, you see her respond. And that's something that attorneys need to learn how to do is get your head out of your notepad and look at who you're talking to. They want to hear the words coming out of your mouth. They don't want to hear a prepared statement. They want to hear you.
I intentionally don't write speeches.
Yes.
What I do is I write speaking notes. And the reason why is you can't read from your paper when you've got speaking notes.
Yes.
You just can't, because it's not a prepared speech.
Yes.
So instead I'll have like a single, like a whole paragraph will be now the line about, reasonable doubt.
I will write a word.
Yeah. It'll be like, reasonable doubt will be the line. And it'll turn into a whole paragraph. And I'll rehearse that in front of a mirror. And I'll have that down. But it's still on my page. I can't read it out.
Nope.
Because it's just, because I know that if I write out a whole speech, I'm going to be sitting there going like, and then this, and then that.
I know.
And then the other. And it's so ineffective.
I did that once with my very first trial. And my friend, now my law partner, my friend watched that trial and she said, that sounded like shit. And I was like, oh, okay. I didn't expect that. And she goes, you read. Why did you read? You told me the whole case in the office. Why did you read? And I was like, I'm sorry. I wrote it down. And she goes, it sounded like crap. Like just.
My moment was with an appellate. So, it's an appellate issue. It was on sentencing. So, but I had one of the justices or a justice who did me a tremendous favor. I'm sitting there reading and he said, Mr. Runkle, turn your paper over and talk to me.
Dude,
at the time I thought he was being a giant dick.
It's not. It's not. They want the funny, and it's kind of funny. You know what? I'm talking to the chat right now. Chat, 2,400 of you is sitting here. 2,500 of you sitting here. One of the funniest things that was said to me was, Rob, just talk. Okay. But no one's going to want to listen. If you're not reading it, if you're just you, people actually want to hear what you say. Like, I don't care who you are. You could be the most boring person in the world, but if you're just you, I want to hear what you want to say. I want to hear what you have to say. I want to hear it.
Well, my argument in that, in that appeal, after he said, turn your paper over and talk to me, got better.
Yeah.
Because I did, right? Like I turned my page over and I just started making my argument. And, you actually connect to the, connect to the court in a way that you can't when you're reading.
So, and the other thing about reading, and I'll tell you this story. I don't know if I've told you this one yet. I had a pain in the ass opposing counsel as you're stamping. And yes, Ian's not ignoring me. He's stamping. I had a pain in the ass opposing counsel. And they literally wrote their closing argument. And here's where you get dangerous with that. Because during the trial, I won objections that I knew I was going to win, but I baited her into. Objections on expert testimony that prevented her expert testimony from coming in. And she went and she read her closing argument. Well, what did her closing
before
what did her closing argument include?
Oh God, no.
To the point where the judge cut her off because she was reading her closing argument, and the closing argument expressly included things that the expert that she intended to testify was precluded from testifying because I won a very valid objection. The expert did not have the qualification to testify to that thing.
Damn.
But she had pre-written it and she was reading it. and the judge cut her off. And the funny thing is, once the judge cut her off because she was reading it, there was no recovery. Because once you're reading, you get cut off, you're screwed. When you're not reading, when you're actually looking at the judge and you're talking to the judge, when the judge cuts you off, it's now a dialogue. That's my favorite part. Give me those questions. I want to hear them. I want to talk to you because I want to make sure you're understanding.
The best thing is a hot panel. And
God,
what I mean by that, the description between, like, the difference between a hot panel and a cold panel, like, let's say you got 20 minutes to talk. A cold panel will just let you talk for 20 minutes and then say, thank you, Mr. Runkle, over to your friend.
Oh, I hate it.
And that's bad. That's
It's
not where I want to
painful.
be. Hot panel. And I mean, the best is a panel that is really going to tell you, here's where we think the problem is with your argument. So like Court of Appeal, Supreme Court, I've had some really good hot panels where you stand up and they're just like, ideally at a panel, you get about 2 minutes to say what you want to say. And then they're just launching into questions.
Yep.
And like when I've done moot judging with, for students, I let them talk for a few minutes and then I'm like, counsel, I've read your brief. It's very good. What I want to know is, and then I'm going to hit them with questions.
Oh, I love it. 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 Because I have this one judge. I'm not going to say their name. I won't say their name at all. Their name might begin with the same letter that my name begins with. But there's this one judge that I love because before I start giving my closing, after the close of evidence, the judge says, "You done?" And yes, we're done. And we stand up to give our close. And I have been in front of the judge enough that I stop and I wait because the judge says, if you give him time, because if you start talking, he's going to cut you off.
Yeah.
But if you give him time, he says, counsel, here's what I want to hear you talk about. Because here's where my mind is. And here's what I want to hear you focus on. And here's the thing about that. I love it because if the judge's mind is not where I need, I know. Oh, no.
Am I the only one?
Can you guys hear me?
Chat, can you hear me? Can you hear Rob? What's going on?
Can you hear Rob? Can you hear Rob? I'll be really disappointed.
Okay, they hear you. I don't hear you.
Okay. Batteries. Okay, so this judge, while Ian's fixing that, this judge does this thing where he basically says, counsel, I have this problem, and this is what I want to hear you talk about. And this tells me two things. One, if the problem the judge has is not what I anticipated, then I have a problem in that I have not gotten the judge to the point where I need to get him to. So I have a very limited window to get the judge to see my problem and not his problem. Not easy. And two, it lets me know that this is now a dialogue. And now I'm in a discussion. And these are my favorite, where I can talk to the judge openly and basically debate back and forth. And now I've got the judge. Because the second I had the judge talking, it's like, I can persuade you now. Now I've got you. Now you're with me. Now you can talk to me. You're here, Becca.
All right. Hopefully the audio is not too bad. I think your
headphones
ran out of juice.
Yeah, you're fine. What I was saying is when the judge comes and cuts me off and says, here's the problem I have, I was like, okay, two things. One, if the judge is not highlighting the same problem that I'm thinking, then I have a very limited chance to get the judge to see things my way. Yep. And two, if the judge asks me questions, I now know that I have the judge. I can engage in a dialogue and a discussion. And the more that I can get that judge to ask me questions, the more that I can convince that judge I'm right.
I ran a trial in front of a judge. She's now a justice of the Court of Queen's Bench. I'll just, Justice Richardson. She's fantastic. And, but she's not easy to appear in front of. She gives you the gears.
Yep.
And I was I was arguing an issue. And she basically said, Mr. Runkle, you're full of shit. I don't agree with you on this. That's not how she phrased it.
But I love those judges.
She basically said, I think your argument is crap. Justify it. And I'm arguing with her and basically saying, like, no, this is my thinking. And I see her go. And the moment I knew I had her was the moment when she went, huh. And the thing is she did me a tremendous favor by telling me that she thought my argument was full of crap. And the reasons why, because that let me address it. She could have just sat there and let me finish talking and then just been like, your argument was garbage and that's it.
Well,
But
it puts you in a corner. And the thing is, once you back a defense attorney or you back a trial attorney into a corner and watch them fight their way out.
Yep.
And it's the coolest thing because they will pull every argument. Like they become so much more persuasive.
And the thing is at the end of it, I saw her go, huh. And then she turned and basically said, Crown, Mr. Runkle has made this argument.
Answer. Oh, that's the best.
Answer
Those
it.
are the best. Yes. Yes.
And the Crown
yes.
was like, well, and they didn't do as well on responding to it. And at the end of it, she's like, I got to acquit.
Those are the most fun.
That hot bench was really what I needed. And yeah, I see people saying it's now King's Bench because it became King's Bench the instant the Queen died by operation of law. But yeah, no, it like a judge does you a tremendous favor. But the other thing is the reading thing. You can be sitting there reading from your notes, and the judge is like,
"Look at me,
counsel,
at me.
I got a question." And that's not in your speaking notes.
Nope.
And if you can't respond to it in a way that maybe changes the court's mind, you're going to lose. Like, that's what those moments are about. I tell people, like, a lot of people cut corners on appellate writing. And I say about 85% of the time, appeals are won or lost before somebody before you walk in the door in the courtroom.
Yes,
based on your writing.
But trial attorneys, to the people that want to be trial attorneys in the crowd,
yeah,
go watch trial attorneys. Go watch them. Just watch them.
But the other thing is,
God,
if you want to be a good trial attorney, watch appeals.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. So I don't know if I told you this story. I had and I know I'm completely sidetracked, guys. I'm sorry, but you know what? Sorry, it's my channel. I had a moot court competition, and it was a 3-panel of a judge, a practicing appellate advocate, and then another judge that were on the panel. And moot court, for those of you in the chat who don't know, is fake court. You are arguing an appellate argument that has already been argued in front of a panel of judges that are not judges. You are doing it in law school, and you are trying to basically show how good you are. Yeah. And I go up and I give this argument, and I go through the entire argument, and probably one of the most impactful things that was ever told to me in my entire career was I finished the argument, and I stand up, and the judges give you review. They give you critique. And the critique the judge gave me was, counsel, everything you said that came out of your mouth was 100% great. I loved every argument. You knew every single case. You knew the points. You knew the pace to hit. Here's the problem. Your tie is a 1/2 inch below the button on your shirt. And I could not stop but staring at it. It was one of the most important lessons I ever learned, because it wasn't the judge being pretentious or anything like that. It's that human behavior is distracting. And your job is to be persuasive, which is where you learn the triangle, keeping everything here. Because when you're trying to persuade someone or you're trying to make a point, if they're focused on the piece of hair that's flying astray, or if they're focused on the tie that's below, they're not listening to the words coming out of your mouth. As an attorney, you are supposed to be nothing. You're supposed to be nothing. You are a voice.
Yep.
And the way you become nothing is you become what the judge expects to see. And for the most part, attention to detail and your appearance. And not giving the judge something to focus on, which is why I don't click my pen. That's why I hold my pen, so it's not a distraction.
I mean, I was moot court judging at one point, and this guy, I was like, your arguments were fantastic. My criticism is hands out of your pockets. He's like, what? And I'm like, you had your hands in your pants pocket the entire time, and you were fidgeting with something in there. And I'm going to tell you, I'm going to assume it was coins or your keys, but you can't tell. And it ends up that you, like, whoever's judging this spends a lot of time wondering what it is you're poking in there. Hands out of your damn pants pockets. And, you know, and he's just like, well, and I'm like, I get that this isn't a legal issue, but if you're in front of a courtroom, you cannot have the court wondering if you're touching yourself.
Yep.
And he's like, I'm like, hands on the podium. Like, if you got a fidget, hands on the podium, dude. And he's like, okay. And I'm like, so this is why I tend to be in moot court panels. I tend to be the guy who's a little more difficult to deal with. But I have, I mean, I've had a lot of people basically say, yeah, at the end of the day, you know, it's good to get the criticism. It's good to get, you know, sort of the understanding. There's all sorts of those little mistakes people make. People tap. People, you know.
Yep.
And it's just absolutely fatal sometimes.
So that advice that I received was 12 years ago. No, sorry, 14 years ago, that advice.
Yeah.
And it's still with me to this very, very, very moment. So I still have that advice. I still take it with me to every proceeding I have, every trial I have. And that actually is what gave me I asked my client their favorite color before the day they testify. And I wear a tie and a pin that matches that color. So when they see it, so it's one of the first questions I ask when I'm actually intaking what their color is. And I will write that down and not tell them, and I'll wear it on their trial day.
Heck, with clients, people say, what should I wear to court? I'm like, first thing, nothing with writing on it or a picture on it.
Colors.
You know, lose the t-shirts,
Normal.
lose the, you know, because sometimes people come in with like Crooks and Castles gear or Sons of Anarchy gear. And I'm like, here's the thing. Your judge is like 87. And so you really can't come in with Sons of Anarchy gear because they don't watch the show. They just think you're wearing biker gear in their courtroom and they're pissed. Yep. So I'm like, no pictures, no text.
Yep.
But I want people to dress up for wherever they are in life. And what I mean by that is that if you are a trucker, you might not own a suit, and I don't want you to buy one for court.
Yep.
I want you to wear something you're going to feel comfortable in and look like you respect the court. Whereas if you come in wearing a suit that doesn't fit you and you just don't feel right in it, it makes your testimony look
uncomfortable.
Shitty. Yeah, and what does uncomfortable look like? It looks like lying. So, I mean, I'd much rather have the ditch digger who shows up in like a button-down shirt than if he shows up in a suit that he borrowed from his brother or something, right?
Mm-hmm.
So,
yeah. And Andy's saying my favorite color is urine yellow. I have ties that match that too.
Well, kind of. I have your tie that matches that.
You have one of my yellow ties. One of my yellow ties, but yes, I need that tie. Well, I'll come get it. Mandy Stevens, so much for Spice for Men show.
You got to come here to get that tie.
It's getting colder. Can I fly in there in January? Oh, you know what?
I would
if
say
it's that cold, if it's
like
that cold, you know what? If it's that cold, maybe the one chip challenge wouldn't hurt that bad.
You don't want to fly in January because I will tell you it starts defrosting here in like March. March is when you want to come in, not January.
Why don't you visit me where it's warm? You and Mrs. Runkle just come down and visit, and we'll.
I will have. I've got plans to come visit, so that'll happen.
Yeah. Manny Stevens, so much spice from Ben Chu and the Wood Daddy crew. Love it. Ooh, that was a good rhyme. Ben Chu and the Wood Daddy crew. All right. Tessie Bodio, you need to do 10 shots, 10 questions, and have EDB write the questions.
Oh, God, no.
No.
That's terrifying.
No. Hard pass. Mandalore Wise, Ian's cookbook, page 420. Spicy Coke, half cocaine, half thermite. Holy shit. That hang on. Ian's cookbook, page 420. Spicy Coke, half cocaine, half thermite. We might need to patent that. Stacy Walpole, go for the horny hoodie. Okay. Pamela Wissenbach, Rob, they are good friends. They make you laugh. They all do. I love all of my friends. It's fantastic. Chrissy Lee, I'm still here for the record. I wanted Mike to say pre-trial, not thruple. I already gave neighbors friends that are a thruple. I told you about this, Mike. Okay, here, Chrissy, one for you. Pre-trial. There you go. There's a Mike pre-trial for you. Names, Andrea. Stop being adults. We never started. Trial junkie quadruple tonight. It was. We had a good time. Truffle Hound. The Swedish candy. Is it spunk? There's a candy called spunk. Don't eat that. Oh, God, that's what she said. There's so much of that I don't want to read anymore. Oh, Truffle Hound. Bad Truffle Hound. Kara Savage. I may have to get old, but I never have to grow up. Same, my dear. Lady Laura. Auditing is overrated. This is fantastic. Unicorn emoji.
This might have been adulting, but I don't know.
Adulting. That was adulting.
Yeah.
That was adulting. I'm reading words and math.
Well, it said auditing, but I suspect that was a phone autocorrect.
Andy, you have never been an adult in your life. I love you, but you've never been an adult in your life. You dressed up as Elf, and you did a wonderful thing for your kids. Fantastic, but he dressed up as Elf. Yes, it was great. Sarah Lee, loving the guests making Rob uncomfortable. They always do. It's fantastic. Melinda, boys, you are totally out of control tonight. Yes, we were. Thank you very much. The Lauren, never agreed to being an adult. I am 35, going on 5. I would say I'm probably going on 12. Adrian Angevine, Rob, you keep saying we are adults. I do not think that means what you think it means. Oh, nice burn. Princess Bride burn. I love the Princess Bride burn. Great.
Yes.
Professor of Logic, lighting up a bottle of Elmer's takes me back. Viking Wolf by Blood, thank you very much. We need to make a book of Runkleisms. I have people that send them to me. I need to actually transcribe them.
I need to start. Yeah, that would be a thing to compile.
I'm waiting until like you retire, and I'm gonna read a fucking book of them at your retirement. Like
I will make like a leather-bound book with gold embossing.
I will make a plaque that is like a wall that is built and engraved in Runkleisms. That's you don't get to outdo that. Stacy the Crafty Cat, Mike, we need some. Oh, sweet Jesus, he did. He brought the mug. Rob, did you ever get the package I sent you? Love how you guys play off each other. Makes for great nights and laughs. Stacy the Cat, Crafty Cat. I did. I have a lot of Crafty Cats, and I have thank you cards coming out in the next week. So thank you cards are coming out. I've been making them on the Cricut. But I'm trying. I'm doing my very best. It cooperates sometimes. It doesn't sometimes.
I got to figure out the Cricut on my end.
You really, really, really do. Yes. Tamitha, correction, Ian. Boxed wine has come a long way. More vintners are going that way, producing quality bag in a box of wine. Yes and no, Tamitha. We can have a debate about that on a different live stream. I'm
just going to say Apothic was making boxed wine before it was good.
All right. I can do that. Did you get the package I sent? I hope you weren't offended, Lisa Kaufman. Lisa Kaufman, there is nothing that is sent to me that is offended. I have a glow-in-the-dark sword. I have a unicorn onesie.
One day I'm going to get you an actual sword.
I don't know if I want that. I might. I've got coffee cups. I've got coffee cups that say what? And I cannot stress this enough. The fuck? That was fantastic.
Nice.
That was a good one. I've got one that says On the fucking rocks.
Nice.
That was a good one. And then I've got
my glass here. This was failed merch because it's peeling off, but I don't know if you can read it. It says probably water, maybe vodka.
I like that one. This one might be one of my favorites, though. So this is a sticker. And it says,
nice.
You couldn't handle my undivided attention. That just suits like so many things, like the ADHD, etc. But Lisa Kaufman, yes, and I said thank you notes are coming out as soon as I can. If you have an address, I'm trying to send them this week. Dawn Biederman, Screaming Goat appearances tonight, 1,000 times better than in Thor. Thanks for all the laughs. Thor, Love and Thunder, those Screaming Goats were obnoxious. I don't care. Fight me.
I haven't seen that one.
Terrible.
I saw the trailers for it and went, this feels like a hard pass.
It tried so hard. It tried so hard. Equality, agree with Viking Wolf by Blood. I would like the Runkleism book. Same with me. Sparkling Dragon, I agree as well. Viking Wolf. Yep, we all need the book. Peggy Lamb, I imagine that you're signing the super sticker because you need the book too. Same with Laura. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, all of you guys. I mean, I really do mean this sincerely. You guys never have to send a super chat. I never want you to send a super chat. I try to pull up regular chats when I can. The chat moves really fast.
Oh, so fast here.
And I thank you very much for all of the support. Honestly, I really do. It's really fantastic. Rachel Mills, when it goes to the trial, will you cover Britney Spears? I didn't see that was going to trial yet. And Britney, I don't have an ounce on EDB on that. Britney is EDB. That is her. That is her territory. I am not going close to that.
I might go to G-Wax if I can.
Okay. Fair. Mary Malarkey. Mike, did you get the goat from Billy Goat Tavern? Ooh, interesting. Rhonda Griffin. Could the Congress people who accepted money from him be liable for accepting stolen money? No, they could not. If it in fact is proven,
knew.
Nope.
And how would they have known?
And even then, the only thing is they can get a judgment that says return it. That's it. House Hippo, question, is this FTX stuff enough to make the government try to regulate crypto? They're going to try and they're going to fuck it up.
Yeah.
I can guarantee they're going to fuck it up. They're going to try and they're going to fuck it up. They're going to be like, we're going to go over the top and fuck it up. It's just going to happen. I'm sorry. Niners Sales Scout. Yay, finished work for the day and you're still going? It's almost 5 hours. Yay, going to just listen because I feel a migraine coming on. Ooh, dealt with too many idiots. I'm sorry, Niners Sales Gal. I'm sorry. Brandy, thank you for the super sticker. Very much appreciated. Chelsea, Rob, you were right when you invoked the Girardi case. The more people dig into SBF and FTX story, the worse the story gets. It feels that way every time. Equality. Ian, have you heard of Tiger's Whiskers as an assassination tactic? I don't drink anything sharp and pointy. Tiger's Whiskers. Oh, is that where they do the threads of is that the it's a steel cable threads. They put steel cable threads in a beverage and you drink them. And when you drink them, they're too subtle to notice in the beverage until you put them down throat. Once they're in the throat, you cannot remove them. Neat. I think that's what that is. Dark.
Cool.
I think that's what that is. So, Winter Scoop. This is a new kind of spam. Ponzi got his name immortalized. I proclaim this new scam to be called the Bankman scheme. Okay. Professor of Logic. Why use charms when you can drink Ian's bleach drink? Oh, shit. We're not going to do that. No bleach drink.
Bleach.
Neely Gonzalez. Best night to catch an FNF ever. Wood and leather and bears. Oh, my. Oh, wow. That was there. I cannot read Cyrillic. I am very sorry. I cannot read Cyrillic at all. I wish I could see that.
Yeah.
Or read that in any fashion whatsoever. But it says, hey, 6 a.m. here. Just got home and so glad you're finally caught you live so I can hear you try to pronouncing my name. I just read that I can't read Cyrillic.
I'm just gonna go with Leningrad.
No,
Nope, that's what that says. Reference to the band. Check out Not a Paris. It's a great song. Also an
Mahena
excellent
and
music
Joba.
video.
Mahena and Joba? I don't know. I'm trying. I really am. I have zero clue how to read Cyrillic. Jesus, FTX was only created in 2019. It feels like this nonsense has been going on for 28 human years, let alone hound years. Holy shit, it gets worse. Ian's hiring process is just a 3D part D&D campaign. Fair game. Trabuco.
I could totally see that too.
Yes, probably could too. Trabuco used his gambling experience and ran hedge fund like a casino. No shit, Sherlock. Yup. It was that Trabuco. Oh God, what a piece of all these guys, man. Stop giving them breaks. Stop cutting them breaks because Sam Bankman-Fried was at the helm. They were all involved.
FTX is one big bed full of grumpies.
Yes. And all of them were grumpying together and just they just deserve to be flushed. Look up the video discussing risk management. Okay. Oh no, I did with the FTX. There was the chick that literally was a bikini model that was like their risk management portfolio. It was interesting. It was bad. It was bad. Video with Caroline discussing risk management. Oh, I'll look that up too. Truffle had to be fair. Caroline's risk management video is better than Bernard's, Tomic's, OnlyFans, ex-girlfriend, FTX risk management video. That was the one I saw. The ex-girlfriend that was like, I'm risk management at FTX, and she was like, not risk management anywhere. Unless risk was like, I risk STDs. I don't understand any of the process. Professor of Logic, I stepped away for a second and Ian was wearing the mask. Thought you had Nick on the stream. I get it. The nose. That was pretty good. That was bad, but pretty good. Someone should tell Nick to just buy that and maybe it'll contain his nose.
I don't know if it's got enough space to fit.
Oh Jesus. Someone's gonna clip that shit. Nick, it's all in love. But Ian has a mask for you.
Is.
Ian has a mask for you. It'll protect from the pepper. Janet Burst, Ian cosplaying and Percival DeRollo. I love it. Joe Ellen, the only thing that made me smile all day was Ian the mask. The knife made me laugh. My cat Charlie is sick and I will be up all night. I'm sorry, Joe Ellen. That is miserable. Sick pets, sick kids, all the above. I'm sorry. Elton John got his pet rabbit on a treadmill. It's a little bit funny. It's a little fit bunny. It's a little fit bunny.
Oh God.
That was really bad, but awesome. Stole your sweet roll, nomadic nerd. Ian, that's amazing. No need to be embarrassed. Sucks Twitter went the way it did, and I flipped to Mastodon, but I hope to see you all there eventually. A lot of ADHD, autistic, and art plus other kinds of nerds there. Great Friday. I needed this tonight. Stole your sweet troll. I understand. I mean, whatever makes you comfortable. I would say that you can reach us via our communities on YouTube anytime, community posts, and I think Ian's on Instagram, but you can get us on YouTube. So we hope to see you around, and thank you for all the support.
Also via Discord, if he knows how to get to me.
Yes, Discord.
Yep.
Yes. But hope to see you around. Pam Bystrack. Knitters have a term for errors. It's our unique design feature. Most people will not notice. The maker sees it as a glaring mistake. Yes. Yep. Every freaking time. Sassy footnote. The art of deliberate imperfection. Drop stitch. It's not intentional, even though it sometimes appears to be. It's really not. It's like when I set myself up for stupidity and you guys remark like, Rob, you set yourself up for that. I'm not that smart. I really am not. I thank you guys for giving me that credit, but I'm not. So I'm looking to buy an old lighthouse. Nothing flashy though. Oh God. Did Trufflehound email you all the jokes? Did you guys trade off tonight? Like what is
I love it and
Cheryl
I
C.
hate it at the same time.
I do. It's fantastic. Law and Lumber. Did you see the Reuters headline 2 hours ago? Cryptocurrency exchange FTX secretly funded media company The Block for over a year with money sent to The Block's chief executive. I called it out early in the stream. The executive has since resigned. But yeah, this guy spent money where he knew it would get him the most benefit, which is the press. Trufflehem, this isn't a complex case. The terminology can be boggling, but the actual fraud is really straightforward. Ian could runkle it to make it easier.
They are supposed to have money in 2 buckets. One bucket is low risk bucket for every, thing you put in, there's one in there, 1-to-1. The other bucket is the I trust you to make investments with this money bucket. Instead,
bet on horses.
They told
It's the bet on horses bucket.
Yeah. So instead, they had one big bucket, and the people who, were putting their money in the bet on horses bucket, who should have taken the losses when things went bad, got to take the money from the other bucket because there was only one bucket. So yeah, and
when they promised 2 buckets.
Also, there was a hole in the bucket that Sam Bankman-Fried was like drinking directly out of.
And it had all the booze.
Yeah.
And all the good stuff. Yes. Exactly. Barney Cat. Ian, it's the taking a chance on an Indian basket. It's like taking a chance on an Indian basket.
Or blanket.
Oh. Blanket. Basket too.
I'll explain that one to you off stream.
Oh. You don't need to.
I think I do.
No, I actually think I understand.
You know what? I'm going to explain it right now. So,
shit.
At certain raffles, blankets are a common item to put up on the raffle, which means that a certain pickup line is, "Hey, want to take a chance on an Indian blanket," which has an entirely different meaning as it's delivered there. So
go on, because sure, why not? Heather, thank you very much. I have to go to dinner with my family, but I wanted to let you know we just found out that Dad's scans show he's getting better. We are winning. Congratulations. That is amazing. Wonderful news. Thank you, Heather. Congratulations to you and your father and your family. 9 Inch Nails gal. Oh God. What do you get when you divide the circumference of a pumpkin by its diameter? Oh, pumpkin pie. Oh, Jesus Christ. We are here. This is where we are. Lori Leanne. Huge shout out to the membership gifted by Cindy T. 5 memberships. Island. 5 memberships. Viking Wolf by Blood. 50 memberships.
Whoa.
Tish in Tennessee. 10 memberships. Darlene. 5 memberships. Lori Signor, 10 memberships. Wow, you all have made this such an amazing community. Holy crap, guys. Just thank you. And thank you, Lori, for calling that out. Thank you all. That is. And to that maker version of membership, the one that's like the really expensive one. I know that it was expensive, and I promised you something for it. I'm making that, and I'll be sending an email out this week asking for addresses to ship those things. I'm probably going to put.
I'm kind of thinking I might do the same thing, like a similar sort of maker tier.
It's basically to cover materials so that I can do a maker tier and send stuff.
Yeah, but I could make something like a wallet or something.
I have to actually do a poll and ask if people want coasters or they want like a little cheese plate, like something like that. Like I have yeah. So.
I've sent out keychains to a few people just as thanks, because sometimes people send me stuff and I'm like, hey, I will send a keychain back. The good thing about the keychains is that I can probably stuff them into a regular mailing envelope. Which avoids the massive shipping costs that otherwise I get sending stuff out of the country.
It's like the least I can do, honestly. Like I'm trying to think of ornaments and stuff like that, but yeah, I've got coasters and different things in the works, and I have scrap stuff in the shop that I need to work on Sunday. So It's going to be a fun weekend.
Yeah, I mean, probably not something as complicated as these things, because these things are taking a while, as you can tell. But yeah.
Be kind. So he was a crook using others' money, manipulated what the value of crypto seemed to be, and he cooked the records. They lied, REFDIC insured. They are allegedly criminals, crazy, and immoral. Yeah, you have the gist of it pretty much. Sarah Lee, damn, I fell asleep. Been up since 2 a.m. for work. I look forward to FNF every week. Y'all explain things so well that I don't always understand. Thank you very much, Replay Crew. We love the Replay Crew. And this is a great opportunity to remind people, if you have not yet done so, because I am terrible at asking for it, please just make sure you hit the like button on this video. It does a lot to the metrics. It helps people see the channel, etc.
Like button costs you no money, but it helps Rob out.
Thank you. I'm bad at the YouTube requesting things. I will get more comfortable at it. I'm just not good at it.
I suck at the grifty aspects of it. I'm just like, I feel
it makes me really, really uncomfortable. Jen K reported fake Rob YouTube account. Yes, there have been so many of those. I actually sent a text to like a group chat I have, of which Ian is a part of, and I was like, how do I get rid of these fucking imposter accounts? They're popping up ever since I started covering the FTX stuff.
Oh, the instant you mentioned crypto, there's going to be a dozen people going,
I have a scam for you.
Yeah.
So FYI, y'all, I have a check mark next to my YouTube channel. If you do not see that check mark, it is not me. If I am purporting to ask you for any information, it is not me. I do not ask you for information. Y'all know me. I don't say go and invest here. Y'all know me. I don't do that crap at all. So if
I ever tell you to invest in crypto, shoot me, because I am the pod person at that point.
I will have already shot you.
Yeah, that is. And honestly, if I'm not the pod person, well, I still had it coming for telling you to invest in crypto.
Fair.
So
I will have already shot you.
Yeah, exactly.
And your wife and I will, she will probably approve.
Oh, she'll approve. She'll be like, oh, he was talking crypto BS. Yeah.
Bye.
It was coming.
Yeah, it was coming. We loved him while he was still an elf. Oh, God. Pam Byshak. Monday is the 4th anniversary of my husband's passing. We were together for 40 years and married for 36. Pam.
To your husband.
To your husband, to you, to that relationship and that marriage.
Absolutely.
All the best, my dear. All the best. Tish in Tennessee. May not want to add the goat just yet. Oh, shit. Nisa Howard. Rob, check your DM from me. Okay. Sometimes it's hard to see these things because holy crap, a lot of you were DMing.
I get a ton of people who ask me if I want a second job, and I'm like, you're too late. Like, it would be at least a third job.
Yeah. Nisa, that is a screaming unicorn that screams like a goat. And that is a hard pass / it might be in my cart. I'm not saying it out loud anymore. Professor of Logic, she's watching with me and punched me in the shoulder for that. You deserved every ounce of force that came with that punch. But also every ounce of love that come with it too. Jen K, 8 years on 20th since my hubby passed. It gets better. Jen K, cheers to you, that marriage. They're never gone. You can still yell at them too. I yell at my dad all the time. Well, I ask him questions a lot. He never really, yeah, okay, it's fine. M169, for a release of nerves to go back to track in 7 days to the Wolves by Nightwish live at Wembley. It's a banger and powerful. What is that? Ian, does that mean anything to you?
Yes. 7 Days to the Wolves is the song by Nightwish, the band. So this is my current adventure in music is I'm trying to reach out to a band called Johnny Hollow, who are an independent Canadian band. And I'm like, I would like to give you money. Please tell me how much money you would like me to give you, and they're not responding, and it's making me sad because I totally want to. Yeah, but you should check that out. Nightwish is good.
Nightwish. My pen. Oh, my notepad. It's so late. Nightwish.
Also, you need to go to sleep because you're
I have 10 more. We're good. Andy the Game Maker. Having deployed to a combat zone, focusing on the small, immediate tasks in front of you can distract you from how you're feeling. Or just remember, Andy, fuck you. Oh, I'm sorry, Andy. That was really rude. Hawk Michael. Remember Mike Hawk. Just remember Mike Hawk.
Yes, you should remember specifically Andy's.
Andy.
Also, picture him in the elf costume as you do.
No.
Picture the elf costume.
No. Andy, you're dead to me for at least 48 hours. 48 hours, you're dead to me.
It can't be 48 hours because I'm going to need your help with what is it? The mask.
48. Give me 48 hours. How are Wood Daddy and Lead Daddy still alive? I don't know. Aaron Ryder, thank you for the super chat. Aaron Ryder, much respect for you two. Hi from Arkansas. Mary Malarkey, enjoy listening to Rob and Ian in the background all evening as they share advice, thoughts, stories while connecting with the chat. You two are awesome humans. Thank you very much, Mary. That actually means a hell of a lot. Thank you. Chrissy Lee. Chrissy, go to sleep. I know that you're not going to listen to me, but please. I need to stop giving up my entire page. Oh, Chrissy.
I have done this lecture
Chrissy,
on my channel.
I need to actually lecture you here.
Yeah.
And this I'm going to lecture you. You can actually DM me. If that is the thing, you can DM me. I will draw attention to those DMs. I know that you're going through a lot, my dear. Do not spend your paycheck on me. Do not spend a single dollar on me. You are here. You are with the chat. You are well thought of. Everything about that. You do not need to spend money for. You actually don't. You really, really don't. So please remember that. Please think of that. Even though my DMs get like way overwhelmed that I can't respond to everyone because I try to respond to a lot of you guys. A lot of you guys are in the chat. You know I try to respond to all of you. It's really hard. You do not need a super chat. And I would love for you to take that money and go and spend it on a nice meal for yourself. I really would. Like that would be a gift to me. If you sent me a picture of you spending that money, like here's the thing. Next time you super chat. Good idea. Next time you want to super chat, I want you to take that money and I want you to spend it on a meal, put it in front of yourself and take a picture with yourself, selfie, having a nice glass of wine with that meal. That is more of a reward to me than anything you could send me via YouTube. Period. Please do that. 100%. And I think Ian will agree with me on that one.
I've done this lecture and basically said, listen, if you are, money's tight for lots of people right now. If you've been to the grocery store, the prices everywhere are like
going up
and to nutty levels, right? So lots of people are struggling. And I'm like, if you are struggling, please don't don't send a super chat my way. Buy food for your kids.
Yep.
All of this stuff is way more important. And we are practicing lawyers. And so what that means is we got an entire job on this, on the other side of things. As much as my goal is to eventually do YouTube so that I can do law for free. I don't want to get there feeling bad about people having,
not on the backs of that. No,
exactly.
no,
That's
not
exactly
at all.
it. So
Not at
I
all.
mean,
Not on the backs of that. Not at all.
there's a right way and a wrong way to succeed, and succeeding off somebody else, going, that I can't do. So,
yeah. Chrissy, put a piece of paper down, put a pen and pencil, draw something. I don't care if it's a stick figure. Send me that picture. That is worth 15 of those super chats. 100%.
Yeah.
Every single freaking thing people send me, these things, these little stickers. I have hand drawings, a card. I don't need any of that. What I need is for you to be good and happy and wonderful, just like you are. So draw something on a picture, draw something on a piece of paper, and send it to me and say, and actually be happy doing it. And if you do that, I will be thrilled. So yeah. And Tianina, I see you. I sent you cards. I saw your cards, and they made my day. You guys send me DMs, you send me pictures, you send me stuff you're working on. It makes my day. So thank you. And I'm going to get through this because I have to get our secret squirrel to bed. Janny Wallace, morning, just woke up from work in Glasgow. And you're still going. Hope you get my email about book help. I saw that, Jan. I will actually respond to that probably tomorrow. Save up the Runkleisms, print in limited edition, and sell up for next year's charity event. Ooh, I like that one. Runkleisms on coasters. Yes, I love this idea. Great charity event.
I feel like I need to make little. I want to get a like a gold stamp for the edges in that shape from the from our last trials.
Don't say it. Don't say it. Don't say it out loud. We're not saying it out loud. I know what you mean. We all know what you mean. The TOTC, the gold stamp leaf. Yep. Fair. Let's see. Rachel the Riveter. Nick didn't show up and we're waiting. Please get RIP Nick trending to troll him. He died from, oh God. Rachel the Riveter. Hopefully Nick is still alive. It is 1:30 a.m. my time, which means he should have been live for about an hour and a half. So hopefully he's still there. What is that device and implement of destruction?
This is for doing gold leaf edges. It's the only one I've got. This was given to me, but yeah, basically you just you have to put this on a little, and I don't actually have the proper like heater for this, but yeah, no, I want to try that out at some point.
Alita, we stayed awake late enough that Alita is awake.
Oh God, we screwed up.
This is now a problem. Now and Alita, that is not for you. That is how late we are up. This is now a 5-hour. Oh shit, 5.5-hour stream. Tiffany Bernier, we need to get this craft group going for more of the Nova Law Nerds. Tiffany, I have asked you before. We can coordinate this. Send me an email. P.S. I made 1 million coasters with the Cricut recently and got a sublimation printer. I don't know what that is. What's the sublimation? I will learn that. I will.
Yeah, I'm not
Susanna
sure either,
Painter,
but it sounds crafty.
It does. And I need to actually I need to get Squirrel before she passes out. I know she has monitors. I have to get her to sleep. Susanna Painter, do you have Nick Ricada's direct phone number? I do. He is more than an hour and a half late with no posting in locals. Nick, my chat is worried and asking if you're still alive. Please confirm. I legit just sent that exact text to Nick, so we'll see if he responds. If he's not already alive.
I hope he's okay.
Tried.
I hope it's not a Baldo accident.
Well, that's not an accident you want to. You don't know what a Baldo is, or do you? We're not going to talk about it.
I know what a Baldo is.
I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to talk about it. Are we there yet? Almost. Sorry, secret. Lindsay, we all miss L&D, but I bet you're glad you don't have to be conscious on camera in 9.
No, I'm
Ian,
not. I can
Yep.
tell you that I have shown up for Lawyers and Dragons.
not
A,
sleeping.
on like 4 hours of sleep. B, having just left the emergency room.
Which I yelled at you emphatically for behind the scenes that people did not see.
But still, I wanted to be there. So as
I
soon as they were
know.
like, "You should go home," I was like,
I
"Okay."
know. Yep. That was bad moves. You're not doing that again. I'm sure your wife had opinions. We're not going to talk about it. Been here not chatting because of a headache, but glad to have you both back in snark mode. Missed this last week. It was fun. We had a good time. Be kind. You guys made my night. Needed the laughs and info. Thank you very much. Be kind. And oh God, I have to pull up Andy's before I pull up the last one.
I saw
Andy,
the last one.
Andy, you little shit. You little, yeah, Andy, you little shit. I'm gonna pull up Andy's because there's another one that's actually beneficial and nice after this one. Doesn't Hawk, Michael, otherwise known as Michael Hawk, otherwise known as Mike Hawk, use the Baldo. I'm sure that your cock used
That's
the Baldo.
not where it goes. It's right in the name. It goes somewhere else.
I'm sure, Andy, I'm sure your cock uses the Baldo. Oh, that would just happen. Chris, thank you. This is awesome. Chrissy Lee and everyone else, please don't spend your money if you have hard times. I am not asking you to spend your money, period. End of story. I am here because it is fun, because it is the ability for me to communicate with people and convey messages that are not being conveyed elsewhere. Some of us who are financially comfortable will be more than happy to help out in any way we can. Just let us know. As a community, we need to rely on each other. Chris, this is a wonderful super chat. A lot of shade is thrown the way of YouTube. And the way that I kind of view it as this is crowd-funded media. The funny thing is, I don't want you guys spending money. I really don't. I don't need it. I do not need it. I do not need it. It is appreciated every time that you do. I honestly do appreciate it more than you could possibly imagine. But I am not doing this for that at all.
It's honestly just really awesome to be able to hang out with friends. And like, I'm here every time I can for Friday Night Frenzy. And like, sometimes I'm working because that's the nature of, my work situation and so forth. But I'm here because I want to be here and it's fun. Like, yeah. So we love you guys.
Yeah. That's kind of why we're here, is that it's not a money thing. So people ask me to call Nick. It is 12:30 a.m. his time.
Yeah,
Nick and
I feel like
I
might not go over well.
Nick and I are on like a friendship level, but we're not on a calling you at 12:30 a.m. level. I can text people that I know that are on that level with him, and I will probably do that when I get off stream.
Just text him and be like, "You up?"
I texted him like, "Hey, my chat is wondering if you're alive."
I'm just making a crass joke.
I know. All right, Lindsay. McSquirrel is being stubborn about seeing the stream to the end and tonight. So focus, Rob. I am focused, and we have made it to the end of our super chats. Ladies and gentlemen and folks, I thank you for sticking with me for this very long live stream, and I thank you to my guests, including Law Talk with Mike, Uncivil Law, and Ian Runkle of the Bailey, who stuck with us to the end. Friday Night Frenzy is a lot of fun. We get to talk about a lot of stuff. So thank you all for being here. Ian, where are we going to see you next?
So after this, I'm going to make a video probably on GWAX, which is a gun company that is anti-gun and decided to sue a bunch of people. And really, their lawyers put on their clown shoes for it. So I'm just enjoying dunking on them as they repeatedly screw up in unfathomable ways. So that's probably what I'm doing tonight, because that's going to be just freaking hilarious.
So you guys,
yeah.
you were the warm up to Ian's dunking.
Yep, just getting ready to just. I got opinions.
Oh, this is gonna be good.
Basically,
Keep Ian up till 1 a.m.
GWAX is the reason I have a Pacer account.
Oh, this is the one you told us to look up.
Yep. Well, I finally went and got a Pacer account so I can keep following it and seeing when they post new stuff. And so when new stuff goes up, it's like, excellent. Now I have opinions.
Oh. And this is now terrible. So here's the thing. I now have.
I'm also probably going to do a fake advertisement at the end of it.
Don't do that.
I'm going to do it.
Pressure. Barakafkar. Please share about Nick on Twitter. We want everyone to know he loves him. Terrible Baldo accident. Oh, terrible. All right, guys. Well, we love you. Thank you very much. We will see you the next time. Thank you for holding out and sticking up with all of us. Enjoy the weekend. Love you. Okay. See ya. Now that